Hello, hello, hello. All right. Hello, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. Okay, we continue with philosophical discussions about veganism. Though, of course, if you have any questions, let me know. We have a couple of other topics to cover as well, and a few random TikToks to go over. You can tell I'm just deeply in this, this is my interest right now. You really go on a journey with me when I'm interested in something. And I am deeply interested in ethical arguments as it pertains to veganism, animal rights, and or our own maybe even spiritual relationship with it. The Discord and I have been going back and forth, had great conversations over the last 24 hours, lots of layers. Just a heads up, and I'll probably just, put this disclaimer out multiple times throughout the day. I am not a vegan. Yeah? So any argument I make that sounds like I'm talking for vegans, I am not a vegan. But the way that I figure out if I want to incorporate a belief system into is I discuss it. I basically deconstruct it. I ask the questions. I don't assume the answers. So if I ask a question today that sounds like I'm making a statement, I'm not making a statement, okay? This is a philosophy channel. We have to have the discussions. I am not asking questions on my behalf. I'm asking questions to figure out how I want to incorporate my life into those answers. So if I say something like, which we discussed on the Discord, like, are vegans a marginalized community? Okay. That is not a gotcha question. That is a serious question. Like, what do we consider marginalized? What does that mean? And also, what are vegans? Because they're obviously deeply hated. So why are they deeply hated, right? Like, and it's maybe they're not marginalized, but maybe there's something. And then there's some conversation to be had here. So again, if I make a statement, it's different than what I believe. I think sometimes if you're new to my content, or even if you've been watching it, sometimes it can sound like, oh, is Brittany advocating for something I'm often not going to be advocating for what I believe in unless I specifically say for Brittany, which is why when I talk, I usually say, okay, here's for Brittany, right? Philip DeFranco does something similar in his work where he'll say the news and then he'll go, okay, this is my opinion now. Because again, these are two different things. Discussing a topic, and even, in debate, this is kind of what they teach you in debate. And I did do debate in high school, is they make you take all sides of the argument. You don't get to only debate your side. You have to actually learn how to debate the opposition side. And so that's kind of, not that this is a debate channel, but that's also why philosophy and debate have an overlap, because good philosophy comes with good discussion. The only reason I separate debate from discussion is because debate is to win. And I'm not trying to win. I'm trying to uncover truth. And I'm not trying to trick people with rhetoric. So I'm not trying to trick you into being a good person. I just want to see what it means to be a good person, right? With that said, let's look at this TikTok. It's called Politics Without Context.
Announce that we're building Iron Man. Basically, I'm here to announce that we're building Iron Man.
Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids.
Where I could stand in the middle of Fifth Avenue and shoot somebody and I wouldn't lose any voters, okay?
So I've become friends with school shooters.
Do you think Bill Clinton was our first black president?
Is Elmo now, or has he ever been, a member of the Communist Party?
El hombre del peliquin.
Gotta have them ribs. And pussy too.
Do you hate cops just because they're cops? The next time you get in trouble, call a crackhead. I'm John Kennedy, and I approve this message.
Wakanda forever. Paid for by Kamala Harris.
Someone with the temperament of Donald Trump is not in charge of the law in our country.
Because you'd be in jail.
I think you called me a liar on national TV. What? I think you called me a liar on national TV.
I could come down and start kissing everybody. I'll kiss every guy, man and woman.
Basically.
Man and woman. Man and woman. Okay. Get serious now. Okay, that was a nice little warm-up. Okay. Sometimes we talk about how streamers are held more accountable than politicians because politicians are a fucking joke. It's a joke. And I think we do hold people more accountable than politicians because weirdly enough, we are more serious than them. It's kind of like when a minority holds a majority more accountable because the minority has to have to suffer. So they kind of are literally held to a higher standard, not only by the outside, but by the inside, right? Like if you're a minority, that's why people always like hate people that are quote woke, because it's like, why are you lecturing me? And it's because like they know something you don't know. And also look who's running the country. So there is like a slight, it is interesting, the idea that you know better, so you should be held more accountable. So obviously this is nuanced. And I would say a streamer can't be as held as accountable as the president when it comes to policy, but they can be held as accountable as the president when it comes to being a grown-up, you know, something like that. But with that said, Kevin Hart, the roast happened, and we didn't really cover it that much because, to be honest with you, like, I'm burnt out on edgy men who think they're funny, but they're actually just fucking racist and fucking losers. And also FD and other specifically black creators made a lot of content about the roast, and they're probably just better people to cover it. I will say, though, I do want to highlight this one TikTok because I sort of want to incorporate it into a larger conversation about, like, but why are humans like this, though? You know, a lot of the work that we do here is personal philosophy stuff, which coincides with the vegan stuff we're going to talk about today, right? Your personal beliefs versus your activism. Like, my personal plant-based journey has not been incorporated into my activism, right? Personal protest is not community protest. So if I personally am not shopping from Amazon, that is not activism. That is a personal choice I've made for my life. Activism to me is what you do in large crowds. It's what you do with your community. It's what you do physically or with your money or with your brand. You know what I mean? Like, your activism is something community focused. Our personal preference as a family is something that's personal to our beliefs, right? And so the reason I don't call myself like a political or an activist anymore in the traditional sense is because I am no longer going out there the way I used to, though I have participated in activism and I have done protests. I used to, like, there are people who it's like their full-time job. Like, they're in the community, they're in there. And so I try to give people their flowers by not trying to co-opt a word that they're obviously, this is their whole life. And then at the same time, I do want to make it clear that I vote and I'm happy to engage in protests and I'm happy to do these things. But, you know, being a marcher is good activism, and then being an organizer is like a different level of it. And so I just, you know, I always want to like give people their I just want to give people the right to feel like, hey, I'm doing something, because, you know, we often say like, go out there, work with community, do something, build coalition. But what does that even look like? Right? So then it gets confusing. Like, hey, what does that look like? What does that mean? Like, what is that? You know, so again, we're not all doing the same things. And Michael Burns, as of late, has been talking about this as well, that, you know, YouTubers and streamers, they can't just be talking to themselves in a room. They need to go out and touch grass and talk to people. And I think that's why he made a video recently about ContraPoints and how, you know, Natalie has, I think, like 22,000 paid members on Patreon. And just for context, Michael's trying to get to 2,000. And just for context, I have less than 200. And I make a full-time living doing this. I make a full-time living doing YouTube. Now imagine if I'm making a full-time living doing YouTube. To be fair, I also get AdSense money. And to be fair, I also run a second channel. Okay. But if I'm making a livable wage with how little I have, now imagine Natalie has 22,000 paid patrons. Even if they're just giving her $1. And Natalie has done this thing where she doesn't want to be an activist, but she has a lot of fucking opinions about what everyone else is doing. And what's worse is that people propped her up as an activist, and then she kind of let everyone down. And I'm saying, pick a lane, girly. Do you want to be an activist, or do you want to be a YouTuber? If you want to be a YouTuber, why are people interviewing you when it comes to politics? If you're not a political YouTuber, why is everyone... And I do kind of hold these platforms accountable for platforming Natalie. Why are you talking to her? Why do you keep talking to Natalie? And I don't get it, but I'm not in politics. Like, it's like as if a political streamer reached out to me and said, Britt, can I interview about politics? No. Why are you talking to me about politics? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, you have so many other educated people, so many other better people to interview. Why would you talk to me about politics? And I think like that's a part of the humility of staying in your lane. Yeah, Chet said for the views. For sure. I think so too. I think they're doing it for the views. Contra brings in views. She is a main character, you know? So, okay. Yeah, chat exactly. Says the hanging joke was gross. Okay, I want to show you the hanging joke from the roast. So trigger wording, it's a lynching joke. It's a lynching joke. They made a literal lynching joke on a Netflix roast about a black man. Here we go.
This is full of degenerate scumbags, and they're going to be up here saying a lot of racist, terrible things tonight. But yeah, you guys like that? But not me. I'm not going to be doing that. I've got a nice PG short joke that I'd like you guys to be a part of, okay? Kevin is so short. Kevin's so short that they're going to have to lynch him from a bonsai tree. That was 3 weeks of deliberation on that joke. Look, I understand how serious the word lynch is, but bonsai is so funny. Anyway, you're the fucking man, and I'm happy to be here, and I genuinely love you, and seriously, you're a once-in-a-lifetime talent, and unfortunately, that lifetime is ours. Let's get this fucking show started.
Like, what am I supposed to do with that? You know what I mean? Okay, now, my husband's... Sometimes, okay, and with myself as well, right? Okay, with myself as well. I ask myself, okay, before I post something or before I do anything, because I learned this when I was younger, like literally 19 to 21. I think 19 to 22, I probably posted the worst content I ever made. And it was just like really not well thought out. I think some of it is like fine. Some of it was kind of just boring. Some of it had that fucking performative autistic voice thing that I was doing. Don't ask, you know, you've seen it. And what I tried to take from those years was to ask myself, like, why was I trying so hard and being so inconsiderate? And a big part of it is because I was in a lot of boy bubbles. There's so much about my gender exploration that feels at home in really edgy spaces. And also, the only way that edgy spaces felt safe for me is if I thought they were safe. The thing that shattered the illusion was recognizing that these same people who told me they were making edgy jokes as a way to build community were actually doing it to undermine that same community. So then I had the realization of like, oh, like, you aren't safe. And I thought the closeness, because you know, you ever grow up with a person who says like, oh, if I'm close to you, I'll tease you. Oh, if like we're really friends, we're going to make edgy jokes. Oh, like real friendship is like this, right? And so I kind of bought into that when I was much younger. And, you know, it's really over the last few years that I've really solidified a complete, maybe in private, maybe if it's vetted, but not in public, not during our job, not during work, not when you're building a reputation, not when kids are watching you. Like I'm not going to tell people what to say in their homes. And even then I think your friend should, you know, call you out if you're saying some shit. But when it's in public, the way that it was with that lynching joke, now it's not a conversation of, oh, we're close friends and it's just how we talk to each other. Yeah, but you're in public being watched and viewed, and it's entertainment for us. Because ultimately that joke was not just entertainment for the people at the roast. If it was, it would need to be recorded. It wouldn't be a special, and Netflix wouldn't have hosted it. Okay? So you're making content to be consumed, right? Now, something technically a little less harmless, but also very disturbing, okay, is this video here. Now, already you're like, what is happening? Like, what is this? Okay? I accidentally came across this. Okay? Like, accidentally. And I'm sitting here looking at this video, just like so fucking confused about what I'm looking at. Okay? I'm going to just boil it for you. It's not a black woman. It's not a black person. But it's also not supposed to be a black person. But if you looked at this, okay, it's confusing. And then you see this white hand, and I'm sitting here like, what is this? Okay, ready?
That is chocolate covered strawberries. If there's one thing about me, is that I am going to take it a little too far. So I thought, let me combine the two. His love for dessert and his love for me. I tempered some chocolate. That was a little bit of a faff because I had to get it at the right temperature, poured it into my mold, swirled it around, and did a double layer. And then here is a chocolate version of me. Listen, I have used this silicone mold of me for so many things. Also, can someone explain to me what happened to the chocolate in certain areas? Some of it dried white, some of it was milk chocolate. It all tastes the same though. And then obviously because he likes melted chocolate on strawberries, I had to add a tea light into my head. Not gonna lie, because it's good quality chocolate, it took a gazillion years for the chocolate to melt, but nonetheless, we can toast our marshmallows on my head. You can even dip strawberries into my chocolate face, and of course, he had absolutely no idea. I made me as the chocolate. But I'm glad to report back that he was very intrigued and absolutely loved it.
I don't like it. I don't like it. Okay? I think it's weird. I feel like she knows what she's doing. I don't like it. I just feel like it's insensitive. It's super fucking morbid. And you know I don't care about the morbid normally, but like something about this is really weird. She's saying it's at her face, but just to be clear, okay?
Faff, because I had
Let me pull this up again. Hold on. Just to be
to get
clear.
it at the right temperature. I did a double layer silicone mold of me for so many things. Also, can someone explain to me what happened to the chocolate?
Okay, so she says this is her. Okay. But like, hold on, let me bring it up. Oh, I want it. Hold on. La 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 la. There it goes. This is her page. I'm gonna mute it for copyright. Okay. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Okay. Okay, we get it. Cute wedding. Okay, but you know what I'm saying? 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 I don't like it. I don't like it. And I specifically don't like her carving. I don't like that. I don't like that imagery. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like the cutting into the head. I just don't like it. Feels very unnecessary. Just so fucking unnecessary. And look, maybe I am just like, I'm trying to incorporate an embodied, as much as I can, harm reduction philosophy that says, who is this for the benefit of? How can I do it in a better way? And is there anything I should change before I put this publicly out there? Like, is there anything I could do better? Is there, if there's nothing I can think about in the moment, fine. But is there anything about this that feels fucking tone deaf? Posted 1 day ago. Chad says, I don't think it's racism because it makes no sense, but at first glance, it looks like racism. I think the problem is anti-Blackness is so embodied that Black communities aren't even considered. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like if you're considering Black communities in your work, you would pause and say, wait a second. Does this look like I'm mutilating a Black woman's face in order to eat her? Because that is kind of what it looks like. And not to be morbid, but they really did eat enslaved people. They literally ate enslaved people and made them into furniture. So a part of me is like, this is gross. Look at this.
Into my chocolate face, and of course, he had absolutely no idea.
I didn't mean to like it. Do you know what I'm saying? And that's the problem. Is like, it doesn't matter if someone is self-aware if they're doing something. When you do something, okay, it could be racist whether you intend it to be or not. Your intention does not change rape. It doesn't change racism. It doesn't change homophobia. It doesn't really change it. Your intention might change why something happens. Like example, I made that video about Tyler Catastrophe, and I have a tendency, no matter who I'm reviewing, to just reference people as they, them, and or their pronouns as well. It's just sometimes I switch between the two. And I do this with everything, but because it's a trans man, people specifically are very sensitive. And so they said, hey, Tyler doesn't use they, them. And it's because transphobes will purposely say they, them when they're not comfortable affirming gender and binary people. And it's the way I speak. Even though I speak this way, will try to be extra careful about when I'm talking about questionable or like sensitive topics around trans identity. But I genuinely, I do this with everybody. I switch pronouns for people as I talk about them anyways. A part of it is a part of my gender deconstruction, like, beliefs. I'm trying to say that, like, you're so sensitive about gender, but also like to cis people. And also, does it really matter what pronoun I use? Like, sure, if it's very important to you, of course I'll use the right pronoun. But most people, most straight homophobes or transphobes will say, I don't even believe in pronouns. Okay, so I guess it doesn't matter what pronoun I use. But you do care about pronouns. And also, I don't care about pronouns. So at this point, it's just a part of how I'm incorporating my speak, right? And also, I think, I can understand why people are sensitive, okay? So when I look at this video of this lady, what I'm asking for is sort of a, why did you do this? Like, why are you doing this? Is it to go viral? Maybe she seems like a really focused, like, content creator, 500,000 views. She seems to also post her kid a lot, which I'm not a fan of. She's like lifting up her kid's shirt in this photo. I don't like that. I think she's probably just focused on being a social media person. Looks like beauty and makeup in her family. And I think she's just showing off her rich life. So I think she's not even thinking about it. I think she's rich and probably spoiled, and that's what it is. Let's see. Chess says, as a trans woman, I really dislike when people call me they, them after years of trying to get people to use she, her. For sure. And I see that and I understand that. And that's just like a dilemma we're going to have is like, and this is the dilemma with everything we're doing. We're all in bubbles. We all exist in different spaces. Not everyone uses the same words the same. But I hear that because, like, you know what I mean? And also, I think, like, it takes all of us to do the work to see where people are coming from, to make sure that we know what we're viewing. Because, like, what if you go to a country where, like, they have to unify everyone, they use the same gendered pronoun? It's like, I'm open to whatever anyone's experiencing as long as it's from a good place and / is respectful. That's kind of my belief, but I genuinely am not trying to ever misgender people. Like, that's never my goal. I also feel like a part of it is because when I use they, them, I'm not thinking about the pronoun. I think that's also the problem. Like, when I say they, them, I'm not thinking about the exact pronoun, even though it is a pronoun in the same way you or I is a pronoun, but I'm not thinking about the gendered pronoun. I'm just thinking, like, so they went to the store and they did this thing. I'm just using it. And you know what I'm saying? Right? Just as, do you mean it as a gender deconstruction thing or just because they is used for everyone? Well, both. I think, remember when we started incorporating they, them into our vocabulary, we would say, you're already saying it. We would say, you guys already use they, them. You already use it. And people would be like, no, we don't. No, we don't. But we do. We already use it. And then because again, all of it is valid. I want to make it abundantly clear. Time is not linear and none of us are on a linear timeline. And you know what proof this is of that? That the R word is back. Okay? Let's talk about that. Because again, when we're talking about marginalized people, when we're talking about trans pronouns, when we're talking about cis pronouns, when we're talking about words and language, it's very bubbled. So I never want you to feel like you're not being seen or we're not having clear communication. If you have questions, ask me. And also, it's interesting when we think about language as a linear concept because it isn't one. So this video is going viral on TikTok, and I definitely want to use it as a jumping off point to have a larger conversation about communication. So let's watch it, and then I'll give my opinions.
The R word is permanently coming back, and it's functionally changed meanings to no longer directly refer to disabled people. I mean, if you think about the words idiot, imbecile, and moron, those used to be genuine medical classifications from the 1910s until the 1960s when they started to feel offensive. Then doctors switched to the R word, which also functioned as a real medical classification for about 50 years until it became too insulting, and we again had to replace it because it simply didn't serve the same scientific purpose anymore. This entire cycle is called the euphemism treadmill, and the idea is that words around sensitive topics will always grow more negative over time, making us come up with new words that will then also get negative. On the flip side, however, once we sufficiently distance a word from its historical usage, it stops taking on the same offensive power and just becomes colloquial instead. Like, very few people really use the words idiot or imbecile to overtly mock an intellectual disability anymore, and in the same way, the R word is slowly just shifting to something people say with their friends. That doesn't mean it's a good thing or that you should say the word. In fact, I think it's counterproductive to even call people idiots and morons. However, it is undeniably true that the people who are afraid to say the R word right now are going to get old and die out, while younger generations keep saying it with no knowledge of where it came from. The real problem is why the euphemism treadmill exists in the first place, because unless we communicate with kindness and intentionality, we'll always keep making new words offensive. I think we have to
So if you guys don't know his work, he does etymology, and he talks about language and words. And he's been, I don't watch his content that much, but Taylor Lorenz and other people have talked to him before. Now, there have been a lot of responses to this. I just want to say, as somebody who stopped saying the R word at the urging of my audience, and after doing some contemplation and meditation, I have also stopped doing it. And I don't use it on stream, and I ban it from my chat and stuff like that. I will say, though, it never stopped. People in my life never stopped using it. YouTubers I watch never stopped using it. Nobody stopped using it except for a few more progressive left-leaning people. And I'm surrounded by generally not those people because we don't live in that world. Like, I still think leftists forget how minority they are because they're so privileged to have friends who are leftist and to live in bubbles where there's a bunch of left people. But most of the people I'm around still say the word. They never stopped, especially if they're guys. And so, yeah, like, even if you're a liberal, you're probably going to say it. That's why you have like Kyle Klinsky using slurs at minorities, because it never left their vocabulary. So it's interesting to me. He uses the R word as well. He called Trump an R word. So just to be clear, it never left. So it's interesting to me when people are like, oh, it's coming back. To who? Not leftists who decided not to use it anymore. So I kind of disagree with the idea that it's coming back because, one, it never left. And two, I do not think it is completely... I disagree with his premise that people don't know the original connection of the word. I don't think we're done with that form of ableism yet. Like, I don't believe that at fucking all. Because when people use it, they go, oh, are you fucking R word, bro? Like, it's perfectly in sync with ableism still. So, you know what I mean? Like, I say stupid sometimes. I'm like, how are you so stupid, bro? And then stupid, though, I think is pretty disconnected from R word, because R word replaced. So I don't agree with his premise. I think it's wrong. But okay, let me give other people a chance to share their opinions as well, because I thought it was interesting.
You can't reclaim the R word, and we shouldn't normalize it coming back. Despite what some popular creators have been saying, the R word is still a slur, which is why you're still using the R word. If it wasn't a slur, you would comfortably say the full word yourself. So let's talk about it. The idea that the R word has become distant enough from its original meaning to be classified as a new adjective is actually absurd. For those who don't know, the R word was a not-so-great medical label used to describe disabled people with intellectual disabilities. It was used to dehumanize them and to justify putting them into institutions where we wouldn't have to see them. But the thing is, we're still referencing that original meaning when we use it now. When people say that someone or something is the R word, they are saying that it is stupid, that it is idiotic enough that someone with a disability might do that. That's how the insult works. And I hate to break it to you, but insulting someone's intelligence, and even inadvertently comparing them to disabled people to do that, will always be rooted in ableism. And they'll say, but that's not what I mean. I only use that on non-disabled people. I would never use it on them. Just because you don't use it on disabled people, which mind you don't know for sure because they exist everywhere, doesn't mean that context is suddenly gone when the insult has always been the same. Especially when disabled people are still being institutionalized and affected by this harmful rhetoric today. Secondly, you can't reclaim a slur as someone not part of the group affected by it. Just like non-gay people can't take back the F slur, non-disabled people, and arguably anyone without an intellectual disability could not reclaim the R word. You also aren't reclaiming a slur when you use it in the same negative context. Reclaiming requires turning that meaning around into a positive affirmation for said group. We've seen this happen with Crip, the F word, and other slurs where they become a positive self-identifier for folks in that group. I've never heard someone positively call themselves the R word, and that's because it's still being used as an insult. That being said, whenever I make videos like this, I always get self-righteous commenters saying, well, you can't tell me what I can and can't say. I can't. That's true, and I fear that is common sense. But what I can guarantee you is that every time you use this slur, you are signaling to disabled people that you are an unsafe person to be around. And in the context of disability rights being attacked and stripped, us normalizing the sacrifice of disabled people since 2019 and long before, you can't convince me that this kind of ableist rhetoric isn't connected. You are absolutely free to use the words you want, but you aren't free of the consequences of using them. And disrespectfully, if you aren't able to give up a single slur for disabled advocacy, don't act like you care about disabled people.
Yeah, I do agree with her. They, them, her. See, I don't know her pronouns. I don't know their pronouns. But I do agree. NB, they, them. Autistic NB, they, them. Okay, I do agree with them. And I think that his original statement, double checking, I think he is a he, him. I believe so. Whoa, almost 1 million followers. Damn, bro. Okay, I do think he's wrong. And I think he's wrong for a lot of reasons. I also think this is the dilemma of it. We'll watch other videos, but I think what the dilemma is for me is it's a bubbled problem. So somebody in the chat said the R word was a slur in the 90s. Amazing. That's amazing. Like, that is so important to recognize. Like, I did grow up in the bubble that was like, oh yeah, you would never call like a person with X disability, like a visual disability, the R word, right? That's fucked up, right? The same people who use the R word would beat you up if you used the R word at a disabled person. Okay, that's the bubble I grew up in. So they almost feel like they're using it towards people who aren't the R word. So obviously it's different, but the insult still comes at the expense of the disabled person, right? So it is kind of interesting, but yeah, it never left the internet, the side of the internet I'm on. Like, I've even had to reach out to male creators and say like, hey, I know you're a liberal and everything, and I know I'm a leftist, so we're kind of different, but you're using this word and it's on your thumbnails and it's in your titles and it's like very much a slur, and I think the future is going to make it a slur, and you know, I don't know where you're at in your journey, but you might want to consider reframing, you know, you putting a slur like straight up in the title thumbnail. And they understood it and they were like, yeah, honestly, I agree with you. And I was like, dope. And that's cool. That's cool to see. And I even told them like, hey, just like as somebody who used to say it all the time on stream, I totally get that this feels like I'm asking you to stop saying a word that feels so normal to you. But, you know, if you want to consider it. And they did. Now, I think a big part of it is that we trust each other and we have really good faith with each other. So it allows me to maybe slide into DMs and say like, hey, you know what I mean? And I think that helps. And I think that plays into everything we're going to talk about today, really, is how do we communicate with the right kinds of people to hear it? Because even when my audience first told me to stop saying it, I was like, nah. No. No. And then I was like, hold on, I'll think about it. And then I talked to my partner about it, and my partner doesn't say it. And my partner was like, well, I don't know why you say it. And I was like, don't lecture me. And then we talked about it. And then I was like, fine. Okay, you're right. Whatever. You're all right. Okay, you're all right. And then I just didn't say it. And that's it. Okay? Like, and that's it. Like, it took a second. But I think that ultimately there are better words. Now, one of my friends and I did discuss calling people stupid. And even one of my friends and I were going back and forth on this because, man, I love to call people stupid. But it's like, how are you so stupid? Because, like, I don't know what other word to use. But even that word, I'm like, should I stop calling people stupid? Listen, one day I'll be grown enough not to be like, you're so fucking dumb. And then I'll come up with a new way to say, I really think after much consideration, the view you have is reductive and out of place for the modern day. And I think that you deserve to update your language. You know, so the problem is every word has a possible context of bigotry. So I have to be careful. Like Chad says unintelligent. Well, that's the one of it where I know in my bubble, you can't call people of color unintelligent or any word that implies they're not as smart, because it is a racial dog whistle. So I have to be very careful about the words that I use because I don't want to signal a racial dog whistle. And so that's it. I'm okay with this. By the way, I know this stresses people out, but I actually am interested, and it does stress me out sometimes. I agree. But I want to, this is my special interest, is learning how to talk to people. So I'll figure it out. You know what I mean? Chet says, do you call people stupid to their faces? Only people I love. Only if I love them. Like if it's my brother, I'm like, bro, with peace and love, you're being pretty fucking stupid right now. And he'll be like, fuck, no, I'm not. You're stupid. I was like, am I stupid or am I right? And that's why you're mad. And he's like, whatever, bro. And like, okay, so only if I love them. You know? But never, I wouldn't talk to him like a Matt Dillahunty, and we wouldn't be in a conversation where I'd call him stupid to his face. You know, but then people think you're kind of fake, because remember that YouTuber that I went really hard on him and then we did a collab and like I was really soft with him and he's like, what the fuck? And I was like, well, I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to act this way to your face, bruh. Like I'm talking to my stream. When I'm talking to my stream, it's a completely different bubble. It's like, you know what I'm saying? So I try to match the room and I try to communicate. I'm getting better at it though. I'm not always perfect, and that's the thing. But I know there's definitely going to be a better way to communicate it, right? Which we see in everything. We see with vegan activism, which we're going to talk about today. Like how many of us are tired of vegans trying to make the argument for veganism by using black people as the subject matter? Can we please fucking separate these thoughts? And like, it's the whole context of it. But the problem is our brain, it like goes to the first thing that we think would be the most impactful, but it's not. It actually makes people stop listening. Like, don't compare black people to animals in any context. Thank you, moving on. And it's like, they keep doing it. It's pissing everybody off. But that's the thing, is like, I think words matter, and words only matter within context. So we have to like figure that out. Now, okay, let's watch. First of all, let me look at the comments and then we'll go back to TikToks. Chet says, I really appreciate you stopped saying it genuinely. Yeah, and I appreciate that my audience was so patient through the process, the transition process. And I do not take for granted that there is one. And I also think that that's why I will always appreciate the pushback, because I'm like, you seeing something I'm not seeing? But I also have a trust in my audience. You know, I had this realization that I wonder if YouTube audiences, I wonder if YouTubers build audiences they don't trust. Like, I always wondered why a TikToker would get so much feedback and not change in any capacity, even 10 years later. And I wonder if it's because I built this community to be a mirror, okay, for each other. My second channel, my Burt Commentary channel, it's not a mirror, because I got 100,000 views on my last video, girls. 100,000 views. You know that would be crazy if I was getting those views here. That obviously isn't my community. I think like 83% of people who don't watch me found that video about Tyler. So I can't listen to that feedback because they don't know me, right? They don't know the bubble. They don't even know who I am. They can't even start to fathom. Okay. People here though, we work every day to understand each other. Every day we're like sitting here at Discord, me, you, here, you know, so there's like some safe trust. So if you come to me and say, Britt, I don't think you should say that, I am more open because I trust you more than maybe some random user that just came across me for the first time and doesn't understand the context. Like yesterday, we talked about how gossip saves lives from abuse victims. And there was a person in chat getting very angry about the word gossip because in their bubble, that's seen as a negative to talk about women. Exactly. And I'm saying gossip is empowering, because gossiping, as long as it's not slandering, allows women to speak to one another and say, do you know about this person? Do you know about this person? Which then allows them to be safe. And that's the problem, is like when one person hears me talk and they don't know me, they're gonna I'm defensive, and now I don't want to change. So it's a relationship. Ironically enough, like we're in a relationship, okay? Jet said, let me see. It's weird to use a word that refers to one group at people in another group as an insult and act like it isn't also insulting the former. Oh, for sure. Yeah, I think it's a little bit of a mind game people play, for sure, to justify it, you know. Jess says, I will say, are you dumb or stupid? But I shouldn't. I can't figure out, like, I will figure out. I will work on like what we think might be a better communication tool. I think the dilemma is like, okay, yesterday on stream, I asked, how can Matt Dillahunty be so smart and so stupid? Okay, so how can Matt Dillahunty be so smart and so... But it's almost a rhetorical question, because we know why. He's a human. Boo. You know what I mean? So then it's not even that interesting. Yeah, dumb equals lacking in curiosity. So maybe we can just say, how are you so smart and lacking in curiosity? That's pretty good. I think that's pretty good. And it kind of hits home. I think that's better, actually. Good job, chat. Yeah, I think that says a lot. That feels like guttural too. Doesn't that feel like, oh, I'm lacking in curiosity? Like, Ooh, yeah, I like that. You said that's been your personal language change. Yeah, I like that. I like that. Chet says they use the slurs as a reclaiming, just like other slurs. Let people choose how they want to use a slur that's historically would have been used against them. Yeah, we had this conversation when the Dream community came into my chat and asked me if Dream can say the R word because he's autistic. And I said, it depends on why he's using it and how he's reclaiming it and if he even has the right to reclaim it. I don't know. Like, I, as an autistic person, don't think the R word applies to me. But maybe that's my internalized ableism. But I don't think it applies to me because I don't think autistic people are necessarily R word. Like, you know what I'm saying? Is that not accurate to say? You know what I mean? I don't know. There's something there though. But like, I don't identify with the word. I don't feel like it's a part of my identity. The queer or some of the gay words, sure. You know what I mean? But yeah, I don't think that word applies to me personally. I just don't feel any connection to it spiritually. You know what I mean? Yeah. I don't know. Let's see. Chad says, well, for me, my family feels like autistic people are the R word. Yeah, which I do think that's true, that people like RFK Jr. sees autistic people as R words, which is why he's trying to cure autism, because they see the disability and they think, let's cure that. And that's the problem with the R word is like, I think the dilemma is like, what does the R word even mean? I'm sure some autistic people consider themselves or identify with the word, right? Just like the example I just gave. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah, obviously the word has been used against autistic people. I agree, chat. Yeah, I don't know. I think that's maybe the difference is like, I don't identify with the word personally, so I'm not going to fight you on it. Like, oh, I want to say it. It's my word. I'm not going to do that. For Brittany. But I could see why other people would. You know? Yeah, Chet says, why would we use the slur on ourselves when it comes from oppression? Well, that's what a reclaiming a slur is. It's kind of like taking back your power. It's kind of like why women did the slut walk. Like, oh, you're going to call me a slut? Well, I'm going to take it back and empower myself. It's just reclaiming words. That's all it is. Like, it's very common. People have put it into practice for many years. It's pretty normal. You know, Chet says, as a teacher, the R word has been making a comeback, but I'm more annoyed at the kids using autistic and artistic as a replacement for the R word. Oh, yeah. Well, I heard, you know, a lot of streamers did that. A lot of leftist streamers where like, they stopped saying the R word, but then they'd replace it with like autistic or even me. How would I say autistic back in the day? And then I stopped saying it because I realized it was a signal for the centristy libs. Autistic? What did I used to say? And I stopped saying it. Acoustic. What was the other one? Autistic? No, it wasn't just acoustic. It was something else. It was like, are you an autist? I've tried to get rid of that one. Are you an autist? Versus are you autistic? Because autist is it's a dog whistle, or it's mostly used by people who are using it as an insult. Autist. So I stopped doing that. And I was like, even though I like it, autist, but like so then I'm like autistic, and it's like the full, you know. So yeah. Anyways, okay, let's watch a video.
I understood that etymology nerd video that he posted about the normalization of the use of the R word. The message I took from that was that not only should we not be using the R word, but we should also not be using all of these other ableist words that have that are embedded in a history of oppression, right? Like, and that's why I personally, for years now, avoid using words like idiot, words like moron. I use moron as the example because that's what etymology nerd actually specified, idiot and moron. But that would apply to stupid. That applies to sanest language, like crazy, for instance. Like, all these words are words that disabled people have been flagging as problematic, and we should use substitutions, and it's very easy to do so. I can testify as someone who's been doing this for years now. But the problem with that video, and I know that this is why, part of the reason why disabled people are upset with that video, disabled people who specifically have had the R slur and other ableist words weaponized against them, I understand their criticisms because, one, I don't have the lived experience they do, so I'm always going to ascribe validity to those criticisms. But two, even if Etymology Nerd was trying to actually reaffirm the point that disabled people have been making for forever, he didn't do it right. The delivery, why did he put that part at the end of the video? Because the reality is people are trying to normalize this word. He said that himself. So to put that on the internet in an environment where you know people are going to take this and run with it, saying the message is, well, it is what it is. The R word is being normalized. That is very sloppy, dare I say nasty work. And that video has gotten so many likes. It seems to be one of his best performing videos over the last few that he's posted. And I know that everyone who watched that video definitely did not take away from, oh, maybe I should stop saying idiot. Maybe I should stop using that word, right? So yeah, the delivery was wrong. I think the message actually could have been there. But if you are someone, you know, I'm moots with so many disabled people, a lot who have actually been subjected to being directly targeted by this like rhetorical violence. Like, let me know what your thoughts are.
Yeah, I think the way he made his video almost sounded like he was approving, even though he said he wasn't. It sounded more or less like he gave up. He's like, it's coming back. What are we going to do? And I'm like, it's not. I mean, it is, but it never left. So like, you know what I mean? It never left. I don't like this like rewriting of history where it feels like it left. It left for some of you, but it didn't leave for most of us. Okay, like we're still fighting our family members. We're still talking to people in our families. We're still calling out our friends. Like we're still dealing with like, you know, I just showed you a white comedian making a lynching joke about a black man. It just feels like really strange for us to even think anything ended. Like our life is not linear. Words, cultural changes are not linear. Just because it changed for you did not mean it changed for anybody else. So, you know what I mean? Like that's why I say like a part of this is individual. It has to be. And a part of it is encouraging your community. And I'm so glad if you're in a community where things feel like they're over. But for some of us, like it's still an uphill battle, you know? Okay, so let's do this now.
I think we have to accept the fact that the R word is permanently coming back.
No.
Oh, that's what he said. We have to accept. Oops. Thank you for your contribution. Chet says, stupid and the R word are totally different camps in my brain. I'm open to deconstruct it, but are we really going to refer to it as the S word? Stupid is not a slur because it hasn't been co-opted as one. When people say, from my understanding, that the R word used to mean stupid, no, hold on. Everything is made up and we're making it up as we go. Pause. Everything is made up. Pause. Okay? Because everything is made up, we can do whatever we want. We could all take a vow of silence and no one for the rest of history will say a single word. So when you say something like, are we really going to start doing whatever? Girlie, we could all drink some Kool-Aid and mass suicide if you want. Okay, so let's instead reframe this idea of like why we're attached to the word and what it means and then come to a conclusion. So like, I know as a YouTuber, it would probably do better for my job and my communication skills to stop calling people stupid. Even though I think it's fine, I think it also makes people defensive. But also some form of activism is to be extra triggering to people as a way to prove and to say, I'm not backing down. Interesting things to think about. We think about it with Kyle Kulinski calling what he believes are fascists slurs. He thinks it's okay to call people slurs because they're fascists. People have told me to stop tone policing. I was just on Do Not Worry podcast, and what was the complaint? Aren't you tone policing? Why are you tone policing when we're fighting fascism? Because the idea is you can fight fascism without using slurs. And some people are like, no, leftists you need to use more slurs. The Nazis are winning because they can say slurs and we can't. And I'm like, I guess, but I don't think that's why the Nazis are winning. You know, I just don't think that's why. So it's not about tone policing. It's about asking like, what can we do better while acknowledging that it is exhausting to constantly update, right? You know, so it's not a slur, but I do think the R word is basically agreed upon to be a slur. So then that allows us to have a different conversation about the use of the word. You know what I mean? And I agree, Chad says, I think stupid can feel meaningful when you're pushing back against someone refusing to change for the better, but it would be more kind to not. It's like obviously it'd be more kind to not. And also notice that the reason we end up being put in this position too is because look at all the emotional labor, as an example, I have to do to make room for a man who's older and should know better because he's had more time to study. Instead, now it's on me, the younger person, to look at him and say like, bro. And that's what gets frustrating. When you're talking to somebody you feel should know better. And so then you start being like, you know what, bro? Stupid. But then at the same time, maybe there's another way to say, hey, you know, I'm honestly disappointed with somebody your age, somebody as well studied as you, not doing better. But then maybe that feels too soft to say to somebody like Sam Harris, who's pro-genocide, okay? Because he's a genocide denier, which to me means he's pro-genocide. For him to say, oh, Israel's not committing a genocide. Like, bro, how can you be so stupid? How can you be so stupid after everything that's happened, okay? After everything that's happened to this date, to recently say it's not a genocide, right? To disagree with other government bodies, it's not a genocide. Like, what are you talking about, okay? But maybe I should have said, you know, Sam, given everything that's come out, it's deeply disappointing to see somebody of your caliber, which then is a compliment. So now I have to compliment him for being stupid about genocide, so then I can what? So then that's the problem. Do you want me to compliment the man? Because it's the only way to do it. In some ways, maybe I could say, Sam, because otherwise, why would I be disappointed? Did I think better of Sam and that's why he's stupid? Or is he stupid because I didn't think better of him? Then why am I mad a stupid person did something stupid? Do you know what I'm saying? So then that's the question is like, what am I doing? What am I trying to communicate? You're wrong. Ooh, that's a good one. You're wrong. I'm just going to start saying that. Maybe that's it. You're wrong. Thank you for your contribution. You're wrong. Is that it? You know? So I think that's the problem why people get so like, what am I supposed to do now? Okay, next video. And then I'll go to chat.
I think we have to accept the fact that the R word is permanently coming.
No, we don't. We don't have to accept shit like that. And I'm tired of this notion. I don't care which pseudo-intellectual white guy fast talking at a camera at you told you that you were supposed to accept whatever persecution to whichever marginalization it is. That's not fucking true. I hate these videos where they frame themselves as an intellectual and then say some weirdly obvious shit like Americans or humans are inherently immoral. That's not fucking true. The average person doesn't want to call people a fucking slur. The average person isn't walking outside going, where's a disabled person for me to say this to? No. That's not fucking happening. So please stop framing it as this inevitability. You guys do.
I do think it's true that there is an intersection. He said the average person is not saying the R word. I don't know what that means. Like, that's a very big assumption. I would say boys and men, okay, who are between the ages of 6 and 48, who also belong to gym, okay, comedy bubbles, who are right wing, okay, who play video games, okay. I think a lot of them definitely are doing it. Okay, who else? Yeah, I think like that's a pretty big part of the population, you know? So video game people, gym people, right-wing people, comedy people, even liberals. I would say liberals. I would say libs. Okay, I would say libs are definitely doing it. I would definitely say libs. I mean, Kyle Kalinske is supposed to be a leftist, but he also uses it at people on Twitter. He tweets it at people. So, right, like, yes, I agree that maybe the person you meet at the supermarket's not going to say it, but that's kind of the point. They're saying it in schools. They're saying it online. They're saying it in social spaces. They're saying it in malls. If you're listening to people's conversations, they are absolutely saying it, right? If you're listening to people's conversations, you will listen to what people are saying. You know what I mean? So you will hear it. Do I think intellectual, soft-spoken, people who typically aren't trying to get attention are saying it? Probably not. Yeah, like probably more extroverted people are saying slurs. I feel like slurs are for extroverts in a sense. I'm being a little hyperbolic or a little exaggeratory because obviously I'm an introvert technically, but you know, I've said the word. So, but yeah, like it's weird for us to say bullying is up and it's getting worse and also it's not happening. Well, okay, so you know what I mean?
This all the time, and it's always white guys. It is always white guys talking about something that has nothing to fucking do with them. Like, it's always white guys telling black people that you need to be okay with this. It's always white men telling women that you need to be okay with this. And now we have this fucking guy telling us that this is where society is going because he studies language and blah, 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 blah. And
yeah, he just made a bad video. Because even if that wasn't his intention, because I know him to be more of a left person, I feel like the video was really badly done. Okay, which goes back to what I was saying earlier on stream. How do you get 900,000 viewers on TikTok and put out shitty content like this? Like, you know better. Why did you make this video? Why'd you cut it off there? You could have just added 30 seconds at the beginning and end to say, I don't agree with this, but I'm afraid it's happening. And then all the leftists would have been like, yeah, we're worried about this too. He should have said, we need to accept it's happening. We need to do something about it. Because if we stay in denial that it's happening, we're not going to be able to do anything about it. We need to act. But he didn't do that. So he put out a really poorly made video that just like fucking confused everybody, right?
can't somehow fucking make the connection that if Gen Alpha is using the word, then that means that millennials never stopped using the words. So I don't understand what this revival is. But anyway.
Exactly.
I digress. No, that's just not true. That's just what fucking nihilistic white guys love to fucking wax poetic about and like, you know, on Reddit usually.
Wait, what's
but
not
most
true?
people aren't that fucking shitty. Most people don't fucking want to say the word. I
don't know, bro. If most people are white and white men are having a resurgence and they're extremely lonely and they're the hardest part of the population, then I would say that most people are saying it. That's a pretty large demographic of white people saying it. Not to mention women who are white who are saying it. So I'm a little confused. Maybe Chat says he's tired about more than just this, I think. Yeah, probably, honestly. He makes a lot of activist content, so I do watch his TikToks on occasion. Okay, let's try somebody else. Have you guys ever seen this video?
I mean, it's been kind of eye-opening. I've just sort of randomly here and there picked up episodes of, you know, old shows that I hadn't watched in a long time from like the early 2000s, and just the casual the casual sort of gay humor, casual use of the hard R.
Oh, really?
It's jarring. Yeah, it's jarring now. And for
casual use of hard R.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Like okay, it was an episode of American Dad. And it was just like, yeah, it wasn't for shock value. It was just like used.
Whoa.
Right? Well, I mean, here's the thing, right? That was in 2003 or something, like 2002.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not gonna deny that I dropped my fair share of hard R's back then, because we didn't even, the term hard R didn't even exist. We didn't think about it, right? And it's funny because to me, that doesn't feel like that long ago, but to my kids.
Are you talking like N-word hard R?
What? No.
Okay. I'm pretty sure that's how people use that term.
No.
I think
that's
so.
The N-word. What are you guys talking about? Am I mistaken?
I think so.
No, the one with the for mental disability.
I'm pretty sure people use hard R in a very different way than you just used it.
Oh. Okay, either
hard
way.
R means ending
I understand.
the N-word
I
with
understand.
a hard R.
I understand what you mean. No, I'm not talking about that. Okay, cool. So I'm glad that
brother. I remember that was going viral. Everyone was like, "What did you say?" Honestly, whee. Okay.
Y'all ever notice that people who want to hold on to the R word the most fit it the best?
What?
You ever notice that?
What?
I really think that that word should be reserved for those people. Because I never use that word on people who actually have mental disabilities.
Nope. This is the use it against people who aren't actually, because this is the bubble. See, I know men like this who are like, oh, I'm not going to call a real disability person. I'm going to call, see?
Never will. Ever. It's completely unnecessary. But the maggots, the white supremacists,
maggots? Is that a replacement for F word?
The racists who actually believe that they're better than other people but don't know anything, literally anything. They don't read. They just know what their white supremacist ancestors have told them, and their ancestors didn't read because their ancestors also fit that word.
Oh, maggots, like MAGA, it's got it.
These products of incest.
I only know maggots, like, you know.
I have never met someone who vehemently wants to hold on to the R word who didn't fit the word. Never. I've never met a person.
Ooh, I don't like his energy, bro. I don't really love his energy. I don't really love it. No, I don't like his energy. I think he's wrong. No, see, if he said the R word, I don't like it. I don't like the energy. Yeah, no.
The fact that the R word is permanently coming back, and it's functionally changed meanings to no longer directly refer to disabled.
It's because it's a common thing for people.
Okay, hold on. Before we see the rebuttal, Rise Again, super chat. Thank you so much. Says only call straight people the F slur, brah. Stop. Yeah, stop.
To say doesn't mean that it's
That's
okay.
funny.
His whole argument is that being casually ableist is okay as long as you're not using like the official medical terminology for.
Well, I don't think that was his
No longer
point.
directly refer to
Hold on.
disabled.
It's because it's a common thing for people to say doesn't mean that it's okay. His whole argument is that being casually ableist is okay as long as you're not using like the
Well, will we watch it? We'll watch it again to make sure, because now I'm curious. Like, was that his point?
official medical
might have
terminology
been.
for disabled people. It's still ableist to call somebody an idiot or a moron or stupid or dumb or lame or whatever. His argument is like, well, like people don't know that like idiot or moron used to be like official medical terms. Like we all know what they mean. Like when you watch Forrest Gump and little Jenny says, "Are you stupid or something?" We all know what she fucking means.
Okay, but how many young people have watched Forrest Gump? To be fair, I haven't watched that movie in like 15 years.
We often say something is lame to mean that it's uncool, but we still know what the word lame means. When somebody says that Congress is in a lame duck session, we understand what the fucking metaphor is. Casual ableism is a normal part of the English language. That doesn't mean that it's okay, like value-wise. Once upon a time, the N-word was normal. In The Great Gatsby, they just casually dropped the K-word. Like, that doesn't mean that it's okay. Here's like a pretty good litmus test, I think. Like, would you actually say this to a person with this disability? Would you call a mentally disabled person an idiot or a moron, like, to their face when they mess up? You shouldn't. And if you wouldn't say it to someone who is mentally disabled, you shouldn't say it to someone who isn't either. If you said to, like, your blind friend that they turned a blind eye to something when they were, like, ignoring it, like, that would be offensive to say, so you shouldn't say it to someone who isn't blind.
The fact that the R word is permanently coming back, and it's functionally
Okay,
changed meanings
let's watch
to
the
no
original again. I'm curious. Hello. All right.
accept the fact that the R word is permanently coming back, and I think we have to accept the fact that the R word is permanently coming back, and it's functionally changed meanings to no longer directly refer to disabled people. I mean, if you think about the words idiot, imbecile, and moron, those used to be genuine medical classifications from the 1910s until the 1960s when they started to feel offensive. Then doctors switched to the R word, which also functioned as a real medical classification for about 50 years until it became too insulting, and we again had to replace it because it simply didn't serve the same scientific purpose anymore. This entire cycle is called the euphemism treadmill, and the idea is that words around sensitive topics will always grow more negative over time, making us come up with new words that will then also get negative. On the flip side, however, once we sufficiently distance a word from its historical usage, it stops taking on the same offensive power and just becomes colloquial instead. Like, very few people really use the words idiot or imbecile to overtly mock an intellectual disability anymore, and in the same way, the R word is slowly just shifting into something people say with their friends. That doesn't mean it's a good thing or that you should say the word. In fact, I think it's counterproductive to even call people idiots and morons. However, it is undeniably true that the people who are afraid to say the R word right now are going to get old and die out, while younger generations keep saying it with no knowledge of where it came from. The real problem is why the euphemism treadmill exists in the first place, because unless we communicate with kindness and intentionality, we'll always keep making new words offensive. I think we have to accept the fact that the R word...
Okay, I see the dilemma with his video. It just needed 30 more seconds to explain why he made the video, because I don't understand. Is he making a prescription, a call out, a reminder? I think it's just confusing about why you made the video. right? Like, why did you make the video? Why'd you make the video? Why'd you make the video? Why did he make the video? Yeah, I think it's a badly made video. And I think he could have a really good point here about getting ready and preparing. I also disagree that those of us who are sensitive about it will die out and younger people won't know any better, because it's not, I don't think those young people exist yet. There's no replacement for the R word yet, right? Is there another word we're using like that is generally replacing things? Like, I don't think we're there yet. Like, I think it's not even Gen Alpha. It's going to be Gen Beta probably. Maybe Gen, whatever's after Gen Beta. I think maybe they won't have much of a connection, but I just don't think we're there yet. I think he's way too ahead of his time. It doesn't make sense. You know what I mean? Chad said young people were using brain dead. What happened? Well, those are all, a lot of these words also came out of Reddit. I feel like a lot of these ableist words directly came out of Reddit to be edgy as well. And it became amplified, like brain dead, schizo. Hold on. What's the one? What's the one that even I catch myself going, uh-oh, I listen to Gamer Boys too much. Fuck. What's the word? There's a word that they use that's kind of like brain dead. Oh, I can't think of it. See, this because it's not part of my vocabulary, I think. But I try smooth brained. No. Oh my God. Brain rot. Oh, brain rot. No, there's another one. Is it a D word? Is it a D word? Maybe. It's the one that people get banned for on Twitch. Like, I don't think you can say it on Twitch. You know what? Fuck it. You know, but there's a word, okay? It's there. Let's see. I just want to make sure I cover. Let's see. I saw a comment. Let me see. Let me see. Hold on. I saw my name. I saw my name, and I want to make sure. It says, but Brittany calls both R word and bitch slurs. Hold on. We don't use the R word here. And then bitch slurs, I'm a woman. So if I use the word bitch, and the only reason I had to ban it, I loosely banned it, by the way. I only loosely banned it was because too many men were coming into my chat when I would cover red pill stuff and just be like, bitch, 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 bitch. And I was like, okay, hello. And like some people would be using it as an insult, like you dumb bitch. And I'm like, okay, hold up, guys, wait. So when I use the word bitch, yes, it's a part of my vocabulary. And when certain people use it, I go, oh, okay. Like any other word that, you know, we're using, you know. So I just want to make sure. You said, I know I was okay, no, I know I was making a separate point, not criticizing your use of bitch. Okay. Yeah, degenerate. Inbred's another one. I don't think you should say that. It annoys me that Hassan uses so much ableist language, like so much inappropriate language, that he's a part of that leftist bubble as well, where like they're not really, you guys can't keep saying same words but using different words. Do you know what I'm saying? Like even this last guy who said like, oh, all these incest babies, You know, you need to chill out on the incest baby insult as well, because that's really fucked up. Like, there are whole populations on the planet that are suffering from the way that their ancestors and family members congregated together to create and bring people into existence. Like, again, you're using shaming tactics. And though I understand why it's funny, or I understand why, you know, you're saying these, I get it, but also like, damn, bro, like we can't even talk about things without people getting so fucking weird around it, or like assuming, oh, it says everything about your whole life. And now it's a competition for like, who made you? What were your parents' genetics? And now you're just moving into now you're just, you know, my eugenics, right? Now you're just moving into eugenics. Like, oh, the perfect, like, oh, DNA, like, oh, genetics, like, oh my God, like it's too much. I'm not saying degen is bad, by the way. Chat says, what's wrong with degenerate? I'm not saying degenerate is bad. I was talking out loud, like, what's the word I'm looking for? I don't think it's degen. I think is it inbred? Is that the word? There was like a word that they used. Oh, if it ever comes to mind, we can talk about it. But yeah, like I think, again, yeah, no. Chat says, do you mean like synonyms? Like don't use words that are slur adjacent to replace the slur. Like don't stop saying the R word on stream and then call people autistic instead. you know? And so when I ask people, because, you know, when I ask people like, oh, are you autistic? I mean, literally, are you autistic? Because I'm trying to say, should I change the way that I'm talking so you understand me better? Because autistic people, we tend to communicate differently, right? But when other men, when streamers stream, they go, oh, what are you, autistic? What are you, fucking autistic, bro? Are you an autist, bro? Like, it's literally, it's a replacement to say, oh, I don't say the slur anymore, but I'm asking if you're autistic. You ride the short bus, bro? You know? I don't know. Although, also, guys, I love that you're helping me trying to remember this word, and now my whole chat is just a bunch of fucking... oh my God. This is gonna look really weird on the rewatch. You know what I mean? The whole chat is just like... I appreciate you trying to help me figure out the word. It's okay. It's funny. It's funny. Okay. Anyways, with all this said, I hope this creator takes a few days off to consider what he created and maybe come up with a better way to communicate it, because I think there was a lot of potential here. This isn't the take is the 2,000 likes on his video. Terrible take. He's describing what's happening, not his opinion. Well, and I also think this is going to play into the work that I do. I do agree with that as well. The problem is I think he used the word I think he said, I think we need to accept, which then implies it's his opinion. This will come up for my stream today. I will be making vegan arguments. Remember that I'm not a vegan, so I'm not making, you know, I'm very in the vegan bubble right now. I'm trying to figure it out. And sometimes on stream, when I ask questions, I'm not advocating for my own opinion. I'm just asking us to explore the concept. This is a philosophy channel, right? So with that said, let's close this chapter on exploring words and just remember that words mean things and words mean nothing. They're constructs. They're agreed upon meanings. And, you know, learning to use words correctly, it's trial and error. And, you know, just to relate it to the fact that, like, you know, even yesterday I was learning, I was doing my Croatian lesson, and it was like differences of words for, like, thank you very much. And like how a different word can mean beautiful or it can mean much, and how it can mean the same thing. And if you use this word here or this word with this person, it's offensive, or, oh, you're speaking very formal. I tried to say something to my father-in-law as a thank you, and it was like insulting because I didn't use the proper elder word. I don't remember. He's an elder, and I didn't use the elder speak. So I actually ended up like more insulting than a proper thank you. So like, it's a trial and error thing, but if people know you're learning, it's different than people who say like, oh, you like, and he was not offended. Okay. It wasn't like he was, my partner explained that like, oh, you technically were like, that's technically not what you say there. And I was like, fuck. But like, okay. So like, you know, again, with this whole conversation, if we are open to teaching and if we're open to exploring, then it becomes about communicating what you really intend. So, okay, that's how I want to wrap this up. What do you really intend to say? And do you feel like you conveyed it? Because, you know, I look at my work like that too, where I want to convey to you more than I want to convey to the person I'm reviewing. So I keep that in mind. And then sometimes if I make a video thinking this person might see it, maybe I'll switch up my language to say I want to convey to the person I'm reviewing, and my audience, I trust that they'll follow me. But most of the time when I make content, I'm trying to communicate to you my yes beliefs, and yes, how my brain works, and especially what I think is right or wrong. Okay, without making a prescription, right? Okay. All right, let's go ahead and end that segment. I'll pee, I'll come back, because girl, I drank all that coffee this morning. I drank all this coffee. Okay, sorry. Chat, some people said my singing genuinely triggers them, and honestly, autistic to autistic, I respect you, okay? I will. Honestly, it's not professional, and as much as it's fun, I don't want to kick out people with sensory issues. I want you to all be able to be here, okay? Discord said, is using the R word really comparable to using the word blind? I've never seen it that way. It's more of an adjective than a slur to me. It's actually really weird when people avoid using it because it feels like I'm not being seen, but I do recognize people use it as an insult sometimes. Like, oh, what are you, blind? Like that? Like you mean when people are like, oh my God, what are you, blind? Yeah, like, what are you, blind? Oh yeah, is that what you mean? Are you blind? Yeah. Something to think about. Thank you for sharing. Let's see. Chat says, wait, we get a warning or something, I'm a little singy. I like the little singy song stuff. I'm not going to remember that. It's too much of a stim. Like my partner will literally walk into a room and be like, hey, do you know you've been stimming the same 2 words for the last 30 minutes? I'm like, I had not realized. Because I don't hear it. So, you know, but it's okay. No problem. Like I genuinely, I take it all into consideration. Remember, I'm at work, right? Remember, I'm at work. You know, it's okay. I'm at work. I'm doing a job, you know? Let me see. Chat says in Australia, disabled people use the same bus as anyone else. They have disabled and elderly accessible seats in Australia. You know, I wonder if that, like, do you mean for school too? Because I wonder if that makes it better. I will say, I think the reason US separates people is because you need specialized care on those buses. So then specialized caretakers. And I wonder if that's a part of it though, you know? I don't know, something like that. Interesting, but something to think about, you know? Desiree said, and you didn't know you were autistic? Listen. To be fair, my partner was pretty sure I was autistic before I was sure, you know? Let's see. Chat says, I hope you covered their standing on overconsumption because way too many vegans I've seen are very unserious. I'll cover whatever you guys want to cover. Let's go ahead and take a 2-minute break. When I get back, let's talk about veganism and ethics once again and talk about activism. Because my Discord and I have been going back and forth about like activism, intersectionality. Why do vegans, especially white vegans, seem to just, you know what I mean? Like, what is that? Why are they that way? You know? I'll be right back. We'll talk about it. It'll be good. It'll be great. Great. I have a lot of TikToks to show you. A lot of videos. All right. Pausing music at 1, 2, and 3. Okay. So I want to talk about veganism again, and probably for a while. It's interesting, and I honestly, I'm so like in this bubble right now that I'm just like, I'm like this. Okay, so few things to think about. One, there has already been discourse, yes, on the YouTube channel, but also on the Discord. So if anyone like wants to bring certain conversations back into the forefront, we can do that. We also, because we're not all on the same page, because some of us have been discussing the Discord and some of us are here, there might be a lull in information between the two communities. So we're going to have to figure out how to bridge that while we have this conversation. So if you want to ask questions again, if we want to go over questions I haven't gone over, I'm going to try to kind of have this conversation as if we haven't had it. The Discord went crazy last time. We really typed. Okay, so sometimes it's hard to act like, I just don't want the YouTube community to feel like, oh, I don't know what's going on. When did you guys even talk about this? So over in the Discord, we've, over the last 24 hours, talked about marginalization, vegans and their role in community, if they're being targeted by big business or government, are they a community that needs to be protected? Are they having a spiritual relationship with their veganism? Or is it more like activism, which is more like defending a vulnerable community and being the vessel for that defense? Think about bullying, the way the community is targeted. Think about how hated vegans are in general. And then think about your own relationship with veganism. So when I think about veganism, and I get this question from a lot of people who say like, why aren't you vegan? Why aren't you vegan? For Brittany, personally, I'm still, one, confused about what veganism is. Because it seems like veganism, much like any community, is diverse and lots of people are vegan in different ways. And it really depends on what kind of vegan you mean. It's so weird. I had this conversation with my partner. I am respecting the gatekeep. So I respect that vegans gatekeep veganism. I respect it. Okay. Which means I'm not just going to call myself a vegan. And also, if you weren't gatekeeping it, I would just call myself a vegan. But because there's a gatekeep for veganism, I'm not going to call myself a vegan. Does that make sense? The vegetarian would much easier identity, though incorrect, right? Because I'm plant-based. I'm not even a vegetarian. But I think there's a few reasons why I'm respecting the gatekeep. One, I think it's really important to some vegans. Like, it really is very sacred to them, so I want to respect that. Two, it's a little too sacred for some of you, so then it feels like you're in a religion. I don't want to be a part of it. Three, I am a public figure, and I'm not about to use a big word to label myself, so all these other YouTubers start making content about Brittany Simon is vegan, debating Brittany Simon on veganism, because I don't know about you, I still have to live in this body on this platform. And I know that once you identify as something, you know, it's a big deal. Note that I've never made a coming out video about being gender fluid. Note that I barely make autistic content. Note that I'm very specific about what I do here on the internet, because I don't need certain parts of my journey to be a part of the brand, even though I'm happy to discuss it. You saw with Alex O'Connor as an example of somebody who's in the philosophy space, started identifying as vegan, then started going on debate panels about being vegan. Then when he came off of being vegan, then all those people made videos about him and said, oh, he's philosophically flawed, even though he says veganism is right. He's philosophically flawed, and so is veganism. Because see, even Alex O'Connor, the philosopher, couldn't stay vegan, right? So then there's like that part of it, okay? And we know veganism isn't a diet. We know veganism isn't about people. It's about animals having a right to their life. Non-human animals are entitled to their life, okay? That they are sentient, okay? And they're entitled to that sentient life, okay? To enjoy that life, right? And then, okay, there's like, oh, I'm out of breath, bro. I'm so disabled. Literally walked from here to the other side of the apartment, walked around a few times looking for my partner, realized they were out of the house, and came and sat back down, and I am completely out of breath. Holy shit. And then I started monologuing. Hold on, I gotta breathe for a second. Okay. Damn, bro. That's crazy. Let's drink some water. Oh my God. Don't get COVID, bros. I swear, I've been downhill since COVID. Ooh. Brother. Okay. So let me show you this video that I have a bunch of videos for you to watch, and really none of it's in any order. Oh, I guess I should tell you this before I go on. I was in Elle's chat this morning, Elle the vegan, and I don't want to speak for Elle, but I do think that based off of what she said, I think it's a struggle for a lot of vegans to talk about anything but vegan-centered things, for a lot of personal reasons as well. She's also gay. She doesn't make gay content. You know what I mean? She talks about it, but she's not an LGBT activist, right? She's a vegan activist, right? So it is interesting. So I was in her chat, and I swear to God, look at this. I wanted to ask her about intersectional vegans, and before I even got a chance, somebody else was in chat asking the same fucking question. I was like, oh my God. And then Elle kind of responded with a focus on veganism. Like, I don't want to talk about anything else. And then I said, oh, wait, I'm actually curious about intersectional vegan. And I was kind of hoping you had recommendations for some. And also, I don't know what the chat rules are here, so I don't mean to be rude, right? Because I don't want to be rude. And Elle explained, and I think it's probably frustrating for some vegans because they feel like their focus is very clear. And yet the point of intersectionality is to say that I am aware that my problem is connected to all these other problems. So working on all of these problems is preferable. And we can't all work on every problem. So we have to like highlight veganism as our focus, let's say. I'm not speaking for myself, I'm giving you the argument that maybe as an intersectional vegan, you would fight primarily for veganism, and then you would fight alongside and pull everybody up. Like, what is your primary intersection is the question. So if you're an intersectional feminist, you know, maybe your focus will be on women, all women, okay? All women. Maybe if you're an intersectional environmentalist, your focus will be on environmental and intersection, because the environment impacts minority communities, all this stuff. Okay. Then it's like, okay, what's your primary, intersection? I always say I'm an intersectional feminist, probably an intersectional gender deconstructionist probably is my most focused on, maybe in somewhere there. But I would say that, you know, it really depends on how you're viewing it. But I do think there is like a backlash from vegans that I see where it feels like they're annoyed that they have to talk about people. But then as my Discord was pointing out, that the best way to move veganism forward is to make it intersectional. So it's interesting that we don't have more options about it, but I think that's cultural, which is why I asked the question if they're marginalized, though that's not technically true because we don't know that the government or the system itself is targeting vegans, though we do know the meat industry is. We know the meat industry is, okay, through policy and legislation. So we know that's true, but it's not necessarily the government, it's big business. So there's something there. But when a vegan is a vegan, when someone finds out you're a vegan, the bullying ensues, the alienation ensues, there's just so much that happens when someone finds out you're vegan. So there's layers to this that I think is interesting. Okay. And then of course, just before I show you this next video, there's a conversation we were having in the Discord about whether or not veganism is like a spiritual practice. Because when I think about veganism for myself, I think it might be probably closer to that than an ethical stance. Because when I say spiritual, I mean a profound realization that non-human animals are entitled to their life. That feels very spiritual to me. To be like, do non-human animals deserve life? Like, that feels deeply profound to me to think that that might be true. And if that is true, that fundamentally changes everything I know about being a person, just like any big spiritual realization would make me realize. So then I think, okay, so that must be, but that's not why vegans are necessarily vegan, right? Like, I think that might be my journey. I don't know. And that would be a huge deal. That would be a very big deal for me because it would be like a real, like, oh, like that's a very, you know, so again, when we have this conversation about veganism, I don't know why everyone is vegan, but it doesn't seem to always be the same answer, you know? Okay, so example of a video that has stayed with me since 2024. This is a Big Brother vegetarian housemate, Sarah, has a meltdown after eating a meat sandwich. Notice that they said a meltdown. So already discrimination and or bullying. Whatever you want to call it, they've now titled her thing as a meltdown. But if she was a spiritual practitioner, if she was a Muslim eating bacon, if she was any kind of insert religious group here, if she was a Catholic and it was Friday during Lent, you know, they would say, oh my God, this is like their religious belief. And yes, there would be people bullying them, but hopefully it wouldn't be, well, the Sun's kind of trash, but maybe it wouldn't be the article, right? But if the article is calling it a meltdown, then there's a derogatory word being used, right? Okay. From my understanding, Chet said they tricked her. From my understanding of the story, they had options of sandwiches and she thought she grabbed the vegetarian one and then realized she didn't. So it was a mistake, but here's the video.
Like normally I'll eat like a protein, set amount of carbs, set amount of fat. What? What?
Oh my God, I've eaten that sandwich.
Probably vegan.
Oh my God, no. I didn't meat in it. We got confused and I didn't want my egg sandwich and Dean gave me his and he was like, oh, it's just cheese. And like, it tasted weird, but I knew it was like, I thought it was like gluten-free bread or dairy-free and I thought it was like cheese and tomato. I didn't even taste anything, but then I opened the second one, it was salami in it. I'm not even that upset about eating it, I'm just more embarrassed and I feel like if people watch this, they're gonna think like, oh, shit. Meat sandwich and she couldn't even tell.
People were really cruel to her, right? They were like, oh, looks like she liked it. Oh, she's in denial. She wants to eat dead animal. People were like, oh, like you couldn't even tell the difference. And then people were like, hold on. I gotta watch it again to remember.
Like normally I'll eat like a protein, set amount of carbs.
I feel like if people watch this, they're gonna think like, oh shit, salami in it. I'm not even that upset about eating it.
Oh, that one.
I'm just more embarrassed, and I feel like
there's like an embarrassment. There's like a it's crashing down. It's crashing down. That feeling of crashing down is not to be ignored. So then people were like, oh, people were saying there are literally people starving around the world and you're fucking complaining about eating a meat sandwich. But see how that doesn't really deeply understand her perspective then? Like you can't go to people who have spiritual practices or philosophical practices and say, you know, people are suffering around the world and you're going to sit there and deny it, which is, by the way, I've heard this about capitalism. I've heard people say something, I'm going to make up a story, but something adjacent to this story, something like, you live in such a privileged world, order delivery from Amazon because there are people in the world who don't have it. Yeah, I'm not going to take advantage of Amazon and use it, even though I know it's, you know what I mean? Just because other people don't have it, but I kind of get it. I do kind of get it. It's like a practice of gratitude, but it's kind of twisted because doing something wrong in order to make your life more convenient because other people don't have it isn't quite, you know what I mean? It's almost similar to, oh, you should cheat. Everybody else is cheating. No? You know, like, no? You know, so yeah, she felt, I think the problem is like vegan vegetarians understand that they will accidentally sometimes eat meat or accidentally eat something with something that's not vegan or sometimes buy vegan makeup. They don't come crashing down, though they can, because it's very emotional, especially if you haven't had meat in a long time, you can get physically sick. There's a lot of layers to it. But I think it's the reality that they know they're going to be pulled apart and torn apart. Like people are going to, and she's on TV, and people are going to rip her apart and they're going to say, you're such a bad example for the vegan community, the vegetarian community. Like, I think that's the problem, is that we cannot act like being vegan happens in a vacuum when people get so violent towards vegans. So vegans might not be a marginalized community in the terms that the government has a system against them, but it is obvious that the world just feels a need so justified in going after them. The question is like, why? See, this is what always makes me curious about groups. Okay, same with Muslims. I'm anti-patriarchy, but the moment white men go after Muslim communities, atheist white men, it makes me be very defensive of Muslims. Because I'm like, why are you punching down so hard on a community? Like, what is your problem? Right? And so like, that's the part that gets me like, because I always want to defend like, oh, are you bullying people? Are you bullying? Why are you bullying people? Wait, why are we bullying people? Because like, you know, okay, now I tried to find, I'm gonna have to mute it. Well, maybe I can unmute it. That has a copyrighted song in this. I tried to find the full clip of this video and I have not been able to find it anywhere, though there are articles, there's references, there's this clip, but it feels like it got scraped off the internet somehow. It says Gordon Ramsay scammed this vegan into eating meat. I believe he was a vegetarian. I believe that Gordon at first says he didn't know it was there and then later says, oh, I converted him. But basically it's a pizza and at the bottom of the pizza under the cheese, there's meat. And Gordon thinks it's like funny.
Scammed this vegan into eating meat. Underneath that, it's Parma ham. That was me. Gordon invited.
Okay, so I don't want to play too much for the copyright song. I can't find the full regular clip unedited. So I don't know why that is, but this kind of stuff stays with me. Like, why is this happening? Okay, here's an article from Mashed. After a vegetarian dinner ate some pizza, Gordon Ramsay dropped the bomb. As the Mirror notes, Ramsay told him, unfortunately, the pizza has got a lot of mozzarella and tomatoes, but underneath all that is Parma ham. Ramsay dismissed the guy's concerns when he expressed his disapproval and basically mocked him as he walked away. He even asked if he wanted to have some more pizza. Many viewers were upset at Ramsay's actions. The spokesperson for Channel 4 tried to do some damage control, saying, we believe this was a genuine mistake and that Gordon Ramsay did not deliberately set out to give meat to a vegetarian. Ramsay seems to change a bit since then, though. In March 2021, he even shared a vegan steak recipe with his fans on Instagram, which is true. Like, over the years, he has been more open to vegetarian meals and stuff. But still, why does this happen? Okay. And by the way, Gordon is not outside of a vegan drama, right? Look at this, him and the vegan teacher, who, by the way, is trash. Okay.
Eating animals is wrong, Gordon Ramsay. Hurting animals is wrong, Gordon Ramsay. Share this song. And if you call me a donut, that's fine.
Vegan donut.
You're vegan from now on.
Okay, so the vegan teacher is a disgusting person. Okay, so I just want to make that really, really clear. Like, the vegan teacher, did I call her the vegan donut? The vegan teacher is a horrible person. Okay.
Pride Month is just around the corner.
Right, but let me show you this just for context. And I'm not saying he can't make a video about the vegan teacher, but he has 40 million followers on TikTok, right? So when a guy with $40 million, oh my God, Brittany, 40 million viewers on TikTok makes a video about you and you make a video about them and you go back and forth, it's sending a general message to your general population, like your general viewer base. Now, just to be clear, I hate the vegan teacher. So, and by hate, I'm sorry, I hate her idea. Let me rephrase. I don't know this woman and I blocked her from my chat. I blocked her from my other channel where she commented. I dislike the amount of, I'm a little tired today, sorry. I think she's racist. I think she's selfish. I think at the expense of marginalized communities, she is willing to use them, mock them, use their likeness, language that's offensive to them. I think she is homophobic. I think she's unnecessarily hateful. And I just don't like it. Okay, so before I show you those videos.
Some of y'all are not gonna like this one, but genuinely,
white people
have more empathy for animals than they do people of color.
Okay, now, this is because not all vegans like human beings. Some vegans hate humans, and that's why they take care of animals. But humans who also hate animals also hate humans. So I don't think vegans are unique in this hatred of humanity. I mean, obviously, there's a genocide being committed. There are multiple genocides being committed, right? So I do think it's true that there are some white vegans on the internet that do push black and brown vegans away, but black and brown vegans exist, indigenous vegans exist. So also, though white people have a monopoly on veganism, they are not the only vegans on the planet. Because I do think white vegans might start to think that they invented veganism or something, because a white vegan technically coined the term, but veganism has existed culturally around the world before this 1970s term came into fruition. Okay? Here's the reason why I don't like the vegan teacher.
Hey. For fun, I went to your profile and noticed that you have dark skin. Maybe you call yourself black.
Okay, the comment said, want anything from KFC? Like, you want some dead animal, you know?
Do you know what I did when George Floyd died? I bawled my eyes out. I cried like crazy. Do you know how many Black Lives Matter protests I've been to? Do you know how your ancestors were treated? Enslaved, raped, and murdered? Do you not know what they do to the animals right now in the industry? It would be great, even if you're not saving the animals, and if you don't give a shit about anyone but yourself, you at least don't make it worse for people like me.
Oh, okay, hold on. If you don't make it worse for people like me.
Who are trying.
Okay.
Is I think the N-word, it should be reclaimed by dark-skinned people. They should start to use it with each other, and everybody else should be starting to use it. And
oh, guys, huge trigger warning for what's coming.
Change it around. Instead of making it an insult, make it a compliment. So how do you do that? Is you start using it as an acronym.
Okay, look, trigger warning.
At this beautiful child. Beautiful eyes. Beautiful smile. Beautiful curly hair. Beautiful skin. Look how adorable she is. What do you think about the idea of banning cruelty, but not words? Can you think of some words right now that are banned? What are they? What are some of the words that you're never allowed to write? And how did we get this way in society? Is banning words a good idea? When does it end? If we say we can't say the N-word, but then people ban even saying the N-word, then the N-word becomes the X-N-word, the N-word that used to be the other N-word. And it never ends. It just goes on and on and on. What about other words? The F word, the C word, the R word, the S word. When does it end when we start banning language? Is it a good idea, really? Or is it better to just reclaim words that have hurt us? Just not let them have any power. Does this girl seem to you like she might be naturally intelligent, gorgeous, generous, exemplary, and radiant? She looks like she could be that to me.
Brother in Christ. Brother in literal Christ. Yeah, vegans gotta get better branding, because the fuck is this? You know what I mean? So obviously, if you're not interacting with your veganism through an intersectional lens, you are suspect. You are suspect. You know what I'm saying? What is this? Okay, so scrolling up, I got a super chat. Let me see. Rise again, thank you. Said, how many is she, BLM platinum or gold? Literally, she's like, I've been to so many BLM protests. Also, let's say the N-word together. And I'm like, whoa. And I like how somebody in chat said, final white woman boss. Like, literally, this is what and why people are frustrated with vegans. Now, to be fair, the vegan teacher is infamously disliked. Very, very disliked, okay? Let me show you a black vegan who's also infamously disliked. And also, when he came into my chat, I said, get the fuck out of my chat. I'm never talking to you. And that is Vegan Gains. Not to be mistaken with Vegan Gaze, L's channel. This is Vegan Gains, because he works out. He's also autistic, I believe. He's come out. And he also was infamously known for recording his dying grandfather and telling him he deserved to die because of the way he ate animals, because that's what caused his heart attack. Okay? It's vegan gaze, like G-A-Z-E, not gaze like G-A-Y-S, though we wish. Okay? So, again, okay? But listen to his view on intersectionality and veganism.
A few days ago, I attended VED Talks where I gave a speech, and for those of you who don't know, VED Talks, it's basically the same thing as TED Talks. It's the same idea. The only difference is with VED Talks, the speakers are talking about issues directly related to veganism and vegan activism, and I gave a speech about how I believe intersectional activists are harming the vegan movement and vegan activism, and I actually mentioned a particular intersectional activist who is causing issues in the vegan community, and that would be Darren Chang.
Okay, pause. Does anybody have any information on Darren? Because this is the only fucking video I could find about him. And it was 9 years ago. I looked on TikTok. I looked all over the internet. I just don't understand who he is or why he's so hated. Okay, and just to get a little snippet of him.
It was a slow process, and for me it was definitely a matter of convenience because I was one of those passive vegans that's really trying to be accommodating to all my friends. So when we go out to eat, I didn't want to come across as like being, you know, a nuisance. It's actually really difficult. I think it would be a little bit dishonest to just say like, you know what, everybody who really care about animals should just be more committed and like make time, you know, for your activism. But the reality is, you know, people have all sorts of struggles they face in their daily lives, whether it's childcare, you know, working, getting a job, going to school. People are just busy all the time, and you know, we all do what we can. So to be quite honest, I would say I'm not sure like why I just wanted to spend most of my time doing animal advocacy. Like, where did all this time come from? I would certainly say it's partly because I'm privileged. I'm relatively more privileged than a lot of people who don't have the time and resources and energy to do activism. And I wanted to use that privilege to, you know.
So obviously, I could, let's say people say, Brittany, why don't you become a vegan? If you're materially basically a vegan. I say basically. Okay. Well, I could become a vegan, and I could be a vegan that fights with other vegans. Absolutely. I could start arguing with vegans. And look, I might one day. That might be what I do, right? Maybe I would say, no, veganism is correct, and we have to be intersectional about it, and we have to think about how to get people towards veganism. Now, the dilemma is, to the vegan, okay, this is my assessment of why there's a discrepancy in the vegan thought process. And chat kind of brought it up a second ago. Two vegans that hold a gatekeeping version of vegan, that's important. Always vegan, no excuses vegan. It's like saying you're anti-racist but still being racist. It's like saying you're anti-homophobia but still engaging in homophobia. It's also similar to trying to be nice to a transphobe until they're not transphobic anymore. And vegans at some point are like, no, we're not going to play with you. You're killing billions of lives. We're not going to like make you feel better about it. That's what you're doing. You're fucked up, right? So then there's that kind of like version of it that is like, to be fair to them, yeah, if they're really having that embodied experience that like you're literally killing like non-vegans have that reaction to seeing animals killed in a way they don't like. Now imagine you're a vegan and you think all animals deserve that respect, right? Why are you freaking out watching a woman throw puppies into rivers or watching a person stab a dog and skin it to, you know, why do you care that people eat dogs in different countries, right? And then you wonder why a vegan would feel that way about saying any animal cruelty, and then you make fun of them for it, right? Now, I understand, though, when we do activism, which is separate from veganism. So veganism is a philosophical framework. It's a belief centered around the sentient animals having rights, right to their lives. When you are a vegan, that has nothing to do with being an activist. Vegan is a philosophy for the individual, and then you can be a vegan activist, which is what Darren's thing is here. Darren is a vegan activist, as is Vegan Gains. He does a debate for veganism. He's very extreme, and I don't like his content, okay? They do it differently for different goals. Vegan Gains is considered pretty extreme, and even though his belief is centered around or is similar to other people's, his methods are considered pretty extreme. Okay, Darren seems to be saying, because of childcare, because of the economy, because of the intersections. You can't expect people to go vegan overnight. They have to get there. That is activism. Activism is saying, I cannot advocate for perfection overnight. I have to move people in a direction. But that also pisses off leftists who hate when people play nice with Democrats, because it's like, why am I playing nice with the genocidal backer? Okay, Kamala Harris said if she's president, she guarantees she'll have the most ruthless military in the world. Okay, hello? So I get it though. Now, some people are like, why are you even voting for her? Even if she's the lesser of two evils. Now, okay, that's the difference between all of our communities. So you have to ask yourself, are you a person who's going to demand the correct answer no matter what? Or are you the person who's going to like make room for people to quote change over time? Now, listen, think about your personal life with your parents. My parents are a great example. I spent the last 30 something years of my life, okay, going from I'm never fucking talking to you again to being like, okay, I'm going to talk to you and I'm going to work with you lovingly and slowly explain to you why you shouldn't be bigoted. To come to the realization that like, okay, now I respect the fact that you're too old. This is your decision. And I don't want to be around bigoted people, even if they're my parents. I used to say I'm willing to be around bigoted people because I love them. And now I say I'm willing to be around people. And if they're bigoted, we're going to have an open with boundary relationship. So the way we interact will be limited. Same thing with vegans. You might be on a vegan journey that says, yeah, I'll eat at a restaurant where they slaughter animals. And someone might say, I'm not eating at a restaurant where there's animal flesh in the trash can. Okay. Everybody has a different bubble or a different lane they stay in. But the question is, which one are you in? Okay. So just because you're vegan does not mean you're an intersectional thinker. Just because you're vegan doesn't mean it was a spiritual experience. Just because you're vegan doesn't mean you're an activist. Just because you're vegan is individual to individual, obviously. Same, like, because I wouldn't even know, like, I would just, what do you mean veganism? Like, what does it mean to you, right? Okay. So going back to this video.
Some of you may remember Darren Chang as the guy who got me banned from speaking at the Toronto Vegetarian Association event this past summer.
So Darren says that awkward moment when somehow Richard Bergs, aka Vegan Gains, who has some of the most oppressive garbage politics, got invited to vegan influencers panel at Veg Food Fest, then decided to publicly and disruptively shame a Veg Food Fest organizer during Q&A on a separate panel for having been vegetarian for 5 years and not yet vegan, by repeatedly accusing her of participating in the rape and torture of animals while organizers and security guards tried to remove him. This is what happens when the movement as a whole continues to uphold trash while refusing to listen or actively silences critical intersectional perspectives. So Vegan Gains is like even to I think Ed the Earthling would be considered like his tactics are too much. Okay, like too much. And I would say, though, there are lots of vegans on the internet that are very similar to Vegan Gains. So if Vegan Gains is the extreme, then there's something of a spectrum happening, okay?
Because he spread a number of lies about me. Now, not too many people know about Darren Chang, so I thought it was important that if I were to share the speech online on my YouTube channel, that I provide some added context during my speech, because again, not too many people know about Darren Chang. So what you're about to see is the speech I gave at the VED Talks event, and whenever I mention Darren Chang, I'm just going to stop the video and give a little bit more explanation just for people who don't know much about Darren Chang and need some added context.
So I have a question for all of you. When you take your dog to a park, and, just to get it some exercise, get your dog some fun. Do any of you get triggered when someone assumes your dog's gender? And I'm sure some of you are fans of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. When someone tells you they didn't really like the Black Panther movies, do you accuse them of being racist? And last question, do any of you avoid eating nuts? Not because you're allergic, but because you don't want to culturally appropriate squirrels? So obviously I'm being, a bit facetious here, I'm joking, exaggerating a bit, but you might have heard some similar things from intersectional activists. And besides being a little crazy and annoying, I'd say intersectionality is the biggest issue facing veganism, and I'd argue it's actually a bigger issue than things like ag-gag laws and just asshole cops. So first of all, what is intersectionality? Well, intersectionality is a concept that was created by a feminist scholar named Kimberly Williams Crenshaw. She had the idea that different forms of discrimination can combine to create even more harm against marginalized groups of people. This idea of intersectionality, as Kimberly Williams Crenshaw imagined it, focused on black women, but it's been applied to all sorts of different groups. So, for example, a black woman might experience both sexism and racism, and when trying to help marginalized groups of people like this, you do have to identify these different forms of discrimination and oppression in order to achieve equality. Now, I don't have...
I mean, technically, he's okay. Listen to this though. Chat says, my brain is still having trouble comprehending veganism, not allowing for intersectionality. You've gone so far as to deconstruct a hierarchy of humans and other animals, but you can't deconstruct other. Okay, so here's the thing though. I'm not convinced vegans have. So this is the conversation I was having on the Discord. So there's multiple ways to think about vegans, okay? Are vegans vessels for protecting marginalized communities, or are they the marginalized community? Are they the one who's weird, or are they fighting for the people that are discriminated against, right? Like, are they weird for fighting for vulnerable lives, and that's why people hate them? Or do people hate them because they think vegans are a thing to hate? Do you know what I'm saying? So like, I don't think vegans have necessarily deconstructed much to have to be vegan. I think sometimes they just become vegan because they're icked out by eating animals. They're just like, ew, I'm not going to eat a chicken. I'm not going to eat a dog. So why would I eat anything else? I don't think they're really deconstructing much more than that. Which is why it's confusing for a lot of us that are leftists to be like, hey, why aren't you also anti-capitalist? Because vegans don't have to be anti-capitalist, right? Let me show you this video really fast. Let me see. I think it's this one. Yeah, look at this one from the Unnatural Vegan, who I also don't like.
I do think that anti-capitalist sentiment is inherently anti-vegan. A couple months ago,
Did you hear that? Did you hear this, white lady?
I do think that anti-capitalist sentiment is inherently anti-vegan.
Anti-capitalist sentiment is inherently anti-vegan. So again, veganism does not mean you're a leftist, right? And chat said, if I became vegan, it will be because I never stopped deconstructing hierarchies, right? Or do you mean I never stopped deconstructing hierarchies? Exactly. If I became vegan, it would be because I was having like a spiritual embodied realization about the quality and valued life of the sentient being. So now I'm even more confused, right? Wait. So like, hold on. Okay, watch.
A couple months ago, I did a Q&A, and one of the questions was about my political ideology, and I was asked if I considered myself neoliberal, and I said, yeah, I would consider myself neoliberal. And then I kind of gave a little bit more detail, expanded on that a bit in a follow-up Q&A, because the comments on the first one, people were kind of mad at me. It ranged from people confusing neoliberalism and libertarianism, they're not the same thing, to kind of like you're dead to me type comments for not opposing capitalism, even equating it to fascism, even saying that it was inconsistent with veganism. So I wanted to address it, the kind of extreme anti-capitalist sentiment and how that relates to veganism. Shouldn't be controversial. For those who don't know, neoliberal is like your typical left-leaning social progressive, but also being generally pro-free market with few restrictions on a lot of industries like housing, but also very pro-welfare state, as libertarians would say. Neoliberals want a substantial safety net, often even supporting public options like healthcare, for instance. Not all neoliberals do. Of course, there's going to be disagreement.
Okay, this is why, again, is your veganism political? Is your veganism religious? Is your veganism spiritual? Is your veganism philosophical? And this is why I say it depends on why you're vegan, which is why when people say, why aren't you vegan? It's more like, why am I vegan? Why would I be vegan? Right? So the fact that like you have a capitalist vegan, an anti-intersectional vegan, like, yeah, chat says, wait, she's a neoliberal. Yeah, she identifies as a neoliberal. Oh!
When the private options aren't serving the public. Conservatives often accuse neoliberals of being socialists because they accuse everyone of being socialist, advocating for higher taxation, welfare. But ultimately, the wealth in society that funds that welfare is generated by capitalist mechanisms. Same is the case in, what people call European socialism, which isn't really socialism by definition. Still relies on profit motive, still has private ownership, even if a few select industries are publicly owned. Since socialism is commonly defined as like a transitional state to communism being the goal, I'm going to focus on communism here. So why are neoliberals generally pro-free market and anti-communism is the question.
Okay, girl. Now, chat, I know some of you have been in my chat for a while, right? Are you asking me why I'm not vegan? Because I feel like I answer this so often that now my own viewers are answering it for me in the chat. Like, have you never seen me talk about it? Are you asking because you never understood me say it before? I just feel like I say it all of the time. And so I just want to know, are you literally new? Have you never seen a stream before? Is this your first time watching? Are you asking the general you, or are you asking me, Brittany? Okay, let me know, because sometimes I feel like I'm repeating myself so much, people are going to get fucking bored. You know what I mean? But like, also, it is interesting why certain people aren't vegan. As an example, before we go back to vegan gains, this is Maya. Maya is one of the largest animal activists on YouTube. Maya is a very famous streamer. She's friends with a lot of big streamers. She just did a TED Talk on not veganism, on animals. And this is her response to, are you vegan?
Are you vegetarian? I don't eat a lot of meat. I eat meat sometimes, but not often. I think one of the things that holds people back from reducing their meat consumption and reducing their consumption of animal products is the absolutism that comes with the labels of being vegetarian and vegan. I've heard lots of people say things like, oh, I want to go vegan so bad, but I love chocolate. Or like, I want to go vegan so bad, but cheese, you know? And it's like, that's totally fine. You can totally go vegan except you eat chocolate. Like, you can totally go vegan except you keep eating cheese. It's like having a really strict New Year's resolution. If you're like, I'm not gonna eat meat, and then the second you do, you're like, well, I'm not vegan anymore, I guess, and then you just go back to consuming the same amount. I think that's really silly. I think the best thing that we can do is all just like reduce our consumption where we can. And if for you that means like getting a vegetarian meal or like eating vegetarian at home, but when you go out to restaurants you're not it's fine. Just be like more mindful of it and try to consume less of it. Making a balanced meal without meat is kind of hard. Meat is just too good of a protein. I agree that it's hard at the beginning, but it gets really easy actually. Cottage cheese is 12 grams of protein per 1/2 cup. They make protein pastas that are made out of like garbanzo beans or chickpeas. It's really good. And then you could just eat like buttered pasta. They make excellent vegan protein powders. Nowadays, I make protein smoothie several times a week. There's lots of ways to get protein in. It's not about a select few of us being 100% better. It's about millions and millions and millions of us being a few percentage points better. Nice baby cow.
Okay. So the reason that philosophical vegans say veganism isn't a harm reduction tactic is because it isn't, versus I think what Maya is advocating for here is harm reduction. So she's not vegan. So chat says they're new and they don't know my work. Okay. So I have been plant-based for over a year. And that's because I'm on a vegan exploration journey about should I be vegan? But the dilemma is I don't understand the rules. And I'm too autistic to just label myself something without understanding it, because that would be like calling myself a Catholic without understanding the implications, right? I'm not about to get up here and talk about how I'm a part of Islam with no there's an implication there, right? And so if I get up here and call myself a vegan without fully understanding it, it feels like a huge fucking lie. And on top of that, very disrespectful to the people that are seriously vegan. So I watch a lot of vegan debates. I watch a lot of vegan creators. I watch documentaries. I've highlighted arguments on my channel. I'm just trying to figure out like, why are people vegan and like what are the rules to being vegan? Because if you go to the website, right? Like if you go to their website and the Vegan Society has all of these explanations, this is all great and everything, but it doesn't seem to quite make sense to me as like a deep understanding for why I would go vegan. But I am cruelty free as much as I can be, like, and I am not eating animal products of any kind, right? So okay, so this is a good example. To a non-vegan, I would say I was vegan. Like if a person came to me, my family calls me vegan. My family's like, oh, Brady's vegan. I'm like, whatever. You know, they're too conservative. Fine, I'm vegan. To a vegan, I would tell them I was plant-based. Because the bubble is different and the words are different. If I go to a restaurant, like I did for Mother's Day, my family, my in-laws called the restaurant and said, do you have vegan food? Because my daughter-in-law is vegan. I don't sit there and argue with them about semantics because to them it doesn't fucking matter. It's all the same fucking thing. But on the internet, where I'm a public figure, where it absolutely means something when you say you're vegan, I'm not just going to sit here and say I'm vegan. So the issue is that it's not safe to say you're vegan in a world where people are going to make 10 videos about how you're not perfectly vegan or vegan. 2, I don't want to be a vegan activist. So until I did that, I'm not going to argue about it. And more than anything, I believe you should do the right thing because you believe it's the right thing and not because people tell you to. So I think people have to unlearn a lot of the behavior and then also have to reframe and recontextualize how they value life, and that includes human life. Because the irony is we live in a world that condones rape, child marriage, racism, and genocide. So it's not like we can sit here from some moral high ground, any of us, and say like, well, I'm a better person because of this. No, we all kind of fucking suck. So I don't think any of us have the right to sit there and say, oh my God, we're all these great people. Okay, no, we all fucking suck. Okay, so, figure it out. So, okay, there's something here, right? Now, I will say this Vegan Society article does say in 2023, the prevalence of vegan and vegetarian diets in the UK is about 8%. The rise of veganism in the West has unfortunately been met with prejudice and discrimination from meat eaters, which is my point of saying vegans are kind of discriminated against, right? This may not come as a surprise. If you are vegan, you may have your own tales of degradation. In interviews, some have reported that their own diet was met with negative reactions from friends and family, resulted in breakups, led to meat forced upon them, and so on. An example is, hold on, this video here.
I feel like being vegan in 2025 is terrifying, and no one is speaking about this enough. Like, a few years ago, it was like really cool to be vegan. Everyone was a bit gassed up, but genuinely now, I feel like they all fucking hate us. Like these days, if I know I'm going out to eat with people who don't already know that I'm vegan, I am literally terrified. I've got anxiety on the way. I've got anxiety on the way to the restaurant because I know it's going to be 21 questions when I sit down and I announce everyone that I'm vegan. My food comes and it's like, why are you vegan? Like, I could never do that. If you're vegan, like, why would you want to eat vegan meat? Firstly, I don't remember asking for her opinion. 2, I'm just trying to chill my Linda McCartney's. Like, surely it makes more sense to eat these than to eat an animal that rolls around in its own shit. Like, come on now. If Johnny has 5 apples, let's put 2 and 2 together now, come on. Like, I promise you, I did not choose this lifestyle so I could be better than everyone else. Like, that's not the reason why. I just don't want to eat dead flesh. Stop asking me questions.
So there is a social component to this that makes it really hard for people. And then more than that, we have people with these, quote, hot takes that don't even consider the structural oppression that people are facing, right?
Stop cosplaying vegan food as non-vegan food.
100% agree. If you're going to be a vegan, just be a vegan.
Stop, gaslighting me into thinking that this vegan food is not actually what it is. Stop saying buffalo cauliflower wings. They're not wings. It's a plant.
Wait, they're not wings.
They're not wings.
They're nuggets.
Not even that. Stop it. That's
it's
a stretch.
It's a cauliflower nugget.
It's a cauliflower that is being in a sauce.
It's
because it costs $18. And now I'm upset. Just say what it is. Or alternative, be cute and funny. Call it or tax fraud.
Call it tax fraud?
Sure. Give it a quirky little name.
Okay, I hear this a lot from people, but that's because they're discounting the systems at play here, which is why I say veganism is under attack by systems, but it might not be government systems, but it is meat industry systems. So the meat industry is working their hardest to put billions of dollars into making sure that vegans can't sell or label food chicken when it's not chicken. And they say it's for the sake of the consumer, but it's so the consumer never becomes vegan. Because if the consumer starts to learn how to eat vegan in a way that is familiar to their past food, they will naturally figure out it's quite easy to be vegan and or plant-based, right? Because one of the barriers to being plant-based and or vegan, because these are separate things, is that transition period of, I don't know how to eat vegan food. Okay, well, let me show you. Okay, I was dating this person one time. I was dating them and we went to a vegan restaurant because they were vegan. And it's a vegan restaurant. This is many, many years ago. And I'm eating this chicken fried steak. I'm eating it and I looked at them and I said, this is chicken. And they said, it's not chicken. I was like, it is chicken. And they're like, it's not chicken. I was like, it's gotta be chicken, bro. And I looked at the waiter. I was like, is this chicken? And he was like, no, dude, you're at a vegan restaurant. I was like, so it's not chicken. He's like, it's not chicken. I was like, just tastes like chicken. And he was like, it's not chicken. Okay. Fast forward, Brittany being a year and some change into her plant-based journey, I will eat vegan food and I will eat it and I'll be like, and I'll look at my partner, I'm like, eat this. Is this chicken? Like, eat it. Is it meat? Is it dead animal? And he'll eat it and be like, no, it's not. Trust me. And I was like, are you sure? Eat it again. Like, my brain has officially, because I was ready to, this is a big deal, I was ready to, my brain no longer is worried about just eating plant-based. My brain has also forgotten technically what chicken tastes like because I will have chicken nuggets and be like, just tastes like chicken. And he's like, that's not what chicken tastes like. I was like, it does to me now. So my brain actually changed, which is what we learn in therapy. It's what we learn through science. You can change how your brain processes information. And I'm saying you also have to be ready for that. And most people aren't ready. So most people are, because they're not ready, angry and defensive. And they just don't want to say, honestly, bro, I'm angry and defensive and I don't want to do it. And I'm like, okay. Or they'll come up with all these reasons why they can't. Because listen, I understand vegans are very frustrated, okay, that people say, oh, I can't be vegan because I'm marginalized or because I'm not ready or because I'll miss meat too much. Because to a vegan, that's like saying, oh, yeah, like everyone around me is homophobic, so I'm going to stay homophobic. You feel me? And everyone's like, no. And I've heard that. I'm not going to stop saying a slur because everybody else says the slur. Oh, well, that's just how we date here. I'm not going to change. And the question is, veganism, I think, has to be about you out. Right? Like, I do think it has to be about you out. And I know you're probably, maybe some of you might even feel like, well, you're basically advocating for veganism, just be vegan. But again, these things are multi-layered. So why, okay, so you as the adult in the room, because if you're a kid, you're not supposed to be in this conversation. If you're the adults in the room and you feel like you have the right to vote in US politics, you have the right to present yourself, you have the right to make a baby, God forbid I ask you what you put in your mouth at night. You know what I mean? There's some point of this that, yes, is about intersectionality and how it's hard for people to get access to things because the system has not given neighborhoods availability to vegan or plant-based products. So, of course, marginalized communities and food deserts can't even have the choice of veganism because they're just sitting here thinking like, well, what's accessible to me? And yet you have other people that have no money, that are poor, that are culturally vegan, that are like, well, I'm plant-based and I don't need a lot of money. And then you'll get vegans coming to the internet talking about how it cost me $5 to make food. Like, example, my budget before going vegan or plant-based was 50 euro. My budget after going plant-based is 50 euro. My budget did not change. Okay? I have accessibility to a walkable store and I have accessibility to a store by bus. I have accessibility to a farmer's market within walking distance. I have accessibility to fresh produce when I need it. I have accessibility to canned food, to a butcher, not that I use it. I have access. I'm privileged, okay? And because I'm privileged in that way, I could do it. Now, I really think more than all of the reasons it's hard to be plant-based, I think the really hardest part is you. That's it. And I think that's the hardest part philosophically, because if you make the decision and you have conviction, then you will find a way to make it happen. Especially if you are privileged enough to live in a place where you go to a grocery store, which most meat eaters buy their meat at a grocery store. So the real reason you're not plant-based, or the real reason you're engaging in these industries, especially as a leftist who's anti-capitalist, you should think about where your food is coming from, is because you want to eat meat. And you feel like, even though I do think as an anti-capitalist leftist, we should consider where our food is coming from. And you know what I'm saying? Because most of, again, if you take out everybody who's disabled, allergies, doesn't have $1 in their bank account, and just count the people who regularly shop at Costco or regularly shop at a grocery store, and just those people should go plant-based, it would be a majority of people. Yes? So then you could say, well, the only reason then I'm not deconstructing my relationship with food is because I'm not ready. But I'm not ready sounds weak. So then you say, I actually think it's stupid. Veganism is stupid and plant-based is stupid. Or I can't because I'm worried about this thing over here. So in the same way that a lot of people who get mad at vegans reasonably for not being intersectional enough and they're not focused on going vegan or plant-based, I think it's the same reason vegans don't care about intersectionality, because they're like, fuck you, you don't care about us either. And it's kind of true. You know what I mean? I don't think anybody cares about anything except what they care about. And the question is, can all of us who care about the same things get together and move each other in a direction? That's why we create labels. Like, I'm a leftist, which means I think we all agree anti-capitalism is the thing. Okay, now I'm also this label and this label. So I'm also bringing my intersectionality into play. And we're moving in a direction. Okay, now let's go back to the vegan who thinks intersectionality is the worst thing to happen to vegans, right?
Have any problem with this idea of intersectionality as it's defined in academia. I think this concept is perfectly sound, and you know, I can say from my own personal experience, I've probably been discriminated against because of my skin color, because of my gender.
Probably.
And I've known other people.
Gender.
Who are discriminated based on a number of different things: disabilities, you know, the color of their skin, gender, sexuality. So I don't have any issue with how intersectionality is defined in academia, but how these intersectional activists describe it is a bit different. So intersectional activists have changed the idea to mean all forms of oppression intersect and are actually related to one another. And this creates a whole host of problems, especially when these intersectionalists get involved in vegan.
Well, hold on.
The idea to mean all forms of oppression intersect.
No, not that all forms of oppression intersect, but that it's all connected eventually down the line. Like if you build a map, you would have intersections building a grid, just like a town or a city. You would have an intersection. Think you're driving through a town and there's an intersection. All streets connect. Thus, it's all connected, but it's not all directly overlapping. So, and also if you care about human oppression or men being trafficked, you want to look into seafood because men get trafficked to get you fish. So it's connected. Oops.
And are actually related to one another. And this creates a whole host of problems, especially when these intersectionalists get involved in vegan activism.
Oh, can I just say, you know how we're talking about words that trigger people, like, and it makes people defensive? Like you're stupid. I think excuse is one of those words. My Discord and I were talking about it. When I use the word excuse, I think people feel reasonably like I'm dismissing their concerns. And so I think vegans use it a lot too. And I think it's a little bit of a grammar mistake or a word mistake. Instead, I said a mistake meaning explaining something that isn't completely transparent or honest, something like that. You know, like, hey, I feel like you are explaining your why, but if we dig deeper, is that really why? Remember, when you do introspection work, and this is a philosophy channel, the first answer you come up for your why is probably wrong. You got to really dig deep. You got to dig deep to really know why you're doing something. So if you're just settling for the first 3 or so answers, like girlies, that might not be it, you know? So, you know, I think some people are making an excuse. I think that's an okay categorization. I think many people, more than making an excuse, are terrified of change and they're not ready. Now, some vegans will say, Brittany, stop saying you're on a vegan journey because like people don't go on racism journeys. But they do. They do. You have to journey out of racism. You have to journey out of homophobia. You have to journey out of transphobia because we're raised in this really fucked up world and we have to unlearn everything we learned, including that we're entitled to animal bodies, right? Including. So yeah, they do have to journey like Frodo up that mountain, girl. I'm sorry.
So first of all, because intersectional activists believe all forms of oppression are related to one another, they're going to eventually get involved in vegan activism because they think somehow animal rights is related to other forms of oppression like.
Hold on, you said should communists not use the word communist because it scares people? I don't think that's analogous, and I do think that's a bad faith argument. We need to use whatever word communicates what we mean. You know, again, you can use the word communist, but I think the reason communism bothers people is because they were miseducated about it. And I do think that people don't know what it is. And I do think that people are afraid of things they don't know, no matter what you call it. Okay? Like, that's why people read ingredients on the back of a bag and go, I don't know that word, it must be scary. I don't know that person's skin color, it must be scary. Like, you're forgetting that people are animals. So you're doing this thing that isn't true. So, like, this isn't a debate channel, right? This is why I don't like debaters. So again, think about what you're asking, right? Should people stop using words because people are afraid of them? We do. Do people stop using words because they're offensive to people? Yes, because we're a community and we're thinking about the well-being of our community. We change our language every day to make people more comfortable. Yeah. So if that's your goal, use it. If your goal is not to do that, then don't use the word. If you want to scare people, use scary words. I'm not telling you what to do. Right?
Sexism, racism, income inequality, and what have you. So let me ask you, what does something like the wage gap between men and women have to do with animals being tortured, murdered, and having their flesh and byproducts be sold on a free market? Absolutely nothing. The reality is veganism and animal rights, it's its own separate issue, and it is in no way related to any other social justice issue. So right there, combining...
But see, and this is the argument, if veganism is not associated with any other social justice issue, then you're almost making the claim that it exists in a vacuum, and it can't. I do agree that it is first and foremost about animals, not human animals. And then secondary, it is connected. So I do agree that veganism has nothing to do with humans as a philosophy and as a philosophical framework. And then if it relates to activism, then it has to overlap with communities. So if you're going to be a vegan activist, then you have to consider the government you live under, the community you live under, the community that's impacted by your politics. Like, then you have to consider it. So it's weird for him to say that these things they can't be separate. Veganism only exists in a vacuum if it's your own personal relationship with how you live. So my relationship with being vegan or plant-based is personal. I'm not a vegan activist. It's personal. It has nothing to do with any of you, right? If I become an activist, if I become vegan, then my vegan activism has got to be about community. Because now I'm not alone. Now I'm asking people to think about things differently. Now I'm asking the community to change. Now I'm making a prescription. Now I'm saying we ought to do this thing. To some extent, that's what activism is, okay? Even though philosophically I don't make prescriptions and I don't ask you to do anything, when I do activism, I am asking you to do something. Please go out and vote. That's asking you to do something, right?
Intersectional activism with veganism creates a problem because you're no longer campaigning for animal rights. You're campaigning for every single social justice issue under the sun, and animal rights takes a back seat. Now, that's not to say other social justice issues aren't important, because, we all have to prioritize, and if we're going to be involved in the animal rights community, if our priorities are animal rights, why are we getting intersectionality involved in animal rights when that is only going to harm, stifle, and water down the animal rights message?
So again, it's so interesting that people on my Discord who are intersectional people, they're like, I don't get why vegan will be intersectional. And this vegan guy is like, why would it be intersectional? And I'm sitting here like, what is your goal? So then I would ask him, as an activist, what is your goal? Because activism should be strategic and have a goal. Again, like, what is your goal? If it's to move people into a perfect conclusion, okay, like, what does that look like when we have children? What does it look like when we exist in the world, right? So like, and again, I'm not telling you. If you want to know what Brittany thinks, ask me. Say, Britt, I want to know what you think. Can you answer this question? Because right now, I'm trying to explain to you what all of these people think and add in my 2 cents. But ultimately, not just because I'm saying it doesn't mean it's Brittany's thoughts, right? This is a philosophy channel. We're exploring a lot of ideas right now. So if you have questions about me specifically, you need to ask me specifically. Say, Britt, so I know it's for me, and ask the question, okay?
So a huge issue with these intersectional activists getting involved in vegan activism is that they're not actually interested in vegan activism, and they just end up prioritizing other social justice issues that they're actually interested in. And a great example of this is, again, Darren Chang. Darren has actually made a post on Facebook where he claims
Liv Berlin, thank you so much for finding this relatable. Some days I feel like those of us who care about fighting for collective liberation that includes animal liberation are just losing really badly right now, so it's nice to have some support.
He really only cares about fighting for collective liberation, and that only just so happens to include animal liberation. So right there, Darren Chang, who considers himself an intersectional.
That's how all liberation works. If we say we're working on collective liberation, it means all of us or none of us. And if you're a vegan intersectionalist, you would say all of us or none of us, and that includes non-human animals. Because yes, it's true, and I think intersectional people should think about this. Most intersectional people I meet are not vegan girls. So I don't know why we're pretending like intersectional activists aren't eating meat. I feel like that's the part where vegans are annoyed, because even in our anti-left spaces, most of us are chowing down on burgers. Not me now, but Hassan is, all these men on stream are, like all these people, all these politicians are eating meat. So again, why would vegans trust intersectionalists if generally anti-leftists are still engaging in the meat industry, which is so bad for everybody? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't even like this guy, but I mean, I can see why vegans are a little they don't trust you. And then at the same time, even I'm looking at it, anti-capitalist, and I'm like, why are you engaging in the meat industry? So it's like, it's very confusing.
Activist is admitting that, vegan activism isn't really his priority. He's fighting for what he calls collective liberation, not animal liberation.
So again, you can be an intersectionalist and have a focused lane you stay in, which sounds like Darren is saying he's a vegan intersectionalist. So he's advocating for vegan as the forefront and everybody else too. You could say, I'm more focused on women's rights, femme rights, queer rights, deconstructed rights, or you could say gender deconstruction rights, or you could say my focus is also trying to highlight like I always try to highlight like anti-blackness as a global crisis because I think it's like deeply underrepresented in every space. And as a white person, it would be necessary for me to be like, hey, just like a reminder, because I do think even in the vegan bubbles, anti-blackness is just so fucking ignored, which is why they always end up being somehow fucking racist. And it's just amazing to me. But it is because they don't care. And they don't care because they're, quote, focused on their thing. But Darren is saying, why can't we be focused on all of it? And or pick your lane, but don't pick your lane at the expense of everybody else. Everybody else, but not the expense of your thing, but not the expense of everybody else, right?
And not only does Darren Chang not prioritize vegan activism, but he also discourages vegan activism.
The awkward moment when, oh, I already read this. Okay, I already read this.
Because I criticized a woman for consuming dairy products, Darren tried to shame me, claiming I should never have tried to explain to this woman.
So then the argument is, who's more ethically correct? The vegan that calls you an animal rapist, or the non-vegan who says, hey, I'm so glad you became, or the vegan who says, hey, I'm glad you're vegetarian. That's really great. Like, I hope you keep going with that. Who has the moral high ground here? And then what vegans do is they equate it to racism a lot. That's their favorite argument, even though they obviously don't care about black or brown people. But vegans will say, oh, that's like saying I'm only half racist. And it's like expecting us to be like, good white people. Yay for not saying the N-word, good white people. And they're saying, why would I give you any credit for being vegetarian when you should be vegan, when you should be anti-racist? But how are you going to sit here being vegan and racist? That's the irony. How is a vegan going to make this argument at us while being racist? Make it make sense.
Why it is wrong to consume dairy or any other animal product.
Oh, context, Darren Chang is a Canadian academic. Thank you. I tried to find more information on him. It was a really big struggle.
Because he claims it hurt her intersectional activism. So right there, again, Darren is claiming that he cares more about intersectional activism than vegan activism. And it's gotten to the point where he actually criticizes vegans, shaming them for criticizing intersectional activists, even though they are supporting the animal products industry. So I think my point is totally valid in the speech that intersectional activists don't really care about vegan activism, and they are directly harming, or at least trying to harm vegan activism.
And I'm sure many of you who are involved in the animal rights scene have noticed that some of these intersectional activists have created a bit of a culture clash, a bit of friction. So one of the strategies of intersectionalists, of course, is to get as many people involved in their group as possible. So if you're an animal rights group, intersectionalists among you, they'll bring up the topic of intersectionality. We'll start talking about things like feminism, gender, racial equality. And again, we're campaigning for animal rights. That's not necessarily appropriate.
Hey, great point. Chad says vegan gains the Zionist. Is he a Zionist too? So example. So I'm trying to answer questions from a lot of people in my community. So the intersectional people were like, hey, why aren't vegans more intersectional? Example. Because being vegan doesn't mean you're a good person. You know what I mean? Great example. That's what I'm trying to highlight with all these vegan capitalists, all these vegan whatever. Because I'm trying to say my beautiful, good faith autistic community, I really think sometimes we do so much work here that's so good, you forget how bad the world is. But I know you're not really forgetting how bad the world is, right? But sometimes I think I'm so in these bubbles that I'm like, a vegan can be an absolutely horrible person. You know what I mean? So I'm not under the illusion that vegans are morally superior generally, just maybe they are technically correct with our entitlement towards sentient life, right? Like, I think they might be wrong about everything else. So that's why I'm highlighting all these like not so great vegans in the same way that, you know how people say autistic people are so morally better than allistic people because autistic people just have so much empathy. How do you explain Elon Musk then? Why are you acting like autistic people are naturally good people when Elon Musk exists?
Might rub people the wrong way.
Oh, and by the way, he's autistic.
But intersectionalists create an even bigger problem when people will eventually disagree with them. Now, vegans are a very diverse group of people, and that's only increasingly becoming true. I'm seeing a lot more men become vegan activists, which is a great thing. I'm also seeing a lot more people of color, and I'm also, seeing people coming into vegan activism from all sorts of political backgrounds. So not everyone is going to agree with intersectionalism.
Also, I would say, Chet says if you're intersectional but not vegan, then this is a blind spot for you. At the same time, veganism is not taken seriously enough to be obliged to be intersectional. I would say that's generally fine. I would also say the rules I don't understand about veganism is like, why isn't being plant-based and cruelty-free just as good as being vegan? And that they would probably say something like voting for gay rights and making sure to be nice to gay people isn't the same thing as actually being cool with gay people, something like that, right? And I agree with you. Like, I would rather you be actually cool with gay people than pretending to be cool with gay people. And also, I think there's I think you have to be, the thing is that I associate, okay, when I think about personally my vegan journey, it would be so personally spiritual for me. So there was a conversation I was having in the Discord where I was trying to figure out if vegans are having a spiritual experience, meaning a deeply profound embodied experience, and obviously fucking not, okay? But for Brittany, it would feel like I would have a life-changing, life-altering realization of how more nonviolent I need to become, not more violent. Like, Vegan Gains is a pretty violent person. And the only reason I would think to become vegan is to be less violent, because I would think about the sanctity of life in every capacity. It's not to eradicate all forms of violence, it's to become less violent. So, because I value the life of the animal, though I would say I also value human life and I don't believe in the death penalty, I also think you can kill people in self-defense, but very rare circumstances would that make sense. Okay, very rare circumstances. And yet there's one. Now, some might say veganism does allow for that nuance of surviving in the desert and eating a chicken. Okay, maybe. And then there's those conversations like veganism is like murdering people. And then I'm like, oh, then I'm vegan. Because I'm definitely anti-murder and anti-killing, but I think we would all agree that at some point we might have to kill somebody, but hopefully never not. And then in that case, I'm vegan, right? But I don't understand the rules of veganism because I'm still trying to figure out like, what is the point? Yeah, Chet said there are vegan Nazis. Exactly. If there are trans Nazis, if there are black white supremacists, then there are going to be trash vegans. So again, being veganism doesn't tell me everything about you. It tells me something about you, but not everything about you. Right? Now, of course, identifying as trans or vegan is valid, even if some people are also evil and are those things. Same with autism. Like, I'm autistic, but I'm not Elon Musk autistic, but our autism isn't actually the difference, it's our values, right? Now, my Discord was saying, they asked, because I think they were seeing veganism, and they can correct me if I'm wrong, Discord, you can talk about it, but like, I think we were talking about veganism. So they asked, are vegans not, hold on, let me bring out my paint. Okay. They were saying basically, because this is how we were questioning what veganism is. Is a vegan a human who fights for animals? Okay? Or is a vegan, someone who has a value or a belief that impacts their actions? So, and you say this might be the same thing, but I think these are kind of different. So, example, if a white person advocates for anti-racism, we were talking about, maybe I should scroll up and read the conversation, but we were talking about whether or not vegans are hated because they're vegan or because they fight for animals. But if a white person fights for anti-racism, fights for black people, let's say, are they hated because racists hate that white people are betraying the white race, or because they themselves are being targeted because they're white? Or, and I guess the conversation has to be like deconstructed literally to understand it, because I think the dilemma is like, why are you anti-racist and why are you vegan? What if a white person advocated their whole life for anti-racism, raised money, was a great person, and then you find out they secretly hate black people? Or isn't that the whole issue with Rachel Dolezal? Is that Rachel Dolezal pretended to be a black woman, took a job from a black woman, advocated as a black woman, and then when we found out she wasn't black, we were like, ma, pourquoi? Right? Like, wasn't the whole point? So why you do everything you do matters to me. Now, when I said like the conversation on Discord, I'm sorry, it's all coming back. It's all coming back to me. The argument was like, do you think they're spiritual? That's what it was. So vegans are having a spiritual experience, maybe. Are white people fighting anti-racism having a spiritual experience? No. But if a white person is anti-racist because they believe in a God that believes all his children are his, including all races, which is a construct, then you could say they're doing it for religious reasons. So like Catholics are philosophically Catholic, politically Catholic, and spiritually Catholic. So everything they do is through the lens of Catholicism. They don't do it for any other fucking reason. Nothing is personal. They don't have personal beliefs because their beliefs are tied to the religion. Do vegans have personal beliefs, or is it only tied to the label vegan? Does that kind of make sense? If you personally believe racism is bad and you're an anti-racist and you're doing it for you because that's your belief, that's a personal reason why. But if you're doing it because your God said not to discriminate, well, now your personal opinion doesn't have any, it doesn't matter. So when you're vegan, right, are you vegan because it's what you personally believe? You know what I'm saying? And there's no I don't believe in objective morality. So then I'm wondering, okay, I'm going to scroll and look at chat. Sorry, that was a little messy, but okay. Let me scroll. Yeah, in Germany, Chaz said Nazis who are trans. In Germany, there's a lot of gay right wing, a lot of trans right wing, white nationalists. I heard in Germany and like a lot of places. But that's the thing. Never discount the minority who picks, those people, right? Okay, let me see. Chad says, sorry to keep saying I am vegan, but for representation, I just want to iterate. Oh my God, help me. My veganism is, don't help me. My veganism is because of my spiritual experience and the way Brittany is describing. Okay, because that's what I wondered. Because it feels like that would be the reason, right? Chet said, I see it as a spiritual thing for sure. It is deeply tied to growing up Buddhist. See, now I'm on board. Because I think that's what's happening to me. I think I'm having a spiritual experience in the sense that I'm having a profound embodied change about how I see living creatures on the planet. And I feel like I opened up another layer of seeing. And I was like, oh shit, I didn't see that before. I feel like someone just took off a blinder and I was like, oh damn, bro. But that feels so different than debate vegans. Like that feels such a different experience than the way these vegans are explaining their veganism. So I'm like, wait, what experience are you having? Because then why is your veganism followed by using the N-word? Do you know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's definitely how I feel like I'm having like this very like sacred, something sacred is happening. Watch out, Matt Delahunty is gonna watch this video and fucking have a stroke. Chess says the difference between vegans with personal beliefs and vegans who completely identify with the label is the difference between religious and a spiritual person. Yeah, I wonder if that's a big part of it. It says people love to refute vegan arguments with like ad hominem accusations of hypocrisy. You aren't perfect, so they're even morally perfect intersectional vegans are hated. Sure, I definitely think there's a big flaw. I think that's the problem. Yeah, Chet says, can the anti-racists do it for personal and religious reasons? Yeah, definitely. I think so. Yeah. I think so. I think, well, what they would say is, because I grew up Catholic, what they'd say is, God wrote it on my heart and he guided me to what was good for me. And so I act in the name of the Lord. So for me personally, I'm a Catholic. And so for me personally, I do Catholic things. But then an atheist would say, so you don't think for yourself, the Catholic Church is thinking for you. How could you say I'm making a personal choice, but it's through the lens of Catholicism? Talk about intersectionality, bro. Talk about intersectionality. This is what we mean by intersections. You cannot, when one person says this, but it connects to this bubble here, this creates the thing. And this is why you have to deconstruct and take apart to see clearly what you're seeing and put things exactly where they belong to say, okay, here's this. Here's my way of doing this. Here's why I'm doing this. Even rape, even racism, even incest, you have to realize why you're doing it. Okay? You can't just say, you cannot take for granted the idea that you think rape is wrong. There are plenty of people who think rape is perfectly fine. We have a president sitting in the White House right now. Okay, so then you have to sort of figure it out. That's why philosophy is so interesting for me, is because it forces me to say, why am I doing this? What does this mean? Like, do I think this is right or wrong? Right? Okay, if you have any questions, let me know. Let's go back to him for a second and we'll go on to a different video.
Intersectionality. Just because we're seeing a diverse range of people getting involved in animal rights, people of different genders, different political backgrounds, different countries. So not everyone's going to agree with this sort of political ideology. Well, if you disagree with an intersectionalist, you're in pretty big trouble. And I'm sure some of us here might have had that experience. As I mentioned, these intersectional activists have distorted the meaning of intersectionality to mean
not all intersectionalists will come away the same, act the same, be the same. There are intersectional feminists who incorporate BDSM into their pro-Black narratives because there is a pro-Black bubble that is kinky. There are BDSM dungeons that are for Black people that exist in Black kink bubbles. Even though kink is heavily represented by white people, there are Black subcultures of BDSM that exist to create a safe space for Black people. And I read their books and I think it's really interesting. And I can see a feminist on the internet who says, and I get these comments too, Brittany, there's nothing feminist about BDSM. Well, there is something about the intersection of kink done leftist and kink done anti-capitalist versus kink done pro-capitalist and kink done conservative. And that's because there's an intersection. And so and there's a diversity amongst people. So again, even when we talk about our kinks, everything is political. That's why if you go to a BDSM dungeon that's more left, there probably won't be any race play. There's probably not going to be any master slave in any way race play. There's probably not going to be a lot of those things. So even in those spaces, there is a line drawn. Okay. And if there is race play, and the only version of race play I've ever seen in my life, ever at a dungeon, ever, was a Black woman who topped a white guy. And you know what, the role play that was. Okay. So listen, not my business. And that's one time, never seen anything otherwise, because it's fucking, you don't want to give that power to white people. There's no way for Black people to have a safe space in that regard. So they have to make their own communities, which again goes into the whole issue of underground communities. Is if we keep pulling off to make our own communities, which I think is great, it causes a friction, which we're even seeing with vegans. Even vegans have a friction, right? This is a vegan arguing with another vegan. So then when they say, oh, be a vegan, it's okay, which one? So really, to be honest, what I'm probably going through right now, guys, is I'm trying to figure out what kind of vegan I want to be. That's probably what's happening. And I just don't know which kind I want to be. Probably an intersectional vegan. Right? Something like that. But it feels like a very strong label. And look, as a philosopher, I don't even identify with a philosophy. I make a very aggressive point not to do that. But if I become, okay, here's the thing. Spiritually, I don't think I need to call myself vegan. But politically, I think I do. Because, at the end of the day, this isn't a political channel, but I am political. So if I become vegan, it will be a political vegan stance that's intersectional veganism, probably. Because I don't think what I do personally in my own life really matters. What matters to me is what I'm advocating for. And so then my advocacy would change, something like that.
Different forms of oppression are all related to each other. So if you don't agree with even one of their political beliefs, well...
Sorry, but the difference is... I'm sorry, I'm ranting. Listen, but the difference is I call myself an atheist because that's the best word to use to communicate something that isn't technically true about my inner life, but is accurate to the public. If a vegan finds out I'm doing that and only identifying as vegan because it's politically what I believe, is that vegan to vegans or is that not vegan to vegans? That's what I'm trying to figure out. And then what if I wouldn't stop doing that political activism, because that'd be crazy. Because if my political activism, when you grow up conservative and your political activism changes to be more leftist, it's because you've grown. But then Alex O'Connor went from being a vegan to not being a vegan. Did he become a conservative who became a liberal who went back to being a libertarian? I'm using an analogy, obviously. Do you know what I'm saying? So then in that regard, right, I think you could say, yeah, I want to move forward as possible, Chat says, have you heard of sentientist? I think somebody said that to me in chat yesterday. I would just say, I also don't connect to the sentience argument. You know how vegans are like, oh, we believe in sentience? I'm really struggling with that too. I don't know if I care about that, but I think I might. But I actually think a rock, tree, and creature, I'm kind of one of those girlies who's like, every rock and tree and creature has a life, has a spirit, has a name. I'm kind of one of those. So I don't even know if I really care that it's sentient. I think it's unnecessary harm. So why are we doing it? In the same way I feel when I see kids destroying plants, I'm like, why are you kicking that tree? What did that tree ever do to you? Unless you need that tree for something useful, leave it alone. You know what I mean? But that's not sentience. I think it's just I'm trying to be dignified and respectful about the way I exist in the world. I don't know what label that is, but that's my value, right?
Now
my values are a foundation that builds my ethics and my morals, for the record. If you're new to my chat, Okay, values build the platform, our foundation for our ethics and our morals.
Literally become Hitler to them. If you don't agree with feminism, that means by extension you are supporting racism and all other forms of bigotry because they're all interrelated to one another. And I've experienced this myself because I don't support Black Lives Matter, because I've criticized the wage gap myth between men and women. Intersectional activists have called me far right-wing, racist, white supremacist, homophobic, women hater, just because I...
And by the way, this is something I believe and not something I know. So this label, hold on, you guys just told me this word. Hold on. What is this word? Panpsych. I don't even know how to say it. Believes that consciousness is a fundamental, ubiquitous feature of the physical universe rather than being a unique byproduct of complex human brains. They argue that the mind, or rudimentary form of experience, is an intrinsic building block of all that of matter. Let me see what this is. What is this? What is this bubble? Mind, all physical things. Feeling, first level consciousness of all living things. Consciousness, second, third. Oh my God, this is so autistic. I love it. Third level consciousness and a more complex things. I don't know about this. I don't know what this means. I don't know what this means. The hard problem attempts to solve the notoriously tricky problem of subjective experience. I'll have to look more into that. I don't know about that. Okay, let's move on from this fucking loser. Okay, Vegan Gains, God bless. You're a loser. Okay, let's move on to this video. So Vegan Gaze, you can see her videos up here. Vegan Gaze, I asked her for recommendations this morning for intersectional feminists. She said she doesn't know very many to recommend, but the first one that comes to mind is this guy who she said she doesn't watch anymore because he's kind of too negative for her. He is called the Cranky Vegan, which I would argue makes him sound like he's going to be negative. Let's see, this was posted a year ago, and it's called Why Vegans Need to Be Intersectional and Now. So let's watch this guy and see how we feel about it, okay? So it's always awkward when you go from a black man who's anti-intersectional to a white man who's pro-intersectional. It makes you cringe a little bit, but here we are.
3-Minute Thursdays, your source of animal rights news and the gossip packed into a short, sweet 3 minutes on everyone's favorite day. It's a Thursday. So we've all been debating for decades about the abstract idea of animal rights, intersectionality, and building bridges with other movements, but we've come to a point where it's no longer just in theory, but where it may be the only thing that can save us. Hey everybody, welcome to episode 180. Last week, the Cranky Vegan Patreon, it's still around, still pumping. We sent $2,492 to Liberation Sanctuary in Australia to help top off their barn full of hay to get them through some tough, trying times. If you're not familiar with the Patreon, I keep $0 every month and we all vote together as to where we send 100%.
Oh, Chad says I meant that the panpsychist, I don't even want to say this word, believes that every rock, tree, and creature has a type of consciousness, so that's why I think we went there. Oh, I don't literally think that. I metaphorically believe it. I don't know that I literally believe in it, like literally, but I kind of, I live like, well, I'm not being literal is the problem. Yeah, it's an abstract belief. Like it's a belief. It's not something I know. And it's not something that I think is true. Again, what I believe and what I know is different. And I live a lot of my life, I think a lot of us do, off beliefs, meaning they're not even true, but they make sense to us, right? Amanda, welcome to memberships. Chet said, I went literal with it, which is totally fair. I mean, I get it. But yeah, I don't literally believe it.
Of the monthly proceeds. And so far, we've given away almost $190,000 to sanctuary and grassroots projects around the world, and you can join us for as little as $2 a month. Check out the link for the Patreon down below. Big anti-fur news out of Europe as activists from 11 different countries descended on Paris, France to protest Berluti, a French luxury fashion brand that is owned by LVMH, who is the target of the worldwide anti-fur campaign from CAF to Abolish Fur Worldwide and a whole bunch of other organizations. They held 6 days of protests all over the city, but with one target in mind. And I like this because I think it's a great example of secondary targeting as part of a broader pressure campaign. So the campaign's main focus, of course, is LVMH, but by targeting secondary targets, in this case their subsidiary Berluti, they can apply pressure to their main target by not actually protesting against their main target. This makes it harder for LVMH to respond, but it also forces their decision makers to make a decision, which is more important to them, selling fur or keeping their relationships with their partners in good standing. Secondary targeting is a great way to get your main target to fold much quicker, and I think and I hope...
Ooh, his language is so interesting. Hold on, I want to hear that again.
their subsidiary Berluti, they can apply pressure to their main target by not actually protesting against their main target. This makes it harder for LVMH to respond, but it also forces their decision makers to make a decision, which is more important to them, selling fur or keeping their relationships with their partners in good standing. Secondary targeting is a great way to get your main target to fold much quicker, and I think and I hope that will be the case.
Ooh, I'm going to say something controversial. I'm trying to embody a less violent predisposition because I have to unlearn violence from my childhood that was told to me as a form of strength, like watching war movies and saying like this was strength, you know, fighting wars, activism. Like I understand that conservatives weaponize this against marginalized communities saying, oh, you're so violent for protesting your rights. Like I want to make sure that that has nothing to do with what I'm saying now. I'm talking about a personal experience I had growing up conservative in which I was told strength was found in violence, in which I was told that like feeling entitled to killing a life was a form of strength and doing what you had to do to save your family and or eat, that, you know, patriarchy and all these other things, capitalism and ruthlessness in business was just a part of being good and being a protector. And I am trying to unlearn all of that survival way of thinking because I'm in living mode now. I stopped surviving 7 years ago. I liberated my spirit, and a liberated spirit to me means it's trying to be peaceful and mitigate harm and not going out of its way to kill or be unnecessary with its entitlement to living creatures. And I used to think of food as something that was pleasurable, like specifically like animal flesh, like, oh, the way they smoke this pig for 12 hours, like the pleasure I would get from consuming a life, like the pleasure I would get from sucking out eyeballs and chewing on bones and, you know, chopping on the tail, and like the pleasure I would get from just like, you know, ranting and raving about how like this pig was so cared for, this animal, this fish was so cared for. And as I get older and as I meditate more and get deeper into my sort of like, how do I want to live this short remaining life that I have on the planet? You know, it's like, yeah, I think I would like to be less directly responsible for as many forms of harm and violence as I can within reason. And this includes changing my language and how I talk on stream. This includes respecting people for what they believe in. This is also why I'm not an anti-theist or an anti-religious person, because I think it ends up adding more harm into the universe to be anti these institutions rather than being anti-systems of oppression like patriarchy, white supremacy, and capitalism. I think that's a much greater goal that helps more people. And I also think it's just like a greater thing for me to do. So, you know, when I think about that, that is really what's helped me on my plant-based journey, is like, what can I directly be responsible for? And that might sound too individualistic to people. And yet I think that's why people can, especially vegan people, can feel like you're making an excuse because, you know, you're the only one who decides what goes in your mouth. Caveat, because this is where the intersectionality comes in. Though we understand as intersectional feminists or philosophers that technically you don't always control what goes into your mouth, because technically you are at the mercy of, if you're a child, your family's dinner. If you're on food stamps or WIC, maybe possibly what is available to you in the store. If you're in a food desert, what's available to you within walking distance. If you have illnesses or disabilities that don't process food very well. So there is a sort of like, you have to be able to, yes, chat, zoom in, zoom out. You have to be able to, you know, think of your life and what you can do right now in this moment. Okay, like right now in this moment, I could slam this glass on the table and yell a slur, or hear me out, I don't have to. And that kind of coincides with when I go to a restaurant. I could order a cheeseburger, or they have a plant-based burger. I'll order that. Right? Like, no one is telling me what to do. Not vegans, not my partner, not my cat. Nobody's going to tell me what to put in my mouth. I decide what goes in my mouth. And when I go to the market, I pick out my groceries, or I send my partner to go get them. And while I'm making these decisions, because I am privileged enough to have a grocery store within walking distance, I make the decision of what I'm going to eat today. Okay? And so that's the point. The point is that I take on the responsibility of what I can do. And that's why I say I can see why being a vegan is exhausting, hearing people come up with all the reasons they can't be or go plant-based, because they know you're shopping at the grocery store too. But I also philosophically know, Brittany knows, you can't do it until you're ready. So you're perfect the way you are. Don't even change. And also change, right? Like, I don't want you to feel beat up by the world the way that it is already, because the world is already suffering so much and it feels like, Jesus Christ, don't give me one more thing. And when you're ready, if you believe in deconstructing and moving forward and being a better person and being less bad, you will get there, you know?
In this campaign. Nice job. In my state of Washington, the group Animal Rights Initiative finally saw years of their work come to fruition as the governor signed SB 5065 into law. And what the hell is that? Well, it's a ban that bans the use of bears, wildcats.
Well, okay, chat, I don't mean to be this girly, but you said we all have the autonomy to decide. We don't. We don't all have the autonomy to decide. It is a privilege that I can choose. Like, just to be clear, this is where people will get annoyed with it, because technically we don't, but I assume you don't mean that. So I'm going to take you in good faith because, you know, you're a chatter. I've seen you here before. We know not all anybody, because sometimes I'll say all people and people will be like, Brittany, that's not possible. I know, girl. I know. So I will go good faith with you. I want you to be good faith with me. When I say all people, I don't mean all people ever, because it would be impossible for us to account for 8 billion people. All right. Right? Okay.
Elephants and non-human primates in circuses and any other kind of traveling show. So that's amazing. Washington joins a small but growing list of states in the U.S. that has outlawed the practice through
Okay, is he going to talk about why vegans need to be intersectional?
Pressure campaigning, they were able to make
Or
this
is this the
happen.
whole thing?
I'm excited to see it. Thanks so much for your work, and congratulations to y'all. Okay, let's talk about this new executive order that has been swirling around Washington, D.C. Despite the bizarre rhetoric about how, like, Trump and Musk and Doge are great for animals from groups like White Coast Waste Project, the current administration is continuing their open assault on activists and the causes that are important to actually saving our planet. The way a lot of these very targeted executive orders have been coming down lately starts with leaks and rumors from within DC as like kind of a bit of a precursor for what's to come. And more often than not, they end up materializing. And the latest one swirling around the rumor mill, taking away the tax-exempt statuses of nonprofits. There would be an emphasis on organizations that, one, support terrorism, whatever that means. You may remember years ago where they branded an organization terrorists for running vegan potlucks. Seriously, look it up. 2, groups that raise funds for other organizations outside of the United States. And 3, groups that have a focus on issues like climate change. So if you fell into one of those categories, you could potentially be targeted by the Trump administration and be stripped of your tax-exempt status. And maybe you're thinking, well, that's not that big of a deal. But it actually is. It would devastate larger groups who rely heavily on their nonprofit status, like PETA or Mercy for Animals. But maybe you don't really care about those big groups, but just about every farm sanctuary's funding would be just...
Okay, so this is a good example of policy, politics, and veganism working together. So this is why we're talking about the intersectionality. Like, so to have one vegan say intersectionality is killing veganism, and to have this vegan say, like, hey, intersectionality is the activism, or sorry, it's the framework in which we build our awareness of how activism works and how to implement good activism to cater to our communities.
Destroyed. And maybe you're one of those weird vegans that are like, I don't like farm sanctuary. They also exist for some reason. But anyways, but then there's...
Oh yeah, there's vegans who are roadkill vegans, anti-sanctuary vegans. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying I think I'm still trying to figure out like which kind of vegan can I be, because right now there is not a lot of good intersectional vegans. I've Googled and Googled. They are all small channels. They do not have the mainstream narrative. It is very confusing. And also that's normal because as leftists, we're used to not having the mainstream narrative, even though America, white supremacy loves to claim that we do. We don't.
The smaller organizations, the grassroots groups, they all need funding to exist as well. And a bunch of them have 501c3 status, but the ones who don't, I bet a lot of them have fiscal sponsors, meaning they rely on a nonprofit to take their donations on their behalf. And I know people like to live in this imaginary world where we shouldn't need money to run organizations and people shouldn't get paid to be activists and we should do these things on a shoestring budget. And I'm all for that stuff. I love DIY activism and grassroots activism, but what you really need in order to make change happen is some cash. And I'm not saying like we gotta be flush in the millions and millions of dollars and we're paying them. What I'm saying is
this feels like even though he's using the word intersectional, he sounds like a is he an anti-capitalist? He sounds like those Democrats that are like, oh, we have to take money because they need money. And yes, everything needs money. I agree. But I'm wondering about
Want
that.
to run successful campaigns, you need donations. And sure, people will give $5 and $10 donations, regardless if they're getting tax breaks. But when you look at organizations that are lucky enough to bring in $1,000 donations, $5,000, $10,000 donations, or they're getting grants, right? Those things can't really happen without tax-exempt status.
Okay,
Those things can't happen
so
without
this is the politics part. Okay.
those people getting tax breaks for donating that much money. So when you take that away, it can be incredibly devastating to an organization and a movement. And I know what you're thinking, Jake, you're just being hyperbolic. This possibly couldn't happen. And how would this even apply to animal organizations? Great question. Back in December, the House passed a law and sent it to the Senate called the Stop Terror Financing and Tax Penalties on American Hostages Act. I don't know the name of these things. This is ridiculous. Its primary action is to let U.S. citizens who are held as hostages in other countries postpone tax filing deadlines. That sounds pretty good. Also, like, can you imagine being in a situation where, like, you were being held hostage in another country and then you get back to the United States and the U.S. is like, it's April 17th and you didn't pay your taxes, so you're in a bit of a trouble. But what they also did is they slid in there a provision that terminates the tax-exempt status of terrorist-supporting organizations, you know, like the vegan potluck organizers. Or I don't know, maybe like a webmaster or a designer was hoping to shut down an animal testing laboratory. We can also go back to like the Gulf War, right? When the Bush administration tried to do the same thing. They tried to strip tax exemptions.
I can see why if he's a political intersectional vegan, it is annoying to vegan streamers I watch because none of the vegan people I watch talk like this. So I can actually see why this is annoying to them because they are philosophically vegan, right? They're doing philosophical veganism. So I can see why this is annoying to them. Like, I don't do politics. I do philosophy. And also I am political. So I incorporate my politics and my philosophy. Okay, I'll give you an example. Here's Earthling Ed. Texan meat eater takes on British vegan.
I'm gonna just get this straight.
Like Earthling Ed is more of a typical vegan debater, at least.
Like, I don't believe in animal cruelty, like, by any means. At the end of the day, I'm still probably gonna eat meat. Like, I got a burger in the bag right there behind me. Like, I'm probably still gonna go home and eat it. I'm not gonna change my mind.
Hey everyone, just before I show you the debate, I want to talk to you very quickly about learning and critical thinking, because as many of you may already know, a lot of my work focuses on understanding arguments and on logical reasoning, and this is why I've partnered with Brilliant for today's video, because they have courses on these very subjects. For those of you who have never come across Brilliant before, well, Brilliant is an online learning platform where you can learn about subjects such as science, maths, coding, and
Texas State University with a banner that says, "Give me your best argument for not being vegan." You were listening to a previous conversation and you very kindly now sat down to discuss some of your thoughts, I guess, with me.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering, what do you think about that provocation?
Well, when I first walked over, I thought it was more like a health deal, like, you know, better eating habits, like vegan is better. Because I watched a documentary on Netflix called it was like Game Changers. Yeah, it was pretty good. It was pretty good when it talked more about like the
I like that documentary,
athletic side of, you know, benefits of being vegan and stuff like that. And I just thought some of it was really interesting, like the studies they did. So
that's cool.
So already the vibe is like very different. Now, to be fair, my Discord is telling us that the intersectional part is at the end here. So we'll keep going, but I just want to like show you the differences of how people show up. And look, everybody plays a role. Like, ultimately, that's what I think more than anything. And I don't even love Earthling Ed as much as everybody else. I mean, he's fine. I watch him. He's not like my favorite, but he's fine, right? Like, and that's a preference thing. That's not a judgment on Ed. Like, I haven't necessarily heard him say anything bad. I just like, you know, maybe the content's not stimulating enough. I don't know what it is. But, you know, maybe I'll like him a lot more in 3 months. I change very quickly, right? But the vibe is different. Okay, let's go back to this guy.
From nonprofits who are organizing against the war. They're trying to take the tax breaks away from people that wanted peace, which is totally bizarre. So at this point, it should be fairly obvious, right? Animal rights activists, even the most benign ones, have been labeled domestic terrorists in the past, even going so far as to saying they've been the #1 threat to the security of the nation. And it's quite obvious the movement talks quite a bit about climate change and how...
Yeah, I think, chat, you said, I feel like philosophy is only really useful for politics. Are you saying that philosophy isn't useful for anything else? If you aren't philosophizing, oh my God, to make a better world, who cares? Yeah, but that like, I think you're making a statement about people that isn't true. If humans are evolved animals on a planet, then insinuating they should do anything insinuates that we are inherently made to do something. So what you're saying is, I think this is true, so everybody else should think it's true. And I'm saying, if we really believe we're an animal species on a planet, then insinuating we should even be good is making a claim that we are inherently obligated to be good. But why? Right?
It relates to some of the biggest friends and allies to Trump, animal agriculture. So, of course, now you're probably wondering if I just mentioned the term intersectionality in the title as a form of clickbait.
Okay, here we go.
I can say that no, I didn't. This is not legitimately clickbait. Here's where the animal rights movement is going to find itself in even more trouble with this possible executive order. As soon as this information started leaking, hundreds of movements and organizations jumped into defense mode. Lawsuits and challenges are being planned. Strategizing meetings are underway. The ACLU's Zoom call on the issue maxed out at 5,000 participants from movements around the country. Everyone is coming together in big ways because, as a lot of us have said for a long time, a unified front is much stronger than a fractioned one. But you know who isn't really at this table? Animal rights activists. And you know...
Ooh, interesting already. Chances, I'm just saying what I think. I personally don't see the use of philosophizing, and that doesn't make life better for people. Okay, so you just don't want people to be talking about philosophy for funsies or abstractly. You want to see how it interacts with the world. I think that's fine.
Who potentially could be one of the hardest hit movements? The animal rights movement. We have had years and decades to build bridges with other movements, to reach outside our comfort zones and recognize that we actually are all on a path to liberation, that long bending arc to justice. People like myself and others have been ringing the bell saying not only is it strategic for our movement to partner with other movements, but it's also strategic for the success and longevity of our movement to come together with others, because we simply can't win these fights by ourselves. We have to work with people who are adjacent to us in a struggle.
Imagine if we had a vegan US president. Whoa, like the big deal. If we had a vegan president, which by the way, they would lose on the count that they were vegan, which is why I wonder if vegans are oppressed. Because if the US president couldn't be vegan without huge backlash, then that implies something about veganism that tells me that like people think you're bad for being a vegan, which is ironic because how could being a vegan make you bad? Like what is inherently bad about veganism? So the fact that we could even have a vegan president without people being so upset about it, you know what I'm saying? It makes me wonder about veganism.
Liberation. And we might not 100% agree on what that liberation looks like, but in order for us to be successful in our movements, our struggles for liberation are going to have to intertwine. But a majority of the animal rights movement have collectively told 98% of the global population to go fuck themselves, that they are abusers and murderers and carnists because of their individual lifestyle choices. And despite the fact
this is, as a leftist, this is also why I don't do politics, because I don't want to build bridges with you fuckers. That's why I don't do politics. That's why I do philosophy, because I don't want to do it. But if you're political, yeah, sometimes you have to be nice to Democrats, which is, as a neighbor, of course. As a political ally, it's really hard for me not to get on the stream and be like, this guy's a fucking racist. And you can't do that if you're building bridges. You can't call the person you're building a bridge with a racist, even if they are. And that's why I hate politics, because I think it's a place where good people go to die. Do you know what I'm saying? I think politics is where good people go to die. And I think we die a little bit inside every time we vote for even the best candidate who might be the better of two evils. I think we do. I think we engage in philosophical evil. I think it was philosophically evil of me to vote for Kamala Harris, even though I think it was for the greater good. But I think it was wrong. But I did it anyways. Would I do it again? Who knows? But I think it was wrong. Because I think she was wrong. And I think she was gross for defending Israel. And I think she was gross for throwing trans people under the bus. Did I want Trump to win? Fuck no. Do I think Trump is worse? Yeah. Do I think her policies are pretty bad? From a leftist perspective, yes. From a liberal perspective, no. No. Like a liberal perspective, but do I think like liberals are wrong? Yeah. So again, like know your place in the universe. Are you political? Are you a political activist, or are you a philosophical activist? Are you using politics as a way to move things? You know what I'm saying? Like we're all making concessions. The question is, what is it? You know, what is the concession?
That we are trying to get those same billions of people to think like us and be like us and join us in our movement. We still ridicule them and we still tell them that they are the problem. And in some cases, I agree with that. They are the problem. There are people out there that are the problem. But generally speaking, I don't think it's because of their dietary choices. And when the opportunities would arise to work together or take the first step in us building bridges with other communities, our movement has overwhelmingly said, hell no. And so here we sit, not just by ourselves, but we sit here losing. We aren't making nearly enough significant gains towards actual liberation, all because some loudmouths have convinced everyone else that our egos are more important than making actual strategic alliances and actual meaningful change. And now the rubber is hitting the road, because it's quite possible that this philosophy won't exist only in the abstract now, debating about it on social media. We are entering into a very real situation where a government is planning on taking away the ability for dissent from happening. And the only way that's going to be stopped is by a unifying and a resounding show of resistance. And if you aren't part of it, chances are you're going to get steamrolled. And the odd thing is, when given the opportunity over and over to have a seat at the table, to talk about these issues, we have turned it down every time. And not just turned it down, but ridiculed everyone else at the table. But it's not too late.
I think that's why, by the way, vegan communities were so heartbroken over Alex O'Connor. From my understanding, it was devastating for them because they wanted him in their corner. I'm going to show you a video about this in a second. But I can understand that. That's why I also take it so seriously, because I would hate for vegan communities to be so excited to have me with my presence on the internet, with my connections, with, you know, I mean, in my small little bubble, you know, I have enough of a responsibility to be careful, and I would hate for them to promote me, to brag about me, to be like, Brittany Simon's a great vegan, to be like, I'm here like talking about philosophy. I would hate for them to feel so like I'm on their side, only for me to turn around and be like, psych, you know what I mean? Like, that'd be horrible. And that's why with everything that I do, I try to be very clear with people with where I'm at, because I do think it's a responsibility. Here I am trying to be the adult in the room, and how much more adult can I be by being very responsible about the things I'm advocating for, right?
Like, I do think we still have the opportunity to build bridges, to work with other movements and to fight back. But it's going to take us getting out of our animals-only mindset and dedicating ourselves to an actual strategic struggle for liberation for all. And that doesn't mean you give up on the animal rights movement, or you give up on veganism, or you have to stop talking about it. What it means is you are an animal rights activist that fights for animals, but you also understand that other liberation struggles exist, and those fights for liberation have the same intrinsic values as our fight for liberation.
Right.
We understand.
Right, because I do think a lot of vegans do come across like they think that their cause is more important, and I think it's often because they feel like non-human animals can't advocate for themselves. But it's giving a bit pro-lifer. It is giving a bit pro-lifer. Pro-lifers are like, fetuses can't advocate for themselves. Nobody cares about them. Okay, relax. You know what I mean? Like, take a deep breath, okay? And so it can come across a little bit like that with vegans, where I do think they probably are all diverse amongst themselves as well. So everyone's doing something for a different reason. But I think sometimes that's why I don't like when vegans compare specifically Black people. And I'm saying this as a non-Black person. I know Black people are sick of fucking hearing it, but it really is wrong for you. You remember when that Jenna girl, who, by the way, I just got gifted a membership to her stream because I'm subscribed, because I'm trying to learn. And she said to these two Black guys, she said, you know, your people were also treated. And I'm like, and even the Black guy's like, okay, it's not the same, but I get what you're saying. And I'm like, oh, he's being way nicer than I would be. Because like, absolutely not. Be quiet. Don't ever say that again. Take down this clip. Like, don't do that. You don't have to do that. Because philosophically, though I could argue that non-human animals and human animals are exactly the same because we're all animals. And I think that's objectively true in that sense, in that one particular sense. So then you would say it was subjectively true through the framework of our construct. But okay, fine. I would never then say that it is literally the same, because it's not literally the same, to say that what Black individuals went through when they were enslaved is the same as, like, it's not the same. And the same way vegans will talk about the Holocaust, we'll talk about that too. Like, oh, there's a Holocaust happening. Yeah, I think that is accurate to say there's a Holocaust happening. And yet I would say it's not exactly the same, but it is close enough when you're trying to deconstruct the value of non-human life. But I would say that, again, I caution you from looking at an Auschwitz victim or looking at the Palestinians being genocided and saying, like, man, this reminds me of my pet chicken. It's like, pause, you know? It's like, it feels like you're trying to relate to somebody, but you know what I mean? It's like not the same.
Understand that as those roads towards liberation travel forward, they will eventually overlap and intertwine and join in order to reach that ultimate end goal of liberation. Trump and his administration has been looking at pulling the tax-exempt status of various universities that allow protests to occur on their campuses that are opposed to Trump policies, or their curriculums don't align with Trump policies. And when asked about the further nonprofit world, he simply responded, quote, "Not at this time." But if we know anything, it's that what he really means is it's just a matter of time. Don't sit and wait for it to happen. Unify, build bridges, understand other liberation struggles and the philosophy of collective liberation, and most of all, keep fighting.
Okay, let's look at the comments. Let me see. Isolated yet interconnected issues. It's important for animal rights movements to understand this. Absolutely. I'm in leftist spaces because duh, if you care about liberation, justice, truth, like that's where you are. And I sneak in animal rights messages and try to make the link explicit whenever I can. I always list animal rights alongside other causes and animal oppression along other injustices and fascism overall. This, yeah, even Taylor Lorenz was like, I would love to see more atheists talk about veganism. I would love to see, that's why I say, how was the largest guy with a microphone, Hassan Piker, God bless him, because like he is obviously not truly embodying in my mind like deep liberation politics or philosophy, but of course he is the biggest guy with the microphone. He's a perfect archetype to make a celebrity, right? Like why isn't it anybody else? Like why him, right? And that's because he works really well in that bubble. Okay, so yeah, this for just a second got me so much closer to veganism. Just with him saying liberation movements as a whole, I was like, I'm gonna be vegan. I had the thought, and then I was like, oh, he almost, it really is that easy for some brains. You just need to give me the right reason, and my brain's like locked in. Yes, I'm here for it. And that's why I'm waiting to see, like, is this just it? Is this what I've been waiting for? I just needed to hear intersectional vegan. I was like, oh, yeah, I can do that. Because it does feel like the other, I have like a deep disbelief in the other vegans' deeply held beliefs because I often find them to be deeply bigoted. So then I'm like, what good is your movement if it's deeply bigoted? But then I do believe you can separate philosophies from individual relationships with philosophy. Like, example, my decision not to kill people isn't a Christian value. So I don't want Christians being like, oh, Brittany doesn't think we should kill people because she's a Christian. Do not kill. No. Not killing people is not a, Christians do not get to co-opt it. Now, would you say that vegans do? Because I would argue they don't. I think veganism as a concept philosophically existed before vegans, the vegans we know today. And I also think vegans are kind of being white people about this and colonizer to assume that they're the first ones to think about animal liberation. So then I question it because I'm like, why are you acting like you invented veganism, bro? But I think it's because they do think they invented veganism. Instead of veganism being something philosophically found globally, they think because the word was coined vegan in the 70s, and they have this thing called the Vegan Society, that they get to co-opt and own veganism. And I think that's why I'm like, yeah, I am spiritually vegan, I think, or getting there. Because I'm connecting to something deeper and longer that existed longer than this modern day vegan thing. So maybe that's also the disconnect. I think that's a big part of it too. Okay, so let me do this. Let me move this away. Okay, let's look at this. Let me show you this. Okay, now look at this. This is on Cosmic Skeptic no longer being vegan. This video is 3 years old because Alex, God, that was so long ago now. But just, this gentleman.
Many people.
This is Humane Hancock. This is the gentleman whose documentary we watched yesterday. So I want you to check this out.
Really disappointed when I found out that Cosmic Skeptic wasn't vegan anymore. Having a well-respected activist with such a large platform come out and say that he started eating animals again, well, that's going to cause more animals to experience the horrors of animal farming and slaughterhouses. I think we often talk about this issue in quite abstract and philosophical ways.
Also, think about all the people who say, I'm going to convert you out of veganism. Oh my God, I'm going to convert you out of being vegetarian. Who go, ooh, you want this piece of bacon? That's really fucked up. That is very fucked up. And now think about somebody, again, like, just think about the multi-layers of the social aspect of this situation too, and add in all of those layers of why it's so difficult to think about like veganism and what it actually means to be vegan when it's so impacted by what other people think of you. Again, to form your own values, you have to say fuck you to the world temporarily while you're meditating, to say without the noises, what do I actually believe about humanity? And where does my joy lie? And how do I encompass my values and live it fully? And that's when you come to conclusions. And then you have to really ask yourself, why did I come to this conclusion?
Ways, but what we're really talking about here is obscene. I mean, we're talking about unbearable suffering, and I think it's important that we don't lose track of that. But I think the Cosmic Skeptic drama can provide an opportunity for reflections that can encourage the animal movement to be more effective. I should qualify this hot take with the acknowledgement that this stuff is really complicated, and the world is messy, and there's lots of uncertainties here. Like, does anyone out there genuinely feel like they know what the fuck they're doing? So in my opinion, Alex O'Connor has been an incredible voice for animals. He's encouraged a lot of people to take this issue seriously. And my perspective is that he doesn't need to be vegan in order to continue doing so. In fact, maybe our movement's heavy focus on getting individuals to go vegan isn't the best strategy anyway. And maybe Alex can inspire many other people who aren't fully vegan to get involved too. Now, to many people, that may sound counterintuitive.
They could help and be vegan, but you give them a free pass.
We're just asking for your personal behavior to change. That's all we're asking for. And that's way more effective.
I don't know how you think things are going to change if you're just going to sit here saying we need to call out institutions or we need to call out capitalism and then be unwilling to change anything in your life yourself.
In this video, I hope to explain my reasoning. Now, when I joined this movement, I was inspired.
Well, there is something to be said there. Because again, this goes back to personal responsibility and government pressure. We are all personally responsible for what we do. You can't rape somebody and say, hey, that's just the culture, even though we live in a rape culture, right? You are responsible for raping that person. And I can deeply empathize about children being raised to be predators because I do think they are. I think most predatory behavior is conditioned into children when they're young, which is why the focus of my work has been about children and making sure that they are guided into being more loving, more compassionate people, right? Because we're raising our kids to feel entitled to animal life. We're raising our kids to feel entitled to bombing and destroying other people's countries. We raise our kids and target them in high schools to sign up to shoot people in foreign countries. Like we are so violent towards our own children. We hit our children, right? We spank our child. We punish them. We deny them. There was this woman on TikTok. Guys, this was so triggering. Just trigger warning. There is a mother on TikTok who was shocked that people called her abusive. Every time her child made a mess, she made him take a cold shower. And I was like, never in my life, not saying much since my parents did spank me, but never in my life would my parents think to punish their child like by making them take a cold shower. Though I guess they might have hit the kids for peeing in their pants, maybe. I have to ask my brothers if they were ever hit for peeing in their pants. They might have been, actually. That is abusive. Think about it. Think about your kid making a mistake and then you spank them. So actually, I think my parents might have done that. I have to double check. See, that is abusive, right? Like, think about it. Like, think about the fact that this is normalized. And then no wonder some of us, I think, who were raised in those environments naturally would gravitate towards veganism or plant-based eating because we're sick of it. We're tired. We're tired of the violence. We're tired of the unnecessary suffering. But then I would say to you, lock in that the reason this makes sense for me or you as an intersectional feminist or intersectional philosopher is because we're deconstructed the violence we experience in our own homes. Versus I do think a lot of vegans maybe never were hit as kids, never saw violence happen to their communities. They're not escaping violence. They're escaping. They're picking the animals. Do you know what I'm saying? Like if I become vegan, it will come out of the desire to move away from violence versus I think some vegans become vegans is something external to themselves. It's like external. I'm an internally motivated person. I'm almost never externally motivated about anything. Okay? So that's also playing a role. Like, how are you motivated as a person? I am almost 99% completely internally motivated. I can't even think of something where I'm externally motivated, right? So then you have to think about that as well. You have to learn how your brain works, right? Okay, let's see. Chat said soap in the mouth, anyone? Not for me personally, but so sad for you because disgusting, horrible, right? Chat says, I do need to remind people as well that tons of these bigoted vegans are proven psyops. The vegan teacher, oh, well, okay, you think she's a psyop? I think she's just the worst. She's horrible, man. Yeah, Channel said animal lover versus hurting is wrong, period. Yeah. Because you know how vegans will say, do you care about animals or do you care about pets? Billie Eilish comes out with a video and people are like, oh, like Billie's saying this horrible thing, like you can't love animals and eat them. But again, do you love animals or do you love pets? And then same thing, do you want to save animals or do you want to end violent cruelty? Like, do you want to end cruelty, period? Or do you want to end... do you want to be nice to, you know what I'm saying? Like, could there be a vegan that exists? I'm going to say yes. Do you think there could be a vegan that could exist that would slaughter all humans just to save the animals? Probably, right? Right? Because we've seen racist vegans, and that's basically the same thing.
Led by YouTube activists like Earthling Ed and Joey Carbstrong, and it seemed like everyone had the same strategy. Our mission was to get...
In other words, if you're dating a vegan, just make sure they're not also a white supremacist. Because you can be vegan and white supremacist. So just make sure if you're dating a vegan, they also didn't vote for Trump.
Many people as possible to go vegan. And that's what I did. At the time, there seemed to be a thriving grassroots community in London, so I was attending activism events every single week. And to an extent, it works. I mean, vegan advocacy is reducing the number of animals being bred, and it's raising awareness of their plight. It's challenging harmful social norms, and helping people see the seriousness of animal suffering. Now, on the other hand, when we look at successful social justice movements of the past, it seems that none of them had such a strong focus on encouraging boycotts. The environmental movement has promoted green consumerism, but the common view among environmental activists is that this has been fairly ineffective, and there seems to have been a shift towards promoting institutional change, with the likes of Extinction Rebellion who are demanding collective action. There was a contingent of the US...
Here's my counter argument to that. Okay? Counter argument. The reason you individually recycle is to build better habits. The reason you individually stop saying slurs is to build better habits. The reason you individually embody the change is to build better habits and to actually be the kind of person that you expect the government to reflect. Because the government is a reflection of us as a whole. You can't say, MAGA didn't vote for this. You can't say the US didn't vote for this. You can't say that the US is a reflection of its own politics. You can't say us consistently voting for politicians that vote for child marriage and discriminating against minorities, that we're not this. Again, you have to change yourself and you have to do the right thing. Like, even if the billionaires are burning down the planet, I'm still gonna recycle, because what else am I gonna do in this short time, right? So I agree that I can see why people give up on doing it individually and just fight for the system. I'm a do both kind of girly. I just feel like do both, because you still impact your smaller neighborhood. It's like saying, oh, I'm going to litter in my small neighborhood because littering is such a problem. Or hear me out, don't litter. And littering is a problem,
Anti-slavery movement, which focused on boycotting slave-made goods. So in some ways, this seems kind of analogous to vegans boycotting animal-made products. But after limited success, the free produce movement was abandoned in favor of more political approaches. With our current focus on go vegan messaging, people tend to view being vegan as a prerequisite to being an animal advocate. So in other words, people feel like they have to make this significant lifestyle in order to get involved. They need to completely change the way they
said lifestyle change?
Eat, which for many people might be more complicated than for others. I mean, if you look at the rates of obesity in the world, along with the numbers of vegans who fail to maintain their diet, well, you can't help but feel concerned if our main strategy is to convince as many people as possible to...
Which is why when people stop being vegan, it's a crush to the vegan brand, because ultimately that's what it is. It's a movement, it's a brand, and it looks like it's not sustainable, and they go, even your greatest allies couldn't sustain it. And my question is, you can't sustain it for one or two reasons. One, you have an unforeseeable illness, which Alex says he has, that he did not realize would be so heavily impacted. Or two, you did it for the wrong reason, but you don't know that yet. Philosophically speaking, again, if you do something for the wrong reason, I think it's easy to crumble. Because if you do it for the right reason, then even when facing a gun, you will make a decision. That's why we call it dying for what you believe in. That's what that is. Now, the question is, should we die for what we believe in? Now, that's the next philosophical question. Maybe we shouldn't. Maybe we shouldn't die for what we believe in. The reason we put ourselves in these life and death scenarios, hypothetically, is because for some people that will be their challenge, that they will have to die for what they believe in. And then the problem is, though, and this is the hypocrisy from the mediators, they'll say, oh, see, you're not even willing to die for what you believe in. Yeah, but you're not even willing to live for what you believe in. You're not even willing to live for what you believe in, let alone die for it.
Change their eating habits. But obviously it's not just about food. People need to change the clothes they buy and the cosmetic products they buy. I want to say that personally, after being vegan for say 2 months, I found this lifestyle really easy to maintain. Like, it honestly feels really convenient for me to be vegan. I don't miss meat at all. I think the vegan meats we have are great. And I think they're only going to get better over time. And likewise, it's only going to get more and more convenient to be vegan over time. But just like Cosmic Skeptic shouldn't generalize from his difficulties with veganism, just because he feels it's impractical for him, that doesn't mean it's going to be impractical for his subscribers. I should also be cautious not to generalize from my ease with veganism. So just because I find it easy, that doesn't mean that everyone else will. Now, the animal movement is a fringe movement, and what we want is for as many people as possible to join the movement and push for change. Now, imagine for a second how much smaller the US anti-slavery movement would have been if their community were limited to people who boycotted all slave-made goods. There were likely many people who disagreed with slavery, but who wouldn't have had...
So again, this is the conversation we've been having in political bubbles. Do we meet half racist halfway? They're racist, but at least they're not lynching people. They're homophobes, but at least they're not stoning the gays. Yeah, they're transphobic, but at least they use the right pronouns. Will we make that concession for political movements, for neighborhoods, for communities? We have to. For political movements, I don't know, girlies. I don't know, girlies. If, you know, for parenting, you know what I'm saying? For like teaching right and wrong, that's the question. Because that's the problem. Neighbor to neighbor, like if I'm a leftist and I'm passing out food, I'm not going to ask you who you voted for first. Eat the food, right? But if I'm linking arms with somebody and I'm saying they're a good person and my reputation's on it and I know they're fucking up, I got to say something. Now, if we're at a protest and I know we're all anti-Trump, but I know some people around me are fucked up, okay, but we're focused on what we're here for today, which is anti-Trump. So then this is why I say you have to know the category of socializing you are in. You cannot socialize the same way in every part of your life. When you're at work, you're a different person. When you're at home, you're a different person. You know what I mean? You can't socialize the same way everywhere. So you really got to think about it. You got to think about how you're showing up and what role are you playing in this social situation. So like I said, if I ever became like a political brand, if I ever was an activist, if I ever was different than just a YouTuber, if I was at a protest, I would be linking arms with people or metaphorically linking arms with people that maybe I don't agree with because we're all focused at the No Kings March, right? If I'm at a No Kings March, if I'm at a Pride Parade, I'm not going to ask everybody there, like, are we all on the same page? Are we all anti-capitalist? You know what I mean? We're here for pride. So maybe that's how vegans feel. Vegans are like, hey, I don't care what else is going on. Like, are you vegan? Great, we're on the same side. I know a lot of vegans don't argue with each other, as an example, even if they're a bad vegan, because they're like, we're focused on animal rights. I think I'm not willing to compromise most of my values for coalition. I'm open to hearing you out, but I very much hesitate because, again, minority communities have had to do this every time in the name of one day it will be better, and it never got better. So make it make sense.
Willpower to abstain from all slave-made products. Likewise, surveys suggest that a significant amount of US adults do support the abolition of factory farming and slaughterhouses, despite the fact that almost all of them buy animal products. Now, should we be skeptical of survey results like this because of things like social desirability bias? Absolutely. I think it's unlikely that we would see that much support if there was actually a vote on abolishing factory farming, although there was a vote in Switzerland recently that did show considerable support for a ban. Regardless, there are of course arguments in favor of having a focus on a go vegan call to action. Like if someone commits to going vegan, I think it's more likely that we'll see a significant shift in their worldview, where they see animals as individuals who matter. You know, there's that thing that some vegans call making the connection, which sounds a bit cringe, but I think there's something to it. Like, you become aware of speciesism and really see this as the important issue that it is. An issue that is just not taken seriously at all in the mainstream. You know, like the other historical injustices where the mainstream thought all the activists were crazy and people didn't take them seriously. I'm just saying. And if someone holds the belief that animals are moral patients whose suffering matters like their own does, and yet...
I heard a veterinarian say, the reason I'm vegan is because it seems weird to eat my patients. I thought that was pretty good.
Continues to literally eat them, well, I worry that cognitive dissonance is just going to make it much more likely that they adapt those beliefs in order to reduce the dissonance. And there's actually some empirical evidence to support this. What we have here is a genuine trade-off between two things. If we focus on the boycott, we enforce important social norms and highlight the seriousness of causing animal abuse. But we risk significantly minimizing the number of people who get involved because they find it too hard and then fail to speak up for animals at all because they don't want to feel like hypocrites. My take is that I'd be enthusiastic about seeing more non-vegans join the animal movement. I would be happy to see vegan activists.
Which, by the way, wait, did I save this video for you? That reminds me, hold on. Okay, TikTok, relax. Hold on. Let me see if I save this video for you. Ugh, TikTok just makes a decision when it wants to work and when it doesn't want to work for some reason. What was the video? It was like firefighter. Hold on. It was like firefighter saves piglet on farm that's burning. Family slaughters pigs and gives it to him as bacon as a thank you. That was the thing. Did you guys see that? And I was just like, You know what? Don't piss me off. What do you mean I just saved these fucking pigs' lives and then you killed them and gave it to me as bacon? The fuck?
Activists be welcoming to non-vegans in joining us to call for the end of the atrocities that are happening in animal farms and slaughterhouses. Would I accept this in a human context? Because wouldn't it just sound ludicrous to be encouraging child abusers to join us in protests calling for the end of child abuse? I think the main difference between these examples is the difference between social norms. Society is entirely set up for people to be non-vegan, and that's where the social pressure pushes towards. In order to avoid causing direct harm to farmed animals, people need to make a significant lifestyle change that puts them in a fringe minority group who are stigmatized by the majority.
Exactly.
Now, in the child abuse example, it's going the other way.
Well,
the social pressure is going the other way. You have to go out of your way to abuse a child, and if you're caught and convicted, you risk completely destroying your life. And that's one reason.
Well, child marriage is actually very normalized in the US. So that's the other problem I'm having with all of these conversations is I don't think vegans have understood that humanity has not agreed upon rape. We did not agree about racism. We have not agreed about homophobia. We did not agree about child marriage. So that's my problem with vegans. You think we won? And intersectional activists are screaming, we didn't win. We're still fighting. We didn't win. We're not there. We haven't even gotten fucking close. You fucking are all too fucking relaxed. It's not done. We're not done. Okay? So I think that's the problem. We're not finished. If you would like to add veganism to the roster, we'll add it to our list. But we're still fighting everything else. We're not done. We're not even close.
Why I think boycotting slave-made goods in the time when US slavery was legal and normal seems more analogous. And as I said, that's a situation where the focus on encouraging individual boycotts was abandoned in favor of more collective institutional call to actions. Perhaps you think that a non-vegan animal activist is a hypocrite. Well, I agree. They are hypocrites and they should try to be vegan. But it's like having a large movement made up of hypocrites that have a big enough voice to make big change for animals is better than having a movement that fails to enter the mainstream and bring about the change in the world that we want to see. And I think this is something that many environmental activists have realized. I was at an Extinction Rebellion event in London, which, by the way, saw a huge...
I mean, one of the greatest criticisms I've seen of environmentalists is why the fuck aren't you vegan? If you're an environmentalist, how the fuck aren't you vegan? Veganism is, meat production is so bad for the planet. One of the reasons I'm plant-based is because it's good for my health. I have fibromyalgia. I'm chronically disabled. It's good for the planet, and it's good for the animals. It leads to less harm. I don't understand how you're an environmentalist and you're not vegan. Or at least plant-based, right? That's why I say I think it's really interesting that all these people are so focused on health and they're eating carnivore diets when we know that's not the healthiest diet. And so again, these conversations, like, I just don't get it. I don't get it.
Attendance by all different kinds of people. And they were handing out these cards that said things like, you don't need to give up flying to join Extinction Rebellion, or you don't need to be vegan to join Extinction Rebellion, among other things. Now imagine if the environmental movement were only made up of people who were willing to give up flying or remain child-free for the rest of their lives. Well, they would certainly be less hypocritical, but they'd also be less effective. And let's be honest, we're all hypocrites. I mean, we live in a world where people are literally watching their children die from easily preventable diseases, while people on the other side of the world spend their savings on new iPhones and expensive dinners and video games. Not to mention the Nickelback CDs. I mean, at least get something worthwhile, like a Humane Hancock Patreon subscription. Ultimately, what I'm saying here is that pushing the narrative that you need to be vegan in order to be an animal advocate is probably harmful to animals over the long term. And having our main focus on a go vegan call to action.
It's just frustrating to ask people in a minority situation to be slower and kinder with people that in the meantime, while they're figuring it out, are causing like so much destruction. And I get the frustration for everybody. I think they're right. I think everybody plays a different role. I think sometimes you have to be really patient with people and explain it to them slowly. And I think other times it's like, fucking grow up and stop being bigoted. Stupid. You know what I mean? It's like, stop it. You know? And at some point you're frustrated because it's like, Jesus Christ, why do I have to explain this to you? Stop treating people badly. And it's like, now you're making me mad, you know, for no reason. Stop. So then I get it. Like from a human perspective, damn, we're so fucking annoying. That's why I'm saying, philosophically speaking, we're the problem. It's us. We're the problem. And I'm saying we can fix it because the solution is also us. Having a deeper relationship with your biological experience allows you to have enough humility to be better to people and to yourself and to the planet and to everything. You know what I'm saying?
Reinforces that narrative. I mean, yeah, it would be weird to have non-vegans going to protests to tell other people to go vegan. There is, of course, space for vegan advocacy in the animal movement. I mean, I wouldn't be sitting here talking to you if it wasn't for vegan advocacy. It's important. What I'm suggesting is a shift in our focus rather than completely abandoning vegan advocacy altogether. If Cosmic Skeptic continues to buy animal products, I think he can potentially be a good example of a non-vegan in the animal movement. As far as I know, his perception of what animals are enduring hasn't changed. He still thinks animal farming is the greatest moral emergency of our time, and he can still have an impact on this emergency. And that's what matters. There are countless animals behind closed doors, hidden away where people can't see them, experiencing something terrible right now. Maybe they can't even comprehend that it will ever end for them. I don't think we should start from the question, how do we convince as many people as possible to go vegan? I think we should start from questions like, how do we help them as effectively as possible? Or how do we bring about the end of animal farming as quickly as possible? And it seems to me that if we're serious about this, if we really want to see animal liberation, we're going to need as many people as we can get. I would love to see Alex continuing to be an amazing animal advocate, and I hope he can inspire more people to join us, including people who aren't yet fully vegan. And I also hope that in hearing me say that, you don't think I'm trying to tone down the moral seriousness of Alex's decision to eat animals. If Cosmic Skeptic were to ever have his actions accounted for in some hypothetical afterlife, then eating animals would rightly be seen as a serious moral misdeed. But the good he has done, and the good...
I will say, I think one of the frustrations with Alex, and he's young and I get it, is in the same reason I don't call myself vegan, so you guys don't have to make these videos about me, you know what I'm saying? Look at me, helping the community. Okay, but the reason I think people are frustrated with Alex is he's mentioned a medical problem, yes. And he made the mistake, I think. He said veganism is correct, but he also said that it's inconvenient when he's touring, when he's with friends, when he's doing speeches to find things to eat. I don't know how true that is because he wasn't transparent with his illness or his problems, which is fine. He shouldn't have to be. And also, this is the thing about being a public figure is like, if you make a decision, people will scrutinize every single thing you do because basically you are taking a moral high ground. You are making a statement of ought or I think this is better, which is why I like philosophy, because if you guys challenge me on my thoughts, I'll explain exactly my reasoning. And if my reasoning is wrong or doesn't coincide with my values, we can talk about changing them. But I think the dilemma is that Alex has gotten himself into a little bit of a problem because he's so young. He went vegan when he was even younger than he is now. He's in his mid-20s. He went vegan like a long time ago. So he made the decision, I think, before he really understood what he was doing. And it's not that young people can't make this decision. They absolutely can. It's just to say for Alex specifically, versus I'm 37 and I'm still like, is this what I want to do? Do I want to come out vegan? You know what I mean? That's a responsibility that I've decided if I'm ready to take on, which is very different. Even if secretly, guys, even if I was a vegan in the closet, even if I was vegan at home, even if I was vegan to my partner, even if I went around telling everybody in my private life I was vegan, coming out vegan on the internet is a very different responsibility because it's not just about me anymore. It's now about the community, the vulnerable communities, the people who believe in you. Like, it's a big deal. You know, that's why it's public. I know we think the internet is like private, but it's not. This is my work life. When I turn off the computer, I go home to my private life, right? So if I publicly say something, I'm making a statement that's greater than Britney. And that's why it's going to impact people, okay? Alex made this statement and then added in the concept of inconvenience into his argumentation, which then triggers a lot of vegans who are sick of hearing people talk about inconvenience, right? Because it's like, how inconvenient could it be? And I say this, I will say, being in Croatia, there is a lot more vegan options, right? But what I often get stuck eating, which is fine, because joke's on you, I fucking love it, is fries and vegetables. It's true. I tell everybody, stop thinking about where I can eat. Trust me, they're gonna have fries, they're gonna have vegetables. That's what I get. Or rice. Rice, vegetables, fries. And people go, but is that good? Okay, I don't know if you know I'm autistic, but I'm autistic. And that is fucking great. Thank you for asking. French fries? Vegetables? Barbecued? Don't ask me, you know what I'm saying? Like, have you not learned that I could eat fries every day, all day? Okay? I could literally eat potato fries, sweet potato fries, regular potato fries, any kind of potato fries every fucking day for the rest of my life. Okay? Yes, it's okay. And also, you know what I mean? Like, but I get it. Okay? But it's, you know.
He will hopefully do in the future would be seen as a serious moral achievement. Both these things can be true. Some people do act in ways that are morally better or worse than others, but I think it's the case that all of us have both serious moral flaws and serious moral strengths. We should try to improve as much as we can, because for many beings on Earth right now, life feels like a horror show. If you were them, ending this misery would feel like the most important thing in the world. An important part of trying to fix this is for us to become a more morally responsible species.
Ooh.
And that's a hell of a task.
Amen.
Getting that to happen, it starts with each and every one of us.
True. Absolutely.
What is the moral principle underlying our approach to the equality between human beings? Right?
That's
we think about
Alex.
equal rights and human rights, and we apply them consistently across human beings. And the reason that we have a conception of human rights is because we recognize that somebody's moral value should not be dependent on morally
It says taken from Soy Theist's channel. This is Alex O'Connor's voice.
irrelevant concepts like race and gender and sexuality and religion. Animal exploitation has to end now as a matter of principle, just as racism does, just as sexism does, just as ableism does, too.
Sending a huge thank you to the unsung heroes that are my Patreon supporters who are making this possible. Like, it's kind of surreal that I get to spend my career working on what I feel is most important. I'm just so incredibly grateful that you guys are trusting me with this opportunity. You're the reason why I'm here making these videos. You're the reason why I'm working on a bigger project outside of YouTube. So thank you. And if you're not currently a Patreon supporter,
Yeah, I think it's interesting to see Alex make those arguments with such passion, and it must be painful to see him move back on it. And I think he knew that. I think he knew how hard it would be for people to hear that, you know what I mean? That he wasn't going to be vegan anymore. Ugh, yeah. That's hard, bro. Okay, let me go in a completely different direction that I think would be interesting. This is David Rams, and sometimes I watch him and I like him, and sometimes I watch him and I'm like, relax, okay? This is an unlisted video that I found in a playlist about Billie Eilish.
I'm vegan. I'm not like out here like, don't eat that because like, shut the fuck up.
So you've made
It said, Billie Eilish vegan, shut up, don't be this vegan.
animal rights post. It's a good post. It's direct. It's to the point. You're ready for the backlash, the public non-vegan backlash. But something weird happens. You get a notification, but to your surprise, it's not a non-vegan member of the public or even a non-vegan friend or family member giving you shit. It's actually a comment from a vegan publicly criticizing you and even using one of the same excuses that non-vegans tend to make when they see vegan content.
Oh, great example, chat. Because chat said I could easily be vegetarian, but would slip up and eat something I didn't know was from an animal. I already don't drink milk and avoid lactose. Here, listen to this. Great fucking example. And don't make fun of me, vegans, okay? I'm at the store. I'm feeling nostalgic as fuck for some cereal. I get my vegan milk. I get my cereal. I go, okay, this isn't labeled vegan, but like, what could not be vegan about Cookie Crisp? It's Cookie Crisp. I go home, I'm eating the cereal, and I go, I should Google this. I Google it, and I go, what isn't vegan? I don't get it. Because we read the ingredients. My partner reads the ingredients. I translate on my phone. I read the ingredients. I was like, I don't get what's not vegan here. I Googled it. It's a vitamin. It's a motherfucking vitamin. It's like a B vitamin or something that comes from sheep. And I'm like, fuck. Did I eat that whole box of cereal? I did. So when stuff like that happens, you know what I mean? Like, I'm going to fucking finish the cereal and call it a day. But that's the stuff to look out for. When I got my, I needed collagen and I needed stuff for my hair and nails. I found a vegan hair and nails collagen in gummy form. I bought it. When I go get my iron or my B12 supplements, I have to make sure it says vegan. And so that's what I'm looking for. That's what I'm learning about this whole journey. Jail, straight to jail. You know, that's what I'm learning about this process. It's like, okay, everything I get, I have to double check. Oh, I bought this eyeliner. I just bought this eyeliner and I forgot to check if it was vegan. And I was like, fuck, Brittany, come on, bro. Now, we did Google it and I think we were okay, but I have to double check. I don't know. But it's too late. I bought it. I'm not returning it. I'm just going to use it. And that's what I'm saying about, like, am I allowed to do that as a vegan? I think so, but I don't know. I'm not going to throw it away. It's too late. I bought it. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to waste this. Okay. I'm just going to use it. I like it. And then I'm going to next time make sure if it's vegan or not. I don't know if it's vegan though. Max Factor X Color Elixir Lip Liner. I'll look into it. That's the kind of stuff that I'm like, you know what I mean? Yeah, I'm not going to call myself a vegan. And then, because Billie Eilish, she was like, they're like, oh, Billie's so vegan. Then why is she promoting this makeup brand that isn't vegan? I get it. right? She corrected herself once she caught it. But that's the kind of stuff that, yeah, if I'll correct myself the next time, but I'm not going to like kill myself or like, oh my God, oh, you bought the non-vegan makeup, you fucking dumb, you know what I mean? I'm just, okay, relax. I'm not Catholic anymore, you know?
Not only that, but this vegan's actually defending non-vegans, calling you and your post things like toxic, harmful, and too aggressive. Has this ever happened to you? It's happened to me quite a lot.
This is exactly what not to tell a non-vegan person. When you make people feel like shit, they will stop listening to you. You gotta find a...
Yeah, but even if you make people feel great, they're still going to be mean to you. Have you ever been nice to an abuser? You ever been nice to a man who's really misogynistic and you think if you're just nice to him, he'll be less misogynistic, but he doesn't change? I thought that about a man once, and then he got 3 different women pregnant.
Better way to approach them.
29 non-vegans like this.
I am vegan, but I call myself vegetarian because I hate that 90% of people calling vegan are equally extremist as non-vegetarians are.
I appreciate and understand the empathy. I'm vegan myself, but this is toxic and just not practical.
This is not helpful.
Oh dear, another knobhead video knocking vegetarians. Is it any wonder people think vegans are a bunch of idiots? Inspire, don't shame. But then again, this isn't a channel to help people go vegan. It's a channel for vegans to snigger at everybody else.
Found the meat flake.
I'm vegan.
And here's one from James Aspie.
I find your approach very aggressive over the last few months.
I agree. Something's going on.
I would have gone vegan way earlier if all activists talk like James now.
I'm just honest and passionate. What's aggressive is what's happening to the animals while they get murdered. And probably the most famous person to ever do this publicly would be Billie Eilish.
I've never been the type of person that like shoves my beliefs in people's faces ever in my life. I've never had meat in my life. I've always been a vegetarian and like growing.
Isn't this during her Blackson stage, or was that just Ariana? Like, let's be for real. She was like a much younger person at this point, you know, relax.
Growing up, I never was like, don't eat that. Right. I don't give a fuck what you eat. Like, eat whatever you want. Yeah. You know, the people that are always like, I'm a vegan in everyone's face. It's like, you're the reason people don't like vegans. I'm vegan. I'm not like out here like, don't eat that because like, shut the
yeah. Oh no, she changed. Like she changed. It became more real for her. Like, I do think there's a time when it becomes more real for you. You know what I mean? I know one of my really, really good friends, she's been vegan our whole friendship. Basically, I don't even remember a time she wasn't. Maybe she was like, maybe the very beginning, but I don't think so. And we used to go out to sushi together, and she would get vegan sushi or vegan orient, you know, stuff that was vegan. And I would get regular sushi. And then I remember when I told her, I was like, I'm going to go plant-based. She was like, I knew it. I knew you were going to go plant-based. And like, that's the stuff that, you know, that's the part where your friends are just them. And you go to that friend. Like, I remember the moment I thought about being plant-based, I went straight to her and I was like, because I knew that was her thing. But even though we were together, she wouldn't judge me for what I ate. And yet I think that's about but I think she was always outspoken, and I don't think she ever held her tongue, and I don't think she ever made me feel judged, but I also think that's a skill she has. I think she's a very skilled person in not making people feel judged while being very clear about where she stands, and she's very good about open with boundaries. So I also think it's about why you do anything you do. Like, even on this journey, like I said, nobody in my life is plant-based. But do I notice that people in my life are going more plant-based? Yeah, absolutely.
These people are what I call...
Or incorporating plant-based meals into their diet.
Pick-me vegans. You've probably heard of pick-me girls or simps. These are people that don't get offended by blatantly offensive things.
No, but the pick-me phenomenon is an internalization of misogyny. It's actually deeply conditioned into women to think of themselves as secondary to men as a way to win favor in patriarchy. So it actually is that deep. And you saying pick-me veganism is downgrading the word, much like woke. It came out of Black communities. So you're doing that thing again that people do because they don't know where words come from, which is fine. And it's not a big deal. And then, you know what I mean? Like, maybe she's being a pick-me, or maybe she was just a young girl who thought, like, that's what she needed. Or maybe you need to be kind to her and tell her, like, I'm glad you deconstructed that, because now they're mad at her for her recent take. So now I'm confused, because wasn't he mad at her for her original take? Wait, let's listen. Maybe I'm confused.
And blatantly sexist things because they crave attention and validation from the opposite sex, or basically whoever they're trying to get with.
Oh my god, other girls get upset with you when you call them bitches and hoes? Girls are way too sensitive these days. I'm not like other girls. I won't get offended by you calling me names that devalue me.
Please like me, please like me, please, please, please like me.
Oh my gosh, other guys you've dated got upset when you told them all men are rapists? Wow. Men can be such sexist pigs. I'm not like other men. I accept the fact that all men are in fact rapists.
This is not the same thing. Pick-me girls are suffering from a deep people-pleasing mentality. They're deeply wounded. These men are predators in disguise, pretending to be woke so they can have sex with you. Not the same thing. Not the same thing.
Please like me, please, God.
Unless he's doing it from a deep insecurity in which he really wants to be liked, to be seen as a good person. Usually these type of men are not doing that, but like, then it wouldn't be you can't be a pick-me man. You would just be a follower. Do you see what I'm saying?
Please like me, please. These vegans leaving these shitty comments on your posts are pick-me vegans. These vegans don't get offended by animal abuse because they crave acceptance and validation from non-vegans. So when you make posts that are emotional, strong, and powerful, they come flying in to rescue the poor, offended, non-vegan public. These are the types of vegans that most likely only hang out.
No, Chet's saying you can make the comparison. It's not the same, but some vegans probably make these arguments for positive social reinforcement. I'm not like other vegans, is exactly what Billy is doing. Well, you're insinuating her why. I just think she thought that. Yes, she might get the social validation, but it's probably because she thinks it. And then later she changed her mind and she doesn't think that way anymore, which is why she eventually made the statement, you can't love animals and eat them too. Isn't that good? Shouldn't you give, why is he referencing a clip that was older that contradicts her future clip? Because Billy's haters were saying, oh, Billy's no longer cool. Billy's a loser now because Billy is saying you can't love animals and eat them now. That old clip is old. So I'm confused about why is he, what?
With non-vegans and say things like, oh, I'm not one of those vegans. They're totally okay with putting other vegans down for their own personal gain. And they'll do everything they can to cater to the non-vegan public so they can get acceptance, validation, and basically so they can be liked.
Oh my god, another vegan got upset when you told them that it's your personal choice to eat animals. Wow, vegans can be so pushy. Me, I'm not like other vegans. I respect your choice to use and kill other animals for your personal pleasure and convenience.
Please like me, please like me, please like me, please. When I first came across these kinds of pick-me vegans, honestly, I lost a lot of faith in the vegan movement. It really hits hard when you realize that this tiny little fraction of the population that happens to be vegan, this tiny minute group of people that are supposed to be defending the animals alongside you, like the only people out there that really care enough to do something, the vegans, are actually standing against you because they want to get validation from the people who are abusing animals. It's pretty rough. But then I realized something. I've actually been there myself. I've said the words, I'm not one of those vegans. I've been a pick-me vegan. I understand what drives someone to do this. It's so tempting to play the good cop to try and get people to like you. We all want to be liked. And it's really hard to resist the temptation to get other people to feel this way about you. But I realized something extremely important. As animal rights activists, we have to resist that temptation. We're not going to make change by making people feel warm and fuzzy inside.
Man, I just love animals. Like, how cute are these animals? Oh wow, yeah, so cute, yeah. Oh my god, I know, right? That's why I'm vegan. Because you love animals? Yeah, exactly. Oh, well, I love animals too, but I'm not vegan. Yeah.
Okay, now remember, don't say anything offensive. We have to stay positive.
Well, I guess we love animals in different ways then. Yeah, I guess we do.
Nailed it. This vegan made me feel good about not being vegan, so now I can claim to love animals whilst paying for them to be abused. Awesome. We have to expose the horrors, expose the truth, and we have to support each other in doing so. When we act like a pick-me vegan,
I'm vegan. I'm not like out here like, don't eat that because like, shut the up.
We completely undermine the animal rights message. We give every single non-vegan engaging with that post or conversation the perfect excuse to completely...
Oh, I'm so wrong. I'm sorry, guys. Hold on. I, for some reason, thought this video was updated. It's not. It's an old video. He's calling out old Billy. I'm so sorry. I was so confused. I was like, when was this video made? And then I'm so sorry. I thought this was a recent video. So, okay, I'll take back what I said. He didn't know the full context of New Billy. I wonder how he feels about New Billy. But I will say that I can understand his perspective on Billy then. And I will say that I can understand his conversation here in comparison to Humane Hancock. So then, okay, my bad. I'll apologize. Then we can say the Humane Hancock, his opinion is we have to meet people where they're at and do our best. Now, philosophically, I think you don't have a choice, right? So I will just say the frustrating part is we don't have a choice. I am frustrated that my parents won't stop being bigoted. It is frustrating for me, but I also understand it. Sorry, and I also understand it. I'm not condoning it. I'm accepting it. I'm accepting the world is racist. I'm accepting the world is homophobic. I'm accepting the world is transphobic so I can do something about it. Because I do think human beings don't accept this about the world. And so they don't do anything about it because they don't think it's a problem. How can we live in a rape culture if I've never raped anybody? They don't want to admit there's a rape culture, so they don't have to do anything about it. The other day on stream, I said, you probably know a rapist. You've probably been friends with a rapist. And some person in my chat was like, I only have 3 friends and none of them are rapists. Okay. Bean soup, homie. Blocked. I'm trying to make a greater point here. I'm trying to say you probably know somebody because statistics show we all know somebody. So you being like, I'm actually, okay, so don't do that. Okay, don't do that to me. Like, I'm literally trying to humanize you so we can do something. But I think people want to be humanized, because if they humanize, then they have to give it to other people. And so I agree. I'm frustrated with you too. And so, from that position, I can be deeply empathetic to vegans who are like, I don't want to play nice with you, bro. You're killing an animal. Then don't. I don't think you should. I think you should pick and choose your battles, meaning if every single time you interact with a person who's eating an animal and you feel like, oh, I got to say something, say something. If you find it's not helping your cause and you find you're not joyful, change. But I do think some people are meant to play the role of always calling out people for eating meat and being racist and being homophobic and being transphobic. I don't always do that. It depends on how I'm feeling. And I will also say, I guarantee you that there's probably going to be a moment in which it's not reasonable to do it. Okay? You have to have a more of a value than just being vegan. Because again, if you say, I'm going to go to my friend's funeral. They just lost their mother, their father, and their sister in a car crash. Real scenario. Okay, that happened to somebody in my family. All three died in an instant. And I go to their funeral and they're serving Assyrian food because we're Assyrian and it's all meat-based. And I bring my vegan friend to comfort me and they go, actually, we can't be slaughtering animals. I would fucking be so upset. Not the time to pick and choose your battle. Like, not the time to be a vegan. Not the time to open your fucking mouth. I did not bring you to my family's funeral so you could fucking, do you know what I'm saying? And it sounds like these vegans are saying that's what they would do. And I would just like them to say, obviously, pick and choose your battles. Obviously, you can't go into a funeral and say this to somebody, right? Rest in peace to the family. Obviously, devastating story. Okay, that's what I'm saying. So I assume in good faith, he would agree with me. But the way he's making the content sounds like he wouldn't agree with me. And I'm just saying it would be better if we all just assumed you're not going to come to a funeral and say something, are you? Because I can't invite you to the funeral. Right?
Ignore it. So what do we do about this? I recommend privately inboxing any vegan who's acting like this in public on your posts. I've done it a few times and I send a message that's something like this. Hey, I just saw your comments on my post. I really appreciate you sharing your opinion and engaging with the content, but I have removed the comment. The post is aimed at non-vegans who will no doubt be reading the comments looking for someone who supports their abuse, someone who's fighting their corner. Seeing a comment from a vegan that's undermining the message of the post gives them the perfect excuse to ignore the message and continue abusing animals. If you disagree with any of my posts, you're welcome to message me to discuss.
Wait. To the chatter who's a member said, why did I just discover the Britney emojis? Do you mean the emojis that are of me? Or do you mean the fact that members get emojis? Because guys, if you're a YouTube member, you get all of these cool emojis to use. So just in case anybody's become a member and doesn't know, look at all these amazing emojis you get to use. There's so many. So enjoy that membership, girl, because a lot of perks. Oops, hello. Also, FYI, I just did the Dr. K Jubilee Surrounded. I'm going to do the Vegan Surrounded next for members, tier 2.
But when I see them, I will always remove comments from other vegans that I believe will result in more animals being harmed. Thanks for your understanding. Keep speaking up for the animals. Some people have responded really well, and we've got into some very productive discussions where they've either agreed with me, and we've agreed that we'll do private messages from now on, or they've disagreed with me, and they've said, but I understand it's undermining the message, so I won't do that again in public. So it's like a win-win situation in that sense. But I've also had some pretty bad responses from others who've resorted to name-calling and accusations, and then eventually resulted in them blocking me, or me blocking them. But honestly, it's still a win-win situation, because you either have someone who understands and cooperates, meaning they're a valuable ally, or you've weeded out an unreasonable attention seeker, and it's for the best that you block them from your account anyway. You can only hope that eventually this message gets through to them and they change their ways, but the important thing here is that you've dealt with this problem in a productive way. We aren't going to change the world by being—
Ooh! Chet said, would Uncle Iroh be vegan? Well, he wasn't vegan in Avatar, but when he gets to Korra, I wonder if he's technically vegan because he is friends with the animals that talk. Because in Korra, maybe everybody knows this because the show's so old. We're going to deconstruct Korra in the Discord. But yeah, so it depends. But depends.
Pick me vegans by trying to make non-vegans think that we're cool or that we're not the type of vegan that's going to make you feel bad about abusing animals.
Hey man,
okay,
what's
I'm
up?
over this.
Oh, hey.
Next. Oh, this was only interesting because it was analyzing veganism from the point of intersectionality. And then this comment here says, vegans will insert themselves in any conversation. This time it's intersectionality. At least vegans actually have some scientific statistical evidence to back up their position though. And then it said, this comment replied and said, it is the other way around. Intersectionality, feminism, Marxism, ideology is trying to replace veganism and insert social issues into something that is for animal rights. It's like, damn, brothers. damn, brothers. And then she just like, to give you a little sneak peek, she has this little chart behind her, right? And it's like, this is the categorization. We separate these two things. And I understand, right? Like, we're basically, vegans are saying animals deserve legal rights, which the animals do have legal rights for the record. It's just, it's kind of, it's mostly the rights extended to the human owner, but okay. And then here it is. But then, baby, even then, you can't just harm animals. Example, I lived in a place in Arizona where somebody was going around and shooting wild horses because there was a bunch of wild horses, which was beautiful. And somebody went around shooting the wild horses. You can't do that. They got in trouble, right? They shot and killed wild horses. How disgusting is that, bro? What the fuck is wrong with you? These weren't pets, though. They were animals, wild horse animals, right? And there was still a consequence to that. You know, it just wasn't on the basis that this animal was entitled to their life as much as it was a destruction to the environment and the, I guess, like the dignity of the wild horse, I suppose.
Is recognized almost as a consensus among societies, making humans feel in a privileged position over animals and free to use their reason to subdue and exploit them according to our convenience.
Exactly. Human beings weaponize their intelligence to exploit people instead of using their intelligence to care for people. And that's why, you know, anti-capitalism is so important, because we're using our intelligence to exploit people. And I think the irony, though, it's not just billionaires, it's you too. And I think that's what veganism forces you to recognize, because I know a lot of people like to point to billionaires. What do you think you're doing? You're exploiting people. What about scammers? What about thieves? What about people in our communities? Like, guys, every individual has the ability to exploit other people. It's just not through the means of capitalism. So billionaires exploit you through the means of capital, but you exploit your children. You can exploit your family members. You know, you can exploit animals. So again, like you need to contend with the responsibility that you have in terms of exploitation, which is why it's crazy that the unnatural vegan is a capitalist, basically. Like, she's just, to say that anti-capitalism is stupid, to say anti-capitalism is anti-veganism, is like, what the fuck? This is why nobody liked her BLM takes. You know what I mean? And look, she has another video, Capitalism Stole Meat. And she has this one. If you YouTubers call it my ignorance about socialism. It's like, Jesus Lord. Okay, now, we already went over this, lady. Here's what I actually want to end on. Hold on, this is Ed. Oh, this is a small video that I found. It's really old, but okay, let's give this a few minutes, and then I wanna end on this video, which I think would be the most interesting thing to end on. So let's watch a little bit of this.
How many of the people who call themselves intersectional vegans don't really understand intersectionality. Number 3, are we addressing some expected responses from that side? And number 4, we will be...
Okay, I will just say this. In my search for intersectional vegans, I was disappointed to see a lot of these channels don't make current content. They're not very popular. They don't have a whole theme. I would love to see smaller channels grow in a direction of being very focused on why they're making content and really honing in on their craft, so we could do collaborations, grow things. Because sometimes I get emails from people that are like, oh, Britt, I want to start a YouTube channel, or Britt, I do this thing. But you don't have anything yet. You can't reach out to, you can do whatever you want. But I don't take much pleasure in just like talking to people who have no serious interest in creation or activism or doing something. A big part of it is because it feels like they're just going to be trolls. But I would love for everybody to feel like if they have something to contribute, they should. I think everyone should be a creative if they want to be. But just, you know what I mean? Don't, like, with peace and love, don't email me and say, hey, I'm thinking about becoming a YouTuber. Do you want to collab? Like, guys, would you go, like, that's like going to someone who's a professional and saying, like, hey, I'm thinking about doing what you do, but do you want to, like, come on my non-existent, you know what I mean? Like, think about what you're doing.
Discussing a proper way of applying intersectionality to animal rights that does not make it about humans. Anyway, with that cleared up, let's begin. Imagine it's the 1990s and you're in the United States of America. You visit a shopping establishment and it is far more progressive than the average shopping establishment in the 90s. They take great pride in their hiring policy, which is, surprisingly, based on diversity. Now, whether or not hiring on the basis of diversity is a good thing is a whole another discussion, but that's just how our hypothetical shopping establishment is. You look around, you see black people working there, you see women working there, And you think to yourself, this is quite nice. They're living up to their reputation of hiring on the basis of diversity. Until you look again, and this time you look closer. All the black people working there are men, and all the women working there are white women. If diversity is so important to the hiring policy of this shopping establishment, where are the black women? Legal scholar Kimberly Crenshaw noticed this phenomenon decades ago and coined the term intersectionality to refer to this phenomenon. She pointed out that black women live on the intersections of racial discrimination and gender discrimination. Now, this discrimination, of course, went far beyond.
And by the way, it's not just jobs, it's relationships. This is why sometimes black women are frustrated when they see black men choose white women as their mates, because this didn't just happen. A lot of black men can internalize white supremacy and turn that into who their mate will be, which then leaves black women, again, lastly, chosen not only romantically, but also jobs-wise. Even though black women are going to college, even though they're the backbone of community, even though they're all of these great things, there is this thing that happens even socially. So when we say like systems of oppression impact how we socialize, of course it impacts who you marry. It impacts how you want your kids to be and how you want to raise people. And so like this intersectionality isn't just for jobs. It's for your life, you know, how you exist. And by the way, you want to talk about food? There's a documentary, maybe it was Game Changers. I don't remember. Do you guys remember? They highlighted that black communities were the highest, fastest growing vegan communities, mostly health related. And it was about how enslaved people in America were given the scraps from obviously slavers. And then they would turn those scraps into like delicious meals that are traditionally maybe made with a little bit more oil or breading or something like that. And the black vegans were trying to figure out ways to convert those old recipes into something that was more vegan for health reasons mostly, but you know. And when I think about that, I think about like that is a big part too of like the transition is like, how do I get a Syrian food to be vegan? But even more than that, it's more or less like very targeted, and it's why maybe some people will be hesitant to be vegan, because the implication that like you're unethical and evil for exploiting animals just like you were exploited. And then like, imagine you're told that as a community that's still being exploited to this day under white supremacy. Like slavery never ended. Slavery never ended. I mean, there are reports coming out of prisons that specifically white jailers are saying things like, oh, he's strong and sturdy and we need him to serve his time because we need their strength, when referring to black inmates. So again, like, I think sometimes white vegans in particular can be very frustrating because they're not thinking about the implication of telling a black person, just like your people, what? And do you think it's over? Like, you know what I'm saying? It's very layered and very sensitive, you know? Which is maybe why you could sit in a room with a person and not have to be that obnoxious vegan that's always like, oh, you're hurting animals. Like, you know what I mean?
Oversimplified hypothetical shopping establishment. Now, although I do not agree with Kimberly Crenshaw on a lot of things, it is important to give her credit for conceptualizing this and coming up with an intelligent term to refer to this phenomenon. It is very important, however, to note that this sort of recognition of the intersections of two or more discriminations is not exclusive to Kimberly Crenshaw, and it did not start.
Oh yeah, great point, chat. This is why when you mentioned being pro-black and not having a black partner, I mentioned access to the black partner, because I'd argue a lot of pro-black women might not have black partners. Yeah, for sure. And that's why I think people in my comments too were a little confused, because pro-black has a different implication. And I was trying to relate it to something more. And I didn't mean to make it sound like physical attributes were like abs were like analogous to choosing a black partner. And I do think pro-black people could be with other pro-black people that are high compatible. I just think love in general is really rare. So I think the implication that you will be able to find a partner is wrong. Not that they don't exist, but whether or not you can find the partner is, you don't know that. I think it's improbable, but I do think you can. I don't know if you will though. So I think that's what, yeah, I hear you, because you're right. I definitely didn't say that the best way possible on that stream.
With her recognizing this. For example, Dalit feminists in India have advocated for the equal treatment of women belonging to lower castes for well over a century at this point. Now, intersectionality is not just limited to racial discrimination and gender discrimination. Addressing the struggles of someone who is, let's say, gay and disabled is also intersectionality, since that person lives on the intersections of ableism and homophobia or heterosexism, whatever you like to call it. Okay, now that we have some basic idea of what intersectionality is, let's talk about how intersectionality is currently being applied to animal rights. People who call themselves intersectional vegans are of the opinion that it's not the right way to focus solely on non-human animals, that we also have to consider human struggles, the struggles of marginalized humans, and we have to look for total liberation. Now, I understand where this mentality comes from.
What did that say? What do you think about the rebuttal? Stick to one issue because the non-human animals have no one. Launched against BIPOC vegans for their total liberation advocacy. And it looks like a black woman icon. So, okay, named Glow. Cute.
Humans.
Glow.
And we have to look for total liberation. Now, I understand where this mentality comes from because in a human context, I can definitely see why it can make sense to some people. Because no matter who you are, if you face, let's say, just one kind of prejudice, right, there will be another human being who faces that same prejudice, but also something else on top of it. Even if I face racism, which I do to some extent,
of course,
I do not face misogyny. I can't face misogyny, right? I'm not a woman. So if in that scenario you're doing anti-racism, but you're doing it in a way that only addresses the kinds of issues that I would face, right? Then you're leaving out a lot of people, right? You're leaving out about half the people that you claim to care about. You're leaving out women. So if either of racism or misogyny exists, then women belonging to these marginalized races will continue to face some form of prejudice. Remember this particular line for later. It's going to be real.
It's also why vegans make the feminist argument that if you're a feminist, you should be vegan, because the way that female cows are forcefully inseminated in order to bring babies into the universe just to have them ripped away, and then the cycle continues. So
really important. So in this case, we do indeed have to look for total liberation. I can definitely see how that makes sense. Animal exploitation, however, is a completely different story. No human being can experience speciesism. They can be marginalized, for sure, but not because of their species. No human being lives on the intersections of...
Okay, here's the question. Are vegans hated because the individual is vegan or because what the vegan represents or advocates for? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, I mean, there's so many things I'm trying to figure out. There's like 20 things. But one of the things I'm trying to figure out is like, do people hate vegans because they think the individual is like a vegan the way someone thinks they're a Muslim? Or because people hate Muslims for the way they think. That's what Sam Harris would say. Right? Sam Harris would say the left, I don't know how to do a Sam Harris voice, the left, I don't know. He would say the left doesn't understand, he doesn't hate Muslims as people, he hates their religion. But he thinks, because he made this argument recently, or not recently, but this argument that like leftists think Islam is like has to do with brown people. And he's like, I'm not anti-brown people, I'm anti-Muslims. And I'm like, well, okay. Like, have you deconstructed enough though from racism to even know that? And then also, what does that even mean? That's why I'm not an anti-religious person anymore, because I think anti-religion is too tied to anti-racism and everything else. And I don't think people are good enough at it. So are vegans hated because they're like Muslims? Or are they hated because they're advocating for a group of people that people hate? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Jet said, I think they're hated for making people feel inferior for eating meat. So like bicyclists, how people really hate bicyclists? Is that like being vegan? There are people who want to hit bicyclists with their car. There are people that celebrate when a person on a bike gets hit. So are they like those people? That's crazy, by the way. That's crazy to be anti-cyclists. You know what I mean? Like, why are you an anti-cyclist, bro? Bicyclists? Cyclists? Anyways, let's see. I think vast majority of the hate is projection. Let's see. I think vegans are hated in part because of their intersectionality, right? Like a vegan compares the cow insemination to a feminist issues. Yeah, sure, maybe. Yeah, the intersection, right? Discord said I'm very behind, but most of the online environmentalists I know are vegan or plant-based. Oh, I love that. That's good. Yeah. Let's see. People don't like to be confronted with their own immortality. That's true, right? In my country, vegans are mostly made of made fun of, not hated. I think Americans hate vegans because PETA and the likes being too extreme with the rhetoric. I mean, I think who you make fun of is who you kind of hate. Like, how do you make fun of somebody without hating them? Why would you make fun of them, right? Like, what are you making fun of? You're mocking somebody for being who they are? Isn't that kind of a form of hate? I mean, I guess you could say it's not hate, but it is a prejudice. So in your country, people are prejudiced against vegans, but they don't hate them? Is that what you're saying, right? Chet said, many just don't want vegans to say anything. It's a common thing to say, if you're vegan, keep it to yourself. Or saying, how do you know if someone is vegan? Don't worry, they'll tell you. Yeah, for sure. I've heard those. Now, what do you guys think about eating at a place that has vegan options but isn't vegan? Like Burger King has a vegan meal. What do you guys think about that? I swear I thought McDonald's did, but apparently not. But I know Burger King does, I believe. What do you guys think about that? Because sometimes when my partner and I have to be in long car rides, rare, but it happens, we usually stop at a place with a vegan burger and I get a vegan burger. You know? Is that good? Or you guys like, is there any vegans in the chat that like never eat at a vegan? Like if it's not vegan, I'm not going? Because I've seen some of those opinions. Hold on. Let me move on because I gotta go soon. My spoons are low. Shit. Thank you. Hold on. Okay, hold on. La 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 la. Sorry, oh my god. Oh, I wish I had this video. Okay, I don't know where this video is. I was hoping I could find it really quickly. That's okay. I want to end on this video, which is too long, so I don't know how much we're going to watch of it. But it's Nicole Reffi, and she says, quitting veganism after 10 years, but it's not exactly what you think. And I want to hear your opinions on this video too, because I think it'd be interesting, right? Let me just make sure I didn't read anything or miss anything. Burger King specifically is on the BDS list, no? Is it? I thought McDonald's. No, hold on. I'll look up the BDS list again. Oh, it's on the organic boycott supported by BDS movement. So it's not the same. Okay. Elliot Sang actually made a video about this. Look, priority boycott targets for the BDS movement is these brands. Okay. Then organic boycott supported by local movements. So if you locally want to participate, you can. Pressure targets for BDS movements. So they are different. They don't require the same amount of protest, and the protest is dependent. So if it's the only thing you can eat on the road, we're not going to expect you to starve. You can get something, okay? If you want to make a big effort, these are the main ones you can protest. And at the same time, if Chevron's the only gas station in your area and you have to buy from Chevron, nobody's going to fight you on it, right? The idea is that you can make the best effort you can, but there is a tier list to the boycott expectation. Okay, pressure targets, organic boycotts, and priority boycotts, right? So if you're participating in the BDS list, that's the way you want to look at it. Okay, everyone is different. Again, I get it, but you pick and choose, again, what works for you within participating in the boycotts. But yeah, check out that BDS list. It's good to know. Okay.
Hello, everyone. Do you give a fuck what I'm eating? Do you care? Do you care? Do you ever think about me? Do you ever think about me in the way that I think of you? Do you ever think of me?
Do you ever think of me? Do you ever find yourself wondering, what am I doing? Or like, who am I doing it with? Or like, what perfume am I wearing?
It's been a second since I've made any content about me being vegan. I've just been living my life. But the last video I kind of made solely about veganism was a video called My Problem with Vegans. And some vegan channels reacted to that. Some people had opinions on it. I actually got just some pushback and criticism from people who were like, you're not a vegan. You're actually very much so not a vegan. Like, hey, it's really cool what you're trying to do, and it's clear that you're like an animal lover, but it's like good efforts, but you're not a vegan though. And the main reason for that being was that I talked about my reasons for wearing recycled leather. I shouldn't say recycled leather. I should say secondhand leather, used leather, vintage leather. I think in that video specifically, I talked about how like I have coats and jackets from my mom from like the 80s and 90s. They're in still amazing, incredible shape, and I will choose.
Look, let me show you. I don't know what to do with this jacket I have. my friend who died from cancer, I got this jacket when he died. It's leather, smells like a dead cow, bro. But it also has like Native American, right? Isn't this Native American? You know, it's like, you see, is it okay if I wear this? Can people tell me? Is it okay? Like, is it offensive? Should I donate it to a Native American? Like, is it okay? I don't know. Sometimes I used to wear it all the time, but then I started to think about it and I was like, should I be wearing this? I don't know. Isn't it so pretty? It's like so pretty. It's the prettiest thing I've ever seen. Is anyone Native? Can I wear this? So it's really nice. Like, it's really meaningful. It's his jacket, you know? But I don't know, you know? But I don't listen. I want to know if it's offensive to Native Americans specifically, right? Because my friend wasn't Native who gave it to me. My friend was white. So like, he bought it because he's a cowboy. So he bought it from Native Americans. They were a white couple who heavily invested in Native American purchasing. Like, they made a effort to specifically buy from Native Americans. So it has a good intention. I know that. She's still alive, the wife, and she makes a concerted effort to always buy from natives because of the way that America has treated them. So she did get it from a native seller, from my understanding, at least. I think that's a native seller. And so I think it's ethically collected or purchased. But then I was like, is it wrong? Is it wrong? And I don't want non-natives to tell me to wear it because I'm not, you know what I'm saying? Of course, you're going to tell me to wear it. I'm wondering. It is so heavy. It's such a beautiful, heavy jacket. And I just want to make sure, because I'd love to wear it. You know, I would love to wear it. I just want to make sure it's cool. But it's so heavy. It's so beautiful. It's so great. It's just like a wonderful, you know. But anyways, this also plays into, oh my God, my body. This also plays into being a possible vegan and having something made out of animal flesh, right? Like, should I get rid of it? I wouldn't get rid of it, by the way, for that reason alone. I'm not going to get rid of anything I've already bought. But I was shopping for a wallet the other day and I didn't buy the wallet because it was leather. You know? Chat says you can send emails to Native Americans where the jacket came from. Oh, maybe I could just send an email. Just say, hey, like, is it cool if I wear this, right? Oh, chat said break killer. Cami is Native at Chatter and okay, let me see. Ask her when she's here. Oh, okay. I'll mention it if I see her username. Chet says, why can't you appreciate their craft by wearing it? This is a very layered conversation about injustices done to Native Americans and wearing things they create in a mocking fashion from people. So even though it sounds intuitive to wear something from somebody as a sign of respect, it can also accidentally be offensive. So you just want to make sure. You know what I mean? Right? Chat, okay, what the fuck? Stop, Brittany. Listen, when you say, hey, there's no one's business what you do with a gift your friend was given when they died. Okay, guys, lock in. I don't know what the fuck. Why did we get so liberal all of a sudden? Are we not leftists? Are we not intersectionals? Like intersectional feminists? It is much deeper than even my friend giving it to me. Okay? It is. It is much deeper. So remember, as much as we want to say, see, this is why it's easy to be racist. I'm asking a very important question to make sure I understand not to repeat patterns of colonizer mindset and racist mindset. And you guys are naturally defensive, which is fair because you're like, oh my God, your friend gave it to you. I know. But I can also give it, I can also give it to somebody who can respectfully wear it. I'm just asking if I can wear it. Okay? So I get where you guys are getting naturally defensive and also, right? Okay. All right. Now, let's go back to this because kind of the same conversation. Now, from the vegan perspective, should you wear leather at all? Right? Should you wear leather at all?
wearing that jacket over buying a new coat, a new vegan leather coat perhaps. I guess like the topic of veganism has been on my mind a lot, especially during my treatment for OCD when I was in ERP therapy. I'm graduated, thank you very much. When I was in treatment for it, veganism was actually something that we talked about quite a lot because it gave me so much anxiety. Because the problem with OCD a lot of times is people suffer with black and white thinking. And at least my problem was like, I either am or I am not. And so like that comment specifically of being like, you are not a vegan because we say no and you do not fit the exact criteria. Morally, that really conflicted me, and I struggled with feeling like I was a good person. And there's a lot of morals that come into, at least for me personally. Anyway, I decided to make this video to kind of touch on that topic, and also New Year's coming up. A lot of you might be thinking about going vegan for the new year as like a New Year's resolution. If anybody even does that anymore. I really don't know.
Veganuary. It's all over Croatia when it happens. Every January, my store brings in all these vegan fun things to try. It is absolutely a trend. It is absolutely a thing. And I learned about it because it coincided with my vegan journey. I had gone vegan like a month into Veganuary, so like February, and I was like, oh, there you go. So I learned about it. Yeah.
Of conservatism and beef tallow skincare, I really don't know if anybody is going vegan anymore, but hey, if you are, hi, I'm here to talk about it. If you're thinking about it or even considering being vegan for like one day out of the week, let's talk about it. So,
which by the way, when I made my 30-day vegan video, a bunch of vegans were like, Brittany, you can't be vegan for 30 days. You either are vegan or you're not.
I have been vegan since about 2016, 2017. I remember it was my senior year of high school. Not eating meat was something always on my mind. I remember I would sit at the breakfast table with my family, and if you know what Polish breakfast spreads kind of look like, it's like you don't have like cereal. Like it's like open-faced sandwiches, and the entire table is filled with
yeah.
Like various different kinds of meat and kielbasa and pasztet, and all this food is in front of you. And I remember one day saying like, I think I'm gonna be a vegetarian. And my grandma being like, you cannot be a vegetarian, you're Polish. That's not gonna work out. And so I just pushed to the back of my mind. I remember sometime in my teens, I went with a family friend to a circus. It was like the Ringling Ringling Brothers.
You got it,
Ringling
girl.
Brothers and Barnum and Bailey. Wait, I kind of ate that. Like I kind of got that. Like actually really amazingly. I remember I went to this circus with a family friend, and I remember coming home, and I can't be normal. Like I can't have like a normal experience. Like if I go and watch a movie or if I go and enjoy something thoroughly, then I'm gonna sit there and I'm gonna consume the fuck out of it when I get home online. Musicals, movies, anything. And so I was like, I need to know everything about the Ringling Barnum and Bailey circus. And so I was like looking it up on Tumblr.com because that was my main website of choice when I was 13, 12, however old I was. And I remember all these posts coming up about how the circus is responsible for a lot of animal abuse against specifically their elephants and I believe they're tigers at the time, but I know for a fact they're elephants. And that really stuck with me. And I remember kind of falling down a hole of watching these like horrific videos, so much so that it disgusted me, and I was like, oh my god, I want to do everything possible that one day I can.
This is such a good example of going on a journey, researching something you like, and having like an observe. Okay, I used to have a pass to SeaWorld, and then I read about SeaWorld, and I was like, oh my god, my parents used to have a pass to the San Diego Zoo, and then they learned about zoos, and they were like, so sometimes you do things, and then we read about it, we're like, no. Just as the prescription medication I take keeps my meat suit running, was tested on animals as FDA approved as all FDA approved drugs are, sadly, I still consider myself vegan. And look, I am open to that nuance, and that's what I'm talking about. Like, look, at the end of the day, and I don't think we should test on animals. I want to be abundantly clear. I've never thought that was a good idea. Even when I was a child, I was like, why are we testing on animals? I think that's fucking weird. Okay. I also understand that there's a lot of nuance to even saying that, because that's almost like saying like, this is where I struggle with the vegan argument, because we don't just test on animals, we run tests on animals. We learn so much about mice, we learn so much about animals. And again, I don't like the attitude of the entitlement though. I don't want us to say the reason we test on animals is because we're superior to them. I almost want us to feel fucking bad about it and do it anyways. But you should feel bad. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you should feel fucking shitty. I don't want you to come home and play cognitive dissonance with yourself and be like, oh, well, you know, no, you should feel fucking bad. And then the question is, do we do it anyways? Maybe. But I don't like the idea that people are like entitled to it.
somehow help this. Animal rights, animal cruelty has always been something very, very near and dear to my heart as an animal lover all my life. I grew up wanting to become a veterinarian one day. Big animal lover. I have 2 cats myself. This is Clementine. Adopt, don't shop. She came from a farm. She was dumb. I've always been an animal lover, and I felt like the more that I learned about it on Tumblr.com, YouTube.com, because then of course I started looking and researching more about animal rights, and then I, stumbled upon Lush, and they would have these kind of like flash mob-esque interactive art display kind of.
Look at this, look at this, look at this.
And they would have these kind of like flash.
And lethal dose animal testing. Okay, devastated.
Flash
Look, it's
mob-esque
devastating.
Interactive.
Look at this. Take animal testing out of cosmetic testing. It's like it's a human body. Hold on. Let me move me because she's in the way. Here we go. Here's me. You see that? Whoa, whoa, bro, deep, bro, deep. Okay, hold on. Let me move me back. La 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 la.
Art display.
And then look, she's being experimented on.
Kind of situations. There's definitely a better word for it. But they would basically make an example out of themselves and show what happens with animal testing by like covering themselves in blood and like being naked and like chained up on the streets. And like, it just disgusted me so bad. And I basically like horrified myself so terribly that I was like, I want to be a vegan one day really, really badly. That was something that was really important to me. Now, Jai.
Okay, chat. Just talking about seitan. I had it for the first time. I had it. And I don't know how to explain it to you because it was like one of the best, worst things I've ever tasted in my life, where every part of my brain was like, this is bacon. And I was like, this is bacon. And then every part of my brain's like, is this bacon? And then I was like, it's not bacon. And then my brain, because it was a smoky seitan, and I sliced it really, really thin. But I realized like, oh, I'm going to buy more of this and I'm going to fry it. I fried it. It was really good. I was like, I'm going to season it. I'm going to make it into sandwich, gyros. I'm going to make it into so many different things. But when I first had it, my brain was so confused because at first it almost is like, for the flavor I bought, whichever one I bought, it was like, it was a very strange experience because I haven't had bacon obviously in all this time. And I was just like, what is happening? Anyways, really enjoyable experience, really strange experience, but also gave me a lot of like, hope for all of the new things I could make with this one little product. So very cool, very interesting thing if you want to try it.
Go about it the best way possible. In the beginning, no, because I was watching Freely the Banana Girl. And if you don't know, Freely the Banana Girl is someone who like recommended eating like 40 bananas a day. Protein is the devil. You don't need it. Just eat nothing but fruit and you'll be fine. And also your food shouldn't be cooked. There was a lot of really toxic influencers, especially like.
So you know why this video was interesting to me? I've watched it on my own. Is it's like a normal person getting involved in something. You know how we've been watching creators, debaters, political people? She's none of this. She's just a girly. I'm just a girl, you know? And so she's giving us an insight into what a normal, averagey human being is experiencing. You see how she's so different? You see how she's just talking? She's like sharing things about her life. She's a young person. And I just remember watching this video and thinking like, man, I forget what like averagey people are like in a complimentary way. You can't go to this girl and talk to her like a debate bro. Do you know what I mean? And so like you have to humanize these people and listen to their stories and see where they're at and really see like, and like with anybody else, we can't get on the internet and talk about our very specific special interest and talk about a thing we're obsessed with and expect the rest of the world to be obsessed with the thing we're obsessed with. That's like somebody getting on the internet and talking about Legos and be like, why don't you like Legos? You know what I mean? It's just like, girly, not everybody likes Legos. Maybe they should all like Legos. You know what I mean? So I kind of liked the way she was just like a person and she came across my feed and I thought it was interesting. And by the way, spoiler, she's not exactly quitting veganism. So that's keep watching.
Veganism and raw lifestyle at the time on YouTube. I don't know what it looks like now, but it was a wild time. When I was about a senior in high school, I finally decided, it was kind of like an overnight decision. I was like, I'm going to become vegan. I don't remember the exact day off the top of my head, but I was just like, cold turkey, I am now vegan. And that was that. And my main reason from the start was ethical reasons and caring about animals and loving animals. And
oh, what a cutie patootie.
And wanting what is absolutely best for them. I just didn't want to add to the pain and suffering if I had a choice in it. Obviously with OCD, at least for me, being a good ethical person is something that I really struggle with. Like oftentimes my OCD will tell me I am a bad person. Like I am a really, really bad person. And so making good decisions that harm the least.
That's the intersectionality of mental health as well. A lot of vegans forget people are struggling with mental health. Right? Now, your mental health is not an excuse to be bigoted, but I do think mental health impacts bigotry. Not always, Not with everybody, just because, that's not the same thing. It's not always everybody. I think it can. I think that's why you have to go to therapists and talk about nuance, okay?
Amount of people, like every decision that I make in life in general, that's something that comes up a lot with me. Hi. I would say that my relationship with veganism in college, especially not having a ton of money. I did have a meal plan though, especially when I was an RA. Like I had like basically unlimited food choices, but the dining halls weren't the absolute best when it came to food options. I definitely wasn't giving myself the amount of nutrients that I needed for sure. Led to my family often being worried about my blood test results. Nicole, maybe it's time to start eating meat again, or at least fish. But that was something I was very passionate about. And I was like, no, that is not something that I want to do in any way. I want to stay vegan for the rest of my life. I don't foresee that changing whatsoever. As YouTube became my job, started earning a very livable wage at around like 19, 20 years old. I was able to afford good food and nutrient-dense foods. I also learned a lot about how to cook for myself and feed myself properly.
See how you have to learn? That's another part of the intersectionality. What if you're disabled? What if you're tired? There is a disabled woman on TikTok who makes like basically one pot meals. Like she's very accessible. And I understand, listen, there will always be somebody. Okay. You remember when I was really nervous about learning Croatian and you guys would give me all of these really helpful suggestions, but it just felt like really intense and overwhelming. And I was like, stop. It's because like when you're already like, it's too hard. And then you start, because you think you're helping, it can get really overwhelming. And I told you, wait, I'm going to get there. But like, I need to melt. Like it's like this. I think sometimes that is what's happening with certain people. I think with other people, they're looking for it. They're ready. They're like, hey, throw everything you have at me. And you're like, oh, cool. But I think you have to read the room and say, where is this person at? And ask them, hey, where are you at? What do you want to know? Do you want to know more about plant-based? Do you want to know more about vegan? What do you need? And they're like, okay, I'm like fully ready. Lock in. Documentary after documentary. Tell me which ones to watch. Or if they're like, actually, I'm not even ready to look it up. I'm not there. Again,
It's with a nutritionist. I've done research about macros and, eating the proper amount of protein per day. I've been weightlifting on and off for like the last 8 years or so. That was something I always tried to prioritize. And I know a lot of people who stopped being vegan for health reasons. I remember on YouTube, like when veganism, YouTube was still very much so a thing. When someone would stop being vegan in the community, people would have to make videos being like, this is why I'm no longer a vegan. And then these vegan pages would sometimes make videos about them and like criticize them and pick apart and being like, you didn't try hard enough. You didn't do this. And these are all the examples of it. Just is such an unwelcoming space. And I'm like, how could this possibly foster anyone to consider going vegan? I really try, especially nowadays, to not be a pushy vegan. I think in the beginning, it was something I was extremely passionate about and learning about. And so like I wanted everyone around me, obviously, to be vegan because I just cared about the suffering of animals so much. Also working at like Chipotle for years and working with meat for many, many years. It was something that was very important to me. And it still is. But the thing that I've learned about how people respond to veganism and also food choices in general is with empathy and like bringing people in rather than pushing people away. I think about that way a lot of things, like even politically. The older that I get is more so like my intention and goal is to bring people in and educate them rather than push them away. And
Okay. Then the question is, if you're a vegan and an activist, then she says her goal is to bring people in rather than push them away. So that's intentional. So then the question is, okay, how do I want to be intentional with my activism versus how do I want to be intentional with my personal philosophical practice? So my decision to be plant-based is my personal philosophical practice. That's my life. Then I'm intentional with how I talk about it on stream like I am right now. Okay? Every time I do a vegan stream, I'm trying to be very understanding. When I talk to my Discord, when I talk to you guys, I'm trying to be very understanding with how I'm balancing the intersection, the trauma, the defensiveness, just like, it's such a vulnerable conversation. What we put into our bodies is such a personal conversation. And guys, we live in a world where we give opinions about who you're dating. Literally who's inside you, and then like who you fall in love with and who you make babies with. And of course, we're going to extend that to how you eat, So even for intersectional people that aren't vegan or that are super anti-vegan, if I'm going to be critical about who you make love with, do you think I'm not going to be critical with what you eat? And same thing. That's why I'm shocked that so many leftists aren't vegan. Because I'm like, or plant-based, why aren't you questioning where your food is coming from? And they'll probably say, oh, well, I'm not going to put it on the consumer. I'm going to put it on everybody else. But won't you put it on the consumer if they date a Nazi? Won't you put it on a YouTuber if they, you know what I'm saying? Like, we are willing to put certain responsibilities on the individual. So why not this one? It just seems like picking and choosing the responsibility seems interesting, you know, and I think there should be more nuance instead of, you know, right?
Alienate them. Whereas when I was younger, it was very much so alienate. I want nothing to do with people who I disagree with. I would rather live in a bubble. I'm getting older. I'm thinking differently now. But I know a lot of people are not going to agree with that, and that's okay. I also recognize I have some followers who are younger than me, and I hope that that can also change for them as well, because I think it will in due time regardless. Anyway, what I'm trying to say here is nobody likes being criticized or told what to do or told that they're a bad person because of their diet. I didn't see anything wrong with my diet per se either when I was eating meat, when I was eating dairy, when I was eating it. I saw nothing wrong with it because that's what I was used to. And I was like, I am an animal lover and I still eat meat. And then I was like afforded the opportunity to change my diet, and my parents were supportive enough to be like, okay, we will separate meat from whatever we're cooking so that you can have your own separate meal. Okay, we'll buy tofu, we'll buy tempeh. And then obviously I got older. I was earning my own money. But not everyone has that opportunity, obviously, right? You know, I took some more classes. I took some nutrition classes in college.
Having the support of your community is actually such a big deal. And I will say, like, even having the support as an adult is a big deal to me. I'm 37 and I still really appreciate the support I get from my friends and family. It means everything to me how much my partner goes out of their way to make sure that I'm getting as much accessibility to vegan options as I can. It means so much to me that my mother-in-law on my birthday bought me vegan groceries and my favorite vegan foods. Like, that just means so much to me. And it is such a great gesture. And it's one that I hope to give to other people in the way that makes sense for them. Like, you know, is it okay to gift non-vegan things to non-vegans? You know, that's another part of the conversation. I mean, I'd like to think so, you know, if my mother-in-law, you know, eats a lot of vegan food, ironically enough, but isn't vegan. And if I gifted her a food bundle that specifically was for her specific diet, I think that's a nice gesture, even if it's not vegan. But then maybe I would just get her the vegan stuff. I don't know. Like, those are the things I think about and contemplate on a daily basis. Like, am I allowed to buy her non-vegan things? You know? And I think it's a fair thing to struggle with, you know?
Some other classes in general, and you know, you learn about food deserts and you learn about food insecurity, and there's so much more that goes into it than being like, you're a bad person because you're not eating exactly the way that I want you to eat, and it just alienates.
Has she said the word intersectional yet? Because that is kind of what she's doing right now in practice. She's thinking about how these things intersect and become difficult and how it isn't black and white. You see how she's showing like empathy? She's literally saying, oh my gosh, like, I'm so lucky that I had all of these things available to me, because she knows. So in this moment, she's just expressing like understanding. And I think that's what we want to see from people is like, do you understand the struggle? And even though we understand the struggle, you get to the next part. The next part is you're still the adult in the room, make a fucking decision. And the same way that I beg you and implore you, and just please think about what it means to bring a child into the universe before you do it. Please think about it. I know a lot of people aren't going to do that. They're going to get accidentally pregnant. And I need you to know that child is still valuable, and I still love you and respect you, and I still want to give you and that child a good life, because I don't want people who are parents who bring kids into the universe, like maybe in the not greatest way, to not feel like they don't have a community because it wasn't perfect. Like, what are we, teen pregnancy shamers? You know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to shame a teen pregnancy. I'm also not even going to shame a 40-year-old pregnancy. I'm just going to say, bro, fucking should have known better. Grow the fuck up. Now let's focus on this child. Come on now. But first we focused on this child, right? This child has to be the focus. And maybe you can see animals like children, if that's more helpful. Like, should we, oh my God, hold on. Okay, first of all, I feel like we're done with this video, but maybe I want to show you one more. Hold on.
People. And if you were to ever discard of that item, because eventually maybe it will not serve.
Hold on. Let me show you.
But when we do think about it from a utility reason, a lot of brands nowadays are like marketing their clothes as like vegan washing, I guess. We are vegan leather shoes. We are vegan leather jackets. It's like, that's plastic. That is plastic. As much as I don't.
Yeah, vegan leather is apparently very bad for the environment.
The byproduct.
So that's what I want you to think about, because this is the hard part. Okay, well, hold on. That's the part that I want everyone to think about. Like, which one takes precedent? You would say the animal's life, right? But also, if vegan plastic is bad for the environment, maybe we should just move away from vegan leather altogether. Or maybe. There's a lot of maybes happening here is the point. And that's why I don't believe in objective morality, because if there wasn't objective morality, I don't think we'd have to wrestle this fucking hard with, you know, what's correct and what's not correct. Hold on, let me see if I can find this video. Okay, I can. Trigger warning. I'm going to show you a rescued elephant that is just, this is where we're going to end on. It's a happy ending, but it is sad. And it's not from humans. This elephant was not hurt by humans. He was hurt in the wild. But I saw this elephant and I just thought, like, I don't think I'm going to eat animals ever again. Okay. Well, so it's a happy story, but it's like, it's sad. Okay. Here we go.
Lost his trunk. Longoro lost his trunk when he was just a few weeks old.
Longoro fell into a well. The mother tried her best to take the baby out, but the mother lose hope and leave Longoro inside the well. Longoro stayed there the whole night, waving the trunk, looking for support. And Aina came at night and just grabbed the trunk. 3/4 of the trunk has gone.
So he was mauled by an animal. He was mauled.
The blood dripping, feeling pain. Actually, it is very emotional. Even when Longoro arrives with a wound, it's like it makes everyone cry. It's like you feel that it's your own baby suffering like that. So we were wishing Longoro can get better quickly so that he can survive with all this wound and all this pain. Yeah. Longoro. Ngure. 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 Ngure.
After his injuries healed, Longoro, at just 8 months old, had to develop his own ways to survive.
When he was a very small boy, he was struggling to browse. But Longoro found good ways to adapt. When the others are using the trunk, Longoro kneels down using the mouth like a cow.
Longoro lost his...
That sweet baby cow. Oh, you know, like when I see him, I go, and you know what crushed me even more? This comment here that said, I met her the other day. She's flourishing now. Oh, you know what I mean? Oh, and this is why I say, like, yeah, there's gotta be a better way to exist in the world that doesn't have to come with the constant exploitation of vulnerable life. You know, there's got to be a different way. And so all I'm doing as an individual right now is I am trying to figure out how to best implement those ways in my personal life. And if I can think of anything that would help systematically, though I think a lot of better, smarter people would probably know better than me. But yeah, I would like to see more vegans be political, specifically in an intersectional way. I would like to see more leftist vegans. I would love to see more vegan, plant-based vegans, or leftists, sorry, plant-based leftists, you know? I would just like us to all, and this is my want, so you don't have to listen to me. I would love to live in a world where we all considered life as something profound and unique, not even special, but profound, enough to make us hesitate before we, without thought, hurt or take a life or cause unnecessary suffering. Just enough of a pause in all of our mouths, all of our hands, all of our beings, just a pause, just a hesitation before we cause unnecessary harm, myself included. And that's the practice that I try to keep. And may I get better at being less bad every day, you know? All right, girls, we've been here too long. Thank you for being here. Thank you for spending your precious time with me. I do appreciate it. And thank you for the great conversations. It was all really great. We'll be back tomorrow. Probably not talking about veganism. I think I'm going to take a break. But of course, if you have questions, we can talk about it tomorrow. And take care of yourselves. See you then. Thank you for being here. Really, really appreciate it. Bye.